Hello everyone, and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes, there will only be a few ads, and after that, the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience. Even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings, I'd still like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you are listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The first thing he felt was the cold. It was a deep, metallic cold that seeped into the pads of his fingers. A cold that had nothing to do with the evening's mild air. It was the cold of the gun in his hand, a familiar weight, an old friend, and an older enemy. The second thing he felt was the grit, fine and granular, pressed into the checkering of the walnut grip. He didn't need to look to know it was dried blood mixed with the dust of a forgotten warehouse floor. He curled his fingers tighter, the sensation a grounding point in the whirlpool of his thoughts. This was where it had ended for Brooks. This was where it would begin for him. Logan had identified the body that morning. It wasn't an identification so much as a confirmation. He had known it was Brooks the moment the call came in. A cold dread solidifying in his gut that had nothing to do with the morgue's sterile chill. The sheet was pulled back to reveal a face that was both familiar and alien. The features rearranged by violence. A single precise shot to the heart. Professional. But the face had been a message. A brutal, postscript beating that spoke of rage, of betrayal, of something deeply personal. The war was supposed to be over. They had left the sand and the terror and the smell of cordite behind them, or so they thought. Now a piece of that desert had followed Brooks home and killed him in a city that was supposed to be a sanctuary. Brooks had been more than a friend. He was a mirror, a keeper of the man Logan used to be before the world had sanded down his edges. They'd shared holes in the ground. The last cigarette, the unspoken promise to watch each other's backs. That promise was now a debt, and Logan was a man who always paid his debts, even when the currency was blood. His investigation began not with the police file, which was predictably thin, but with the geography of Brooks' new life. It was a life mapped in shadow and neon. The Serpent's Tooth was his first stop, a bar that smelled of stale beer and desperate dreams. The air was thick with the ghosts of 1,000 bad decisions. He found a stool at the end of the bar, the wood sticky under his elbows, and ordered a whiskey he didn't want. The bartender, a man with the weary eyes of a retired convict, wiped a glass with a cloth that was no cleaner than his hands. "I'm looking for a friend," Logan said, his voice low. Barely a ripple in the bar's murky silence. "Brooks died. He was in here a lot." The bartender's eyes flickered, a shutter closing. "Don't know the name." He was a big guy. Quiet. Dark. Had a scar right here. Logan traced a line from his own temple to his jaw. "Died 2 nights ago. Not cow." A different kind of silence descended, one fraught with unspoken knowledge. The bartender leaned forward, his breath a sour cloud. "You ask me. Some questions are better left unasked. Some debts are better left unpaid. It's not a debt to you," Logan said, his tone flat, final. He left a 20 on the bar, the green stark against the stained wood. The whiskey remained untouched. The trail, what little there was of it, led him through a gallery of the damned. A bookie named Silas who operated out of a back room that stank of cigar smoke and fear. He had fingers stained yellow and eyes that darted like frightened birds. Brooks owed money, he admitted, his voice a nervous rasp. Not a lot. A gambling debt. But he was working it off. Odd jobs. What kind of jobs? Logan pressed. the weight of his presence filling the small, cluttered room. Delivery. Collection. Nothing heavy. Silas shrugged, a gesture meant to convey insignificance, but the sweat on his upper lip betrayed him. He was a good kid. Reliable. Last thing he did for me, he was making a drop at the old shipyards. For a woman. A woman. The words hung in the smoky air, a hook baited with possibility. What woman? Silas' eyes went vacant. A practiced blankness. Don't know a name. A looker. Real class. Hair like dark honey. You don't forget a woman like that. Her name was Gloria. He found her not in some seedy dive, but in a penthouse apartment that overlooked the city's glittering heart. The air here was different, cool and scented with jasmine, a world away from the serpent's tooth. She answered the door wearing a silk robe the color of a deep bruise. Her eyes were the pale, startling green of sea glass, and they assessed him without surprise, as if she had been waiting. "Logan," she said, her voice a low, melodic hum. "Brooks talked about you. He said you were the only honest man he ever knew." The use of his name, the casual intimacy of it, was a weapon. He felt off balance. Is that why he's dead? Her smile was a faint, tragic curve. "Come in, detective. The truth is rarely found on the doorstep." Her apartment was a study in curated beauty. Every surface polished, every object placed with an artist's eye. It felt like a stage. She moved to a crystal decanter and poured 2 glasses of amber liquid. Her movements fluid, hypnotic. She explained that Brooks had been doing work for her. She was an art dealer of a sort. She dealt in pieces that fell outside of official channels. Brooks was her muscle, her courier. He was good at it. The war had given him a certain useful gravity. He was killed for a painting, Logan stated. The idea feeling both absurd and inevitable. In a manner of speaking, she said, sipping her drink. She stood close to him, the scent of jasmine and something darker, more primal, wrapping around him. It was a piece called The Crying Eye, worth millions. He was supposed to deliver it. He never showed. The painting vanished, and the people who commissioned it, they're not the forgiving type. She gave him a name, Victor Rensendottir, a name that carried weight in the city's underworld, a man who collected debts and souls with equal dispassion. It was a lead, a thread to pull. But as Logan left her apartment, the taste of expensive whiskey on his tongue and the ghost of her perfume in his lungs, he felt the trap being set. Gloria was a puzzle box, and every piece she gave him felt like it was leading him deeper into a maze of her own design. The confrontation with Rensen's men came in a parking garage, a concrete tomb echoing with the drip of water and the low growl of engines. They emerged from the shadows, 2 large men with the dead eyes of sharks. They did not speak. They simply moved, their intent as clear as the knives in their hands. The fight was short, brutal, and efficient. It was not the choreographed ballet of the movies, but an ugly grunting affair of leverage and pain. Logan used the environment, a metal pillar, the hood of a car, the edge of a concrete step. He broke one man's arm with a sickening crunch, the sound swallowed by the cavernous space. He drove the other's face into a car door, leaving a spiderweb of cracked glass and a smear of blood. He stood over them, his breath coming in ragged gasps, the old familiar fire burning in his veins. This was a language he understood. He found Rensen in a private club that smelled of leather and old money. The man was smaller than he expected, impeccably dressed, with hands that moved like pale spiders. He showed no fear, only a mild curiosity. "The boy, Brooks," he said, his voice a soft, cultured whisper. "A tragedy. He was merely a cog. The painting was the objective. Your woman, Gloria, She plays a dangerous game. She tells stories. Some of them are even true. What's that supposed to mean? It means, Mr. Logan, that the enemy is rarely who you face across the battlefield. Sometimes, he is the one who hands you your rifle. Renson smiled, a thin, bloodless line. I did not kill your friend. I have no need for such messy demonstrations. But I would very much like my painting back. The pieces were not fitting. Gloria's story, Renson's calm denial. The professional kill on Brooks paired with the amateurish, rage-filled beating. It was like two different crimes had been committed on the same body. He went back to his own contacts, the network of ex-soldiers and worn-down cops who existed in the city's cracks. He met Danny, another man from their unit, in a diner that never closed. The coffee was bitter. The vinyl booth cracked. Brooks was scared, man, Danny said, his big hands cradling the chipped mug. Last time I saw him. Not of Renson. He said he'd messed up, gotten involved in something he couldn't get out of. He said he was going to see an old friend, to make things right. Who? Logan asked, the coffee turning to acid in his stomach. Danny wouldn't meet his eyes. He didn't say, but he kept talking about the past, about that last patrol, about the kid. The kid. The words were a key, turning in a lock he had kept sealed for years. The memory rushed back, unbidden, visceral. The heat, the dust, the weight of their gear. A young local boy, no more than 12, running towards their checkpoint, something glinting in his hand. A mistake. A tragic, split-second mistake in a war defined by them. Brooks had been on the trigger, but the order to fire had come from Logan. It was his burden, his command. They had never spoken of it after. They had buried it in the sand, or so they thought. The revelation shifted the ground beneath him. He had been looking for an external enemy, a monster from the city's underbelly. But what if the monster was a ghost from their shared past? What if the betrayal was not about money or painting, but about a sin they had committed together? He went back to Gloria, the need for answers a physical ache. He didn't call ahead. He let himself into her building, his movements silent and sure. He found her not in the living room, but in her bedroom, bathed in the soft glow of a single lamp. She was on the phone, her back to him, her voice tight with a fear she had never shown him. He's getting too close, she was saying. I gave him Renson, just like you said, but he's like a dog with a bone. You need to deal with this. You promised me it would be clean. She turned and saw him. The phone clattered to the floor. The color drained from her face. The mask of the composed femme fatale shattered, revealing the terrified woman beneath. Who were you talking to, Gloria? It's not what you think, she whispered, her eyes wide. He crossed the room in 3 strides, his hand closing around her arm. Not hard, but with an immovable firmness. The truth. Now. And it spilled out of her, a torrent of confession. There was no painting. There was only a story, a fabrication she had been paid to sell. She was a con artist, a grifter, a very good one. A man had hired her to get close to Brooks, to make him trust her, to make him believe he was involved in something big. Then the man had instructed her to plant the seed about the stolen painting, to point the finger at Renson. She was to be the mysterious woman, the link in the chain. Her job was to steer the investigation, to keep it focused on the fictional art theft. Why, Logan's voice was dangerously quiet. Why Brooks? She was crying now, real tears that streaked her perfect makeup. I don't know. He never said. He just paid me. He said Brooks had something he needed, something from the war. He said once he had it, Brooks would be taken care of. And then after, my job was to make sure you looked in the wrong places. Who hired you? She gave him a name that struck him with the force of a physical blow. It was the name of another man from their unit. A man he had called a friend. A man he had trusted with his life. Leo Daunt. The world seemed slow, the sounds of the city fading to a distant hum. Leo Daunt. The funny one. The one who always had a joke, who could lighten the mood in the darkest of times. The one who had been with them on that patrol. The one who had stood beside them, silent, after the shot had rung out. He left Gloria sobbing on her expensive rug, the beautiful illusion of her life in ruins. He moved through the city now with a single-minded purpose, a cold, clear fury that burned away all other emotion. He drove to the quiet suburb where Leo lived, a house with a manicured lawn and a tricycle in the driveway. A picture of normalcy that was the greatest lie of all. He didn't knock. He opened the door and stepped inside. The house was quiet. He found Leo in the den, sitting in a leather chair, a glass of scotch in his hand. He wasn't watching the television that flickered silently in the corner. He was just sitting, waiting, as if he had known this moment would come. "Logan," he said without turning around. "I wondered how long it would take you." "Why, Leo?" Leo finally turned. His face was tired, aged beyond its years. There was no humor in it now, only a profound and weary sadness. Because he was going to talk. That's what Brooks was going to do when he came to see you. He was going to unburden his soul. He was going to tell you everything. And then the two of you were going to go to the authorities. He couldn't live with it anymore. The kid. So you killed him for that? For a mistake we all made? It wasn't a mistake, Logan. Leo's voice cracked, rising for the first time. It was an order. A bad one. Your order. And he was going to ruin you. Ruin us. For what? For some little... He shook his head, his composure crumbling. I have a family. A life. I built this. I couldn't let him take it all away for a moment of guilt. I tried to talk to him. I begged him. But he said it was the only way to be clean. So I made it look like something else. A robbery. A gang hit. I hired the woman to create a smokescreen. I knew you'd come looking. I knew you'd be a problem. I thought if I pointed you at Renson, you'd either get yourself killed or you'd be satisfied with a convenient villain. Logan looked at the man in front of him. He saw the boy he had fought beside, shared rations with, laughed with. He saw the fear in his eyes, the desperate, selfish fear of a man trying to protect the fragile world he had built on a foundation of lies. And he saw the face of Brooks, beaten and broken. A man killed not by a stranger, but by the friend who had sworn to have his back. There were no words left, no accusations that would matter. The truth sat in the room between them, a monstrous, ugly thing. Logan didn't reach for his gun. He didn't throw a punch. He simply stood there, his gaze holding Leah's. He let the silence do the talking, a silence that contained all the years, all the shared horror, all the broken trust. I'm sorry, Leah whispered, the words hollow, meaningless. Logan turned and walked out of the house. He left Leo sitting in his leather chair in his perfect home, with the ghost of his deed now a permanent resident. He got into his car and drove. He did not drive to the police. There was no evidence, only the word of a con artist, and the confession of a broken man in a quiet room. There would be no trial, no cell, no official justice. This was a different kind of justice. It was the justice of memory. It was the knowledge that Leo would now live every moment of every day, waiting for the other shoe to drop, for Logan to change his mind, for the past to finally claim its due. He would look at his wife, his child, and see the lie he had built for them. He would live in a prison of his own making, a prison far more secure than any the state could provide. Logan drove to the edge of the city, where the lights faded and the land met the sea. He parked and walked down to the shore. The air was cold and salt-laced. the waves a constant rhythmic sigh against the sand. He stood there for a long time, watching the dark, endless water. He thought of Brooks, of the sand they had left behind, of the kid they had buried there. He thought of the intricate, poisonous web of betrayal that had grown from a single terrible seed. He had sworn revenge, and in a way, he had it. It was not the cathartic violence he had imagined. It was a quieter, more profound thing. It was the burden of knowing. It was the end of something. He turned his back on the water and began to walk. He did not look back at the city, a glittering jewel of lies and secrets. He simply walked away, his footsteps silent on the damp sand, leaving the case, and all its terrible unanswered questions, to be swallowed by the tide and the coming dawn. The mystery would echo, not in the world, but in the quiet, hollowed-out space inside him, a ghost that would walk with him for the rest of his days. The sun was a pale, watery smear on the horizon when he finally stopped walking. He found himself on a crumbling pier, the wood groaning under his weight. The city was a distant, silent skyline to his back. He felt empty, scraped clean. The fire of vengeance had burned down to cold, gray ash. A figure emerged from the mist at the end of the pier, a silhouette against the growing light. Logan's hand went to his side, to the weight that was no longer there. He had left his gun in the car. It felt like a symbolic gesture, but now it just felt stupid. The figure came closer. It was Danny. His old friend's face was drawn, his eyes red-rimmed. He stopped a few feet away, his hands shoved deep into his pockets against the chill. "I went to Leo's," Danny said, his voice rough. "He told me everything. He's fallen apart, Logan." Logan said nothing. He watched a gull circle over the water. "He didn't mean for it to go that far," Danny continued, the words tumbling out. "He just wanted to scare Brooks, to make him see reason. But Brooks fought back. He said things about the kid, about all of us. Leo lost his temper. He said it was like something snapped. And you," Logan asked, his voice flat and dead, "what did you do?" Danny flinched. "I didn't know. I swear to God, I didn't know he was going to do that. He came to me after. He was he was a mess. He needed help. What was I supposed to do? He was my friend." There it was, the final ugly layer. The conspiracy wasn't just Leo and a hired woman. It was the whole unit, rotted from the inside. The promise to watch each other's backs had become a pact of silence to cover up a murder. "So you helped him," Logan stated. "You helped him clean up. You helped him dump the body. You looked me in the eye and you fed me that story about Brooks being scared. I was scared too." Danny's shout was swallowed by the vastness of the sea. He was going to ruin everything for all of us. For you. That guilt was going to eat him alive and take us down with him. Leo was right about that. We buried that kid in the sand so we could come home. We were supposed to leave it there. We did leave it there, Logan said, turning to face Danny fully for the first time. "Brooks and I, we carried it. But we left it. You and Leo, you dug it up. You brought it home. And you killed a better man than either of you will ever be for the privilege." The two men stood on the pier, the last remnants of a bond forged in fire, and now broken by a different, more intimate kind of violence. The debt was paid, but not in the way he had intended. The currency had not been blood, but memory, and it had cost him everything that was left. Danny finally turned and walked away. His shoulders slumped, disappearing back into the mist from which he came. Logan did not watch him go. He looked out at the horizon, where the sea and sky became one indistinguishable gray. He had come out here to leave it all behind, but he knew now that was impossible. You don't leave a ghost behind. You just learn to live with it walking beside you. He took a deep, shuddering breath of the salt air. And then he began the long walk back to his car, to his life, to the empty room that waited for it. The case was closed. There is nothing left to do but endure. The drive back into the city was a blur of gray asphalt and muted streetlights. The rising sun did little to warm the chill that had settled deep in his bones. His apartment was exactly as he had left it, a sparse, transient space that had never felt like home, and now felt even less so. The silence was a physical presence. He poured a drink, not the good whiskey from Gloria's decanter, but the cheap, sharp kind he kept for when the memories got too loud. It didn't help. Days bled into one another. He avoided his usual haunts, the bars and diners where he might run into someone from the old life. The network was poisoned now. Every face was a potential liar. Every friendly nod a possible betrayal. He thought about Leo, sitting in his den, and Danny, walking away on the pier. He thought about the intricate machinery of their lie, built not out of malice, but out of a desperate, cowardly desire to preserve a peace that had never been real. A week after the pier, a plain sealed envelope was slipped under his door. There was no return address. Inside was a single folded sheet of paper and a small, worn photograph. The photograph was of the four of them, himself, Brooks, Leo, and Danny, arms slung around each other's shoulders, squinting against a sun that wasn't theirs, their uniforms dusty, their smiles too wide, a captured moment of forced cheer in a place of endless fear. He had forgotten it was ever taken. He unfolded the paper. The handwriting was Leo's, neat and precise, the penmanship of a man who kept meticulous records. Logan, I am resigning my commission at the firm. We are moving. The family doesn't know why, just that we need a fresh start. I suppose that's the last lie I'll tell them. I won't ask for your forgiveness. It's not mine to have. I just wanted to say that I remember the man you were over there. The one who made the hard call so the rest of us wouldn't have to. We failed you. I failed you. And I failed Brooks. There is no life for me here anymore. The house is empty, even when it's full. I'm enclosing the only thing I have left that is worth giving. I thought you should have it. Leo. Logan stared at the photograph. He looked at Brooks's face, young and unlined by the guilt that would later consume him. He looked at his own face, the eyes holding a confidence he no longer possessed. He looked at Leo and Danny, their faces not yet masks. He held the picture by its corner, walked to the kitchen sink, and flicked on the lighter he used for the stove. He held the flame to the edge of the photograph. It caught, curling black, the faces contorting and vanishing into smoke and ash. He dropped the burning remnant into the stainless steel basin and watched it until there was nothing left but a black smear. He did not feel cleansed. He did not feel vindicated. He felt tired. The kind of tired that sleep could not fix. The ghost was not gone. It had just changed shape. It was no longer the specter of a murdered friend, but the heavier, more complicated ghost of a friendship that had turned in on itself and devoured its own. He had his answer. He had his justice. And he was left with the cold, certain knowledge that some debts can never be repaid. They can only be carried. He picked up his glass, finished the drink, and prepared to face another day in the city of lies, a little more broken, a little more alone, but finally and irrevocably done. The cheap whiskey was a poor substitute for oblivion, but it was all he had. He spent the next few days in a state of suspension, a ghost in his own life. The phone didn't ring. The door didn't buzz. The world, it seemed, was content to leave him to the silence he had cultivated. He thought about getting out, maybe driving west until the money or the car gave out. But the inertia was a powerful force. He was rooted here, in this city of grifters and ghosts, by the very thing he thought he had resolved. It was a Thursday afternoon when the knock came. Not a timid rap, but a firm, official-sounding series of thuds. He opened the door to find two men in cheap suits, their posture screaming law enforcement even before they flashed their badges. Federal. Logan Corson, one of them said. A statement, not a question. We'd like to talk to you about Arthur Renson. He let them in. They stood in the center of the room, not bothering to sit. The lead agent, a man with a tired face and sharp eyes, did the talking. Renson's organization was crumbling. They were flipping people, building a RICO case. They had wiretaps, financials, sworn statements. And in the middle of it all, they kept finding Logan's name, and then asking questions, stirring up the mud. We know you were looking into the death of your friend, Michael Brooks, the agent said. We know you thought Renson was involved. We're here to tell you he wasn't. Brooks was small time, a sad story. He wasn't on our radar, and he certainly wasn't on Renson's. Logan just listened, his face a mask. They were giving him the official narrative, the one that would be entered into the record, the one that was clean and simple and wrong. But your activities, the agent continued, his gaze sweeping the sparse apartment, did cause some ripples. You made some of Renson's associates nervous. One of them, a mid-level guy named Petrov, started talking. He thought you were a rival or a fed. He gave us some very interesting things. So, in a roundabout way, you helped. The agent offered a thin, humorless smile. We're not here to thank you. We're here to tell you to stand down. The Brooks case is closed. It was a random act of violence. A mugging gone wrong. That's the story. You sticking your nose in any further could compromise our investigation. Do we understand each other? It was the final layer of the lie, the one sanctioned by the government, stamped and filed away. They were offering him a clean exit, a way to wash his hands of it all. All he had to do was accept their version of the truth. We understand each other, Logan said, his voice even. The agents left. He stood by the window watching their unmarked car pull away. He thought about Leo, gone to some new town to build another fragile life. He thought about Danny, carrying his own portion of the shame. He thought about Brooks, whose death was now officially meaningless, a statistic. And he thought about the kid in the dust, whose memory had set this whole terrible chain in motion, a ghost that had reached across an ocean to claim its due. He had wanted answers, and he had gotten them. He had wanted justice, and he had received a hollow, private version of it. Now the world was offering him closure, a neat little box to put it all in. He knew he would not take it. The box was a lie. The truth was a messy, ugly, living thing inside him. It was his to carry now, his alone. He turned from the window, away from the city and its convenient fictions, and walked further into the quiet of his room, ready to bear the weight. The quiet of the room was a different kind of noise, a low hum of unresolved history. He didn't touch the bottle again. The desire for that kind of numbness had passed, replaced by a grim, sober clarity. The federal agents had given him a gift, though they didn't know it. They had confirmed that the world preferred its lies tidy. His truth was messy, incomplete, and entirely his own burden. A few days later, he found himself driving without a clear destination, the city's grid a familiar pattern his hands navigated on their own. He realized where he was going only when he saw the modest, well-kept house with the faded welcome mat. He parked across the street. This was where Brooks had lived. This was where the official story of a mugging victim had been delivered to a widow. He saw her then, through the front window. Carol Brooks was carrying a cardboard box out to the garage, her movements efficient and tired. She was moving on, or trying to. She was living with the lie. The one he now knew was a kindness compared to the truth. What would it serve to walk over there and tell her that her husband was murdered by the man he once called a brother over a secret they all shared? It would shatter her, just as Gloria had been shattered. It would not bring Brooks back. It would only spread the poison. He started the car and drove away, leaving Carol to her grief and her manageable fiction. That was the final piece. The case was not just closed, it was entombed. Sealed by the authorities, buried by the participants, and left to him as a permanent, private memorial. He didn't go back to his apartment. He drove to a different part of town, a place of warehouses and auto body shops that was just beginning to gentrify. He walked into a small, unmarked gym where the air smelled of sweat and leather. He found the owner, a grizzled old man named Marco, who asked no questions and paid for a month's use of a heavy bag. He didn't bother with gloves. He wrapped his hands and began to hit the bag. The impact, a solid, rhythmic thud that echoed in the nearly empty space. It wasn't about fitness or anger. It was about presence. The physical shock of each punch grounded him in his body, in the here and now, pulling him out of the past where the ghosts lived. He would come here every day. He would punish the bag until his shoulders ached and his knuckles were raw. Then he would go home, shower, and sit in the silence, not fighting it anymore, just letting it be. He was a man who had solved his last case. The mystery was over. All that remained was the living, the day-to-day effort of moving forward while carrying the weight of what he knew. It was a different kind of patrol, a solitary watch against the memories, and for now, it was enough. The new routine was a kind of armor. The drive to the gym, the ritual of wrapping his hands, the monotonous, punishing rhythm against the back. He found a strange peace in the exhaustion, a blankness that was preferable to the constant churn of thought. Marco would sometimes nod from behind the counter, a silent acknowledgement that passed for friendship in this new, stripped-down life. One evening, as he was leaving, a young man was entering, all nervous energy and bright, eager eyes. He couldn't have been older than Brooks was when they first shipped out. The kid looked at Logan's raw knuckles, his tired stance, with a kind of reverence. "You look like you've seen some things," the kid said, his voice full of a naive curiosity. Logan stopped, his hand on the door. He looked at the kid, really looked at him, seeing the unlined face, the certainty that the world was a puzzle he could solve. He thought of the photograph he had burned, of the young men they had been, equally sure of their own durability. "Everyone's seen things," Logan said, his voice a low rasp. "The trick isn't in the seeing, it's in the carrying." He pushed the door open and stepped out into the twilight, leaving the kid confused in the doorway. The air was cool on his sweaty skin. He drove home through the neon-lit streets, the city a spectacle he observed from behind a pane of glass. His apartment was as he left it, silent and waiting. He stood for a long moment just inside the door, listening to the hum of the refrigerator, the distant wail of a siren. The ghost was there, of course. It always was. But it was quieter now, a familiar companion on the long, quiet walk into whatever came next. He closed the door, shutting out the city, and prepared for the night. The next morning, he woke not to the alarm, but to a deep, residual ache in his hands and shoulders. It was a clean pain, a physical truth he could understand. He made coffee and drank it standing by the window, watching the city come to life. The compulsion to move, to drive west, was gone. He was anchored, not by hope, but by the sheer mass of what he now carried. This city was the reliquary for his ghosts. Leaving would feel like a betrayal of a different kind. A week later, a check arrived in the mail. It was from the firm, a severance package he hadn't asked for and didn't want. The enclosed letter was from a junior partner, its language sterile and legalistic. He held the check for a long time, the paper crisp and impersonal in his hand. This was the final payoff, the system's way of brushing him off, of settling an account it could never truly comprehend. He didn't tear it up. That would have been a gesture, and he was done with those. Instead, he drove to a post office in a part of the city he never visited. He found the address for a veteran support group, one that worked with the families of those who hadn't made it back, in one way or another. He slipped the check into a blank envelope, wrote the address, and dropped it in the slot without a return address. It wasn't redemption, it was logistics. moving a poisoned asset to a place where it might, against all odds, do some small amount of good. Walking back to his car, he felt the same, yet different. The weight was still there, but its distribution had shifted. He was no longer just a repository for a terrible secret. He was its custodian. He started the engine and pulled into the traffic. A single car and a river of metal and glass, moving forward, always forward, into the gray and uncertain future. The future began the next day, and the day after that. It was a life of small movements. He bought groceries. He paid his rent. He avoided the news, especially the financial sections that might carry a story about the Renzen case. He was a stone sinking to the bottom of a deep lake, and the world above was becoming a distant, shimmering distortion. One afternoon, he found himself in a used bookstore, the air thick with the smell of old paper and binding glue. He wasn't looking for anything in particular, just moving through the narrow aisles, his fingers brushing against cracked spines. He stopped in the history section. His eyes scanned the titles, passing over wars and empires, until they landed on a thin, unassuming volume about the conflict they had fought in. He didn't pull it from the shelf. He just stood there, looking at the letters on the spine, and waited for the familiar tightness in his chest. It came, a cold fist clenching around his heart, but it felt more distant, like an echo of an echo. He left the store empty-handed and walked down the street. The sun was out, weak but persistent. He passed a cafe with small tables on the sidewalk. At one of them, a man was laughing, a full, unguarded sound. Logan stopped for a moment and listened. It was a foreign sound, from a country he could no longer visit, but hearing it didn't hurt as much as he thought it would. It was just a sound. He continued walking. The ghost was with him, a half step behind, its presence now as familiar and unremarkable as his own shadow. It didn't speak. It just was. And for now, that was enough. He found a bench in a small, neglected park and sat down. The laughter from the cafe had faded, replaced by the city's constant low rumble. He watched a pigeon strut along the cracked pavement, its head bobbing with a purpose he envied. His thoughts drifted, not to the past, but to the practicalities of the present. The money from the severance was gone, given away. He would need to find work soon, not the old kind, chasing shadows for clients who lied as easily as they breathed. Something simple. Something where his hands could be useful and his mind could rest. A leaf, brittle and brown, skittered across the path and came to rest against his shoe. He looked at it, then at the bare branches of the tree above him. Winter was coming. He had not planned that far ahead in a long time. The chill in the air was no longer just the memory of the pier. It was a real cold that would need to be met with a coat and a functioning heater. The realization was mundane, almost boring, and in its boring necessity, he found a sliver of something that wasn't quite hope, but wasn't despair either. It was just the next thing to do. He stood up from the bench, his joints protesting slightly, and began the walk home. The ghost followed, a silent companion in the fading light. The walk home was longer than it needed to be. He took side streets, avoiding the main thoroughfares in their rush of anonymous life. He stopped at a hardware store and bought a new filter for the furnace, paying in cash from a thinning roll of bills. The man at the register made small talk about the weather, and Logan found himself nodding, offering a non-committal grunt in return. It was a transaction, simple and clean. Back in the apartment, he knelt by the old furnace, his hands working on the familiar latches. The metal was cold. He swapped the filter, his movements mechanical and sure. This was a problem with a solution. This was a fix he could make. When he was done, he turned the thermostat. The unit clicked and groaned to life, a deep hum vibrating through the floor. Warm air, smelling faintly of dust and heat, began to push from the vents. He sat on the floor with his back against the wall, listening to the machine work. The simple physical task had left a residue of calm. He thought of Leo's letter, of the words, "The house is empty even when it's full." His own apartment had never been more empty, yet in that moment it didn't feel hollow. It felt contained, a sealed unit, holding its single occupant and his history. The phone rang, a jarring sound in the quiet. He let it go, listening to the mechanical pulse. After 4 rings, his answering machine clicked on. His own voice, recorded years ago, and now strange to his ears, gave the brief message. Then, a beep. There was a pause, the sound of someone breathing. Then a woman's voice, hesitant and soft. "Logan? It's Gloria. I was just thinking, I hope you're okay." Another pause. Longer this time. He could picture her in her kitchen, the phone cord wrapped around her finger. "Anyway," she said, her voice gaining a faint, forced brightness. "Take care of yourself." The line went dead. The machine whirred and reset itself. The silence that returned was different. It was not the silence of abandonment, but of a thread, thin and fragile, still connecting him to the world of the living. He did not move from his spot on the floor. He just sat there, in the growing warmth, and watched the evening shadows stretch across the room. The ghost was quiet. For the first time in a long time, so was he. The warmth from the furnace was a solid presence in the room. He stayed on the floor until the light outside the window faded completely, not moving, just letting the heat soak into his bones. Gloria's call had been a ripple in his stillness, a reminder of a life that existed parallel to his own. He wouldn't call her back. There was nothing left to say that wouldn't cause more damage. Her hope was a burden he couldn't afford to carry. The next morning, he saw the help wanted sign in the window of the corner market. It was hand-lettered on a piece of cardboard, taped crookedly to the glass. "Stock boy," it said. Evenings. He went inside. The owner, a weary-looking man named Mr. Pavlik, recognized him as a regular and nodded when he asked about the job. There was no interview, just a series of grunted questions about availability. It was mindless work, lifting boxes, facing shelves, taking out the trash. It paid almost nothing. He said he would take it. He started that night. The work was as simple as he had hoped. His body fell into the rhythm of it, the lifting and carrying a dull echo of his sessions with the heavy bag. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead. The world outside the market's windows became a dark mirror. He mopped the floors at closing time, the smell of bleach and wet linoleum filling his nostrils. It was a clean smell. When Mr. Pavlik handed him a small stack of cash at the end of the shift, the bills felt real and earned in a way the corporate checks never had. He walked home through the empty streets, the cash a weight in his pocket. His body was tired in a new way, a fatigue that promised dreamless sleep. He stopped under a street lamp, its light casting a sharp circle on the pavement. He looked down at his shadow, stretched long and thin. For a moment, it was just a shadow. There was no second shape beside it, no unseen companion. It was just him, alone under the light, with a few dollars in his pocket and a job to return to tomorrow. It wasn't freedom. It wasn't peace. But it was a kind of order, and for now, that would do. He turned and continued his walk, the sound of his own footsteps, the only thing breaking the silence. The order of the new life was a fragile thing, but he guarded it fiercely. The days began to mark themselves not by cases or revelations, but by the shift of light through the market windows and the schedule taped to the backroom door. He learned the precise order of the canned goods, the right pressure to apply when stamping prices on bruised produce. Mr. Pavlik began to trust him with the keys, letting him open up on Saturday mornings when the city was still quiet. One such morning, as he was hauling a crate of milk cartons from the cold storage, a familiar figure stepped into the store. It was Danny. He looked older, his suit rumpled, his eyes scanning the aisles until they landed on Logan. He approached slowly, his hands in his pockets, a look of profound awkwardness on his face. "I heard you were working here," Danny said, his voice low. Logan set the crate down on the counter. "I am." Danny nodded, looking around at the neat rows of soup and cereal. "It's a job." "It is," Logan agreed. They stood in silence for a moment, the hum of the freezers the only sound. Danny cleared his throat. "I'm leaving the firm. Got an offer from a smaller place upstate. Less corporate." Logan said nothing. He picked up a pricing gun and began stamping the milk cartons. "I just wanted to see you," Danny continued, "before I left, to say that. I'm sorry for all of it." Logan finished the carton in his hand and placed it carefully in the refrigerator case. He looked at Danny, really looked at him, and saw the same haunted weariness he felt in his own bones. Danny had carried his portion of the shame, and it had bent him. "You don't have to be," Logan said. "We all made our choices." Danny's shoulders slumped, as if the forgiveness he hadn't asked for was a weight he couldn't bear. He gave a short, tight nod. "Take care of yourself, Logan." "You too, Danny." He watched his old friend walk out of the market, the bell on the door jingling softly behind him. He felt no anger, no resentment, just a quiet, final sense of severance. Another thread had been cleanly cut. He went back to his crate, the work waiting for him, a simple and endless task that asked for nothing but his two hands. The past was receding, not forgotten, but finally settling into the deep, quiet places where it could no longer pull him under. The milk crate was lighter than he expected. He finished stocking the dairy case and moved on to the bread, his movements automatic and precise. Danny's visit felt like a dispatch from a country that had exiled him, a place he had no desire to return to. The apology changed nothing, yet it had shifted something minutely, like a single grain of sand in a vast desert. It was over, truly over. Weeks turned into months. The first snow fell, a thin, dirty blanket that melted by noon. He bought a heavier coat from a thrift store and kept a pair of salt-stained boots by his apartment door. The ghost, once a sharp and painful presence, had become a dull ache, a chronic condition he had learned to manage. It was the memory of a scar, not the wound itself. One evening in early spring, as he was sweeping the sidewalk in front of the market, a woman with a stroller struggled to get it over the curb. He stopped sweeping, and without a word, lifted the front wheels onto the pavement. She smiled. A quick, grateful flash. "Thank you." He nodded, a single, curt dip of his head, and went back to his sweeping. The interaction lasted seconds, but it left a strange aftertaste. It was normal. It was human. He hadn't flinched from it. He finished his shift and walked home, the night air soft with the promise of a thaw. He realized, standing once more under the street lamp, that he was no longer waiting for something to happen. He was no longer bracing for an impact. He was just living one day, one shift, one quiet moment at a time. The war was not won, but the ceasefire was holding. And for a man who had known nothing but battle for so long, that felt like a victory in itself. The victory was a quiet one, measured in the steady rhythm of his breathing and the absence of the old, familiar dread. He paid his rent on the first of the month. He ate meals that required no thought. The world continued its noisy, chaotic business, and he observed it from a distance that felt safe. One Tuesday, Mr. Pavlik called him into the cramped back office. The old man pushed a small box across the desk. Inside was a new dark blue shirt with the market's logo embroidered on the chest. "For you," Pavlik said, not meeting his eyes. "You look more official, better for the customers." Logan took the shirt home and hung it in his closet next to his few other clothes. He put it on for his next shift. The fabric was stiff and new. A customer, an elderly woman who came in every Thursday for cat food and tea, noticed. "You look very nice," she said. And for the first time in a very long time, he felt a flicker of something that wasn't entirely uncomfortable. That night, as he was taking out the last of the trash bags, he saw a stray dog nosing through the dumpster in the alley. It was a skinny thing, ribs showing through a matted coat. Their eyes met for a moment in the dim light. The dog froze, then lowered its head and slunk away into the shadows. Logan finished his task, the image of the animal lingering in his mind. He thought of its survival, its solitary scavenging life. He understood it. The next evening, he brought a can of beef stew from the shelf and left it open on the ground near the dumpster. He didn't wait to see if the dog returned. It was not an act of kindness, he told himself. It was just logistics, a redistribution of resources. But the next night, the can was empty, licked clean. He began to bring something every shift, a silent, unseen ritual in the dark alley. The dog never showed itself again, but the empty cans were a message. He was still here. He was still capable of a transaction that didn't cause harm. It was a small thing, but in the economy of his soul, it was a fortune. He started leaving a bowl of water out too. The city's chill was giving way to a genuine warmth, and the metal bowl would sometimes be empty by morning, beaded with condensation. He never saw the dog, only the evidence of its presence. This unseen companionship suited him. It required nothing, promised nothing, and broke nothing. The new shirt softened with each wash. He found a certain satisfaction in the ritual of folding it at the end of the week. The embroidered logo, a small, steadfast claim to an identity that was simple and earned. Mr. Pavlik began leaving him to close the market alone, a tacit nod of trust that was worth more than any bonus. One humid evening, the air thick with the smell of rain and asphalt, he was mopping the front of the store when a young couple rushed in, laughing and shaking water from their hair. A summer shower had caught them by surprise. They bought 2 bottles of soda and stood under the awning just outside the door, watching the rain sheet down. Their conversation was a light, easy murmur. Logan moved his mop in slow, deliberate arcs, the wet floor shining under the lights. He realized he was not irritated by their presence, by their simple, uncomplicated joy. He was just a man mopping a floor, and they were just people waiting out the rain. The categories of his life had become that plain. Later, after he had locked up and set the alarm, he stood for a moment under the awning himself. The rain had slowed to a drizzle. The pavement was dark and slick, reflecting the neon signs of the street. He took a deep breath, the wet air filling his lungs. It was just air. The tightness in his chest, the one that had been his constant companion for years, was gone. He hadn't even noticed its departure. He walked to the alley and saw that the bowl was empty. He picked it up to take inside for the night. As he turned, he caught a movement from the corner of his eye. In the deep shadow of a fire escape, 2 points of light reflected back at him. The dog was there, sitting on its haunches, watching him. It didn't move, didn't growl. It just looked. Logan stood perfectly still, the empty bowl in his hand. They held that silence for a long moment, 2 solitary creatures acknowledging the other's territory. Then, with a soft rustle, the dog turned and melted back into the darkness. Logan went back inside, washed the bowl, and placed it on the shelf for the next night. The walk home felt different. The city was not a reliquary anymore. It was just a place. And he was just a man, walking through it. Story 2. The line between the sterile, recycled air of the jet bridge and the thick, wet heat of a Florida midnight was a tangible thing. A membrane I passed through every time I came home. Tonight, it felt different. It didn't just separate inside from outside, but one version of me from another. On the Atlanta run, I was Aspen, competent and calm. A woman who could soothe a nervous flyer and mix a decent gin and tonic. Here, Stepping onto the tarmac, the humid air clinging to my skin like a shroud, I was someone else entirely. The line had blurred, and I could no longer tell which side held the danger and which held the refuge. My apartment was a box of silence and cheap laminate flooring. I dropped my roller bag by the door, the click of the latch echoing in the stillness. The ritual was always the same. Unpack the clean uniforms, pour a finger of whiskey, count the money. The money was never mine, not really. It was Garrison's. He called it a commission, a fee for my unique logistical services. I called it a noose, one I had tied around my own neck 2 years ago, when a medical bill for my mother landed on my doorstep with the finality of a judge's gavel. The amount was so large, it felt fictional. Garrison made it real. He offered a solution, a one-time job. There are no one-time jobs with men like Garrison. The bills were crisp, non-sequential hundreds, smelling faintly of ink, and something else, something metallic and anxious. I never asked where it came from. I didn't want to know. My job was to carry it from point A to point B, tucked into the hidden lining of my crew bag, a compartment I'd sewn myself. It was a simple, elegant crime. Who searches a flight attendant's luggage? We are ghosts in the machine. Smiling, serving peanuts, invisible. The knock on my door was not part of the ritual. It was 3 soft, precise raps, the sound of absolute authority. My heart didn't race. It seemed to stop altogether, a stone in my chest. Through the peephole, 2 men in bland, well-fitting suits stood under the yellow glow of the hallway light. They had the patient, weary posture of predators who already had the cage door locked. Aspen Reed were with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We'd like to talk. They let themselves in, their presence sucking the air from the room. The taller one, Agent Miller, had eyes the color of a winter sky. The other, Agent Vance, said nothing, his gaze cataloging everything. The single glass by the sink, the worn copy of "The Postman Always Rings Twice" on the coffee table, the way my hands didn't quite tremble. "You have an interest in life, Miss Reed," Miller began, his voice conversational. "Miami, Atlanta, back again. A lot of miles for a regional flight attendant." I said nothing. The money was in the bedroom, a silent, screaming witness. "We're not here about the money," Vance said, reading the panic I thought I'd buried. He picked up my book, thumbed through it. "Not directly. We're here about the man you work for, Emil Garrison." The name hung in the air, toxic and heavy. I had never heard his first name before. "We know about the Atlanta run," Miller continued. "We know about the courier you meet at the airport bar. We know the weight of the package you carried last Tuesday. We have you on video, Aspen. We have you dead to rights." The walls of my little box seemed to shrink, the cheap laminate floor tilting beneath my feet. This was it, the end of the line. "But," Vance said, placing the book back down with a soft thud, "we don't want you. We want him, and you are going to get him for us." They laid it out with cold, bureaucratic clarity. I was now a federal asset. I would continue my runs. I would continue taking Garrison's money. But now, I would wear a wire. I would give them his organization, his roots, his associates. I would be their mouse in the wall. And if I refuse, my voice was a dry rustle. Miller smiled, a thin, unpleasant stretching of his lips. Then we walk out of here, and a team from the DA walks in. They're far less conversational than we are. You will spend the best years of your life in a cell, and your mother will die alone, wondering what happened to her daughter. They left me then, with their threats and their promises and the suffocating knowledge that I was trapped between 2 monsters. One wore a badge, the other a reputation for making people disappear into the Everglades. I stood at my window, watching their sedan pull away, its red taillights bleeding into the darkness. The line between freedom and prison, between life and death, had never felt so thin, so easily crossed. I needed a third option, a way to both ends against the middle. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I couldn't do it alone. I thought of Jeremy. Jeremy was a bail bondsman, a fixture in the grimy ecosystem of the county courthouse. I'd met him months ago when one of the new girls got herself arrested on a DUI. He was world-weary, with a face that had seen too much and a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. But there was a decency in him, a flicker of something that hadn't been entirely extinguished by the parade of petty criminals and their broken promises. He was also, I had noted, not entirely immune to me. I found him the next day in his storefront office, the air thick with the smell of stale coffee and desperation. The blinds were tilted against the afternoon sun, cutting the room into bars of light and shadow. "Aspen," he said, looking up from a stack of paperwork. "To what do I owe the pleasure? Another friend in trouble?" "Something like that," I said, sliding into the chair opposite his desk. I didn't give him the whole story. I gave him a version, polished and edited for maximum sympathy. A bad debt. A powerful, dangerous man. A need to get out. He listened, his hands steepled under his chin. "This powerful man," he said slowly. "It wouldn't be Emil Garrison, would it?" The air went out of the room. I just stared at him. "This is a small town, Aspen, for all its size. I hear things. You're in a snake pit. The feds are all over him. You walk away from Garrison. He'll kill you. The feds get you. They'll bury you. There's no good way out of this." "There's one way," I whispered, leaning forward, letting my hand rest near his on the desk. "I need to disappear, but I need capital to do it. Garrison has a shipment coming up. Big. The feds know about it. They want me to wear a wire for the handoff." Jeremy's eyes narrowed. "That's a suicide mission. Not if the wire fails. Not if the money vanishes. The feds get their arrest. Garrison goes down for the attempted transfer. And the money, well, it gets lost in the confusion. We split it. You help me with the logistics, the escape, a new identity. You have the contact." He laughed, a short, harsh sound. "You're talking about stealing from a cartel and lying to the FBI. That's not a plan, that's obituary." "It's the only plan I have," I said, and I let him see the real fear in my eyes, the raw, unvarnished truth of my situation. "And I'm not asking for a hero. I'm asking for a partner." He was silent for a long time, his gaze fixed on my face, tracing the lines of fear and determination. I could see the calculation in his eyes, the weary man weighing a terrible risk against the sight of a drowning woman, against the prospect of a lot of money. "Okay," he said, the words so soft I almost missed it. "Okay, but we do this my way, every step. You trust me." Trust. It was the most dangerous currency of all. The days that followed had a surreal, dreamlike quality. I went to work. I smiled at passengers. I served tiny bottles of vodka and packets of pretzels. All the while, the wire was a cold, hard weight against my skin, a serpent coiled between my breasts. Agent Miller's voice was a constant, tinny presence in my ear during tests, a reminder of my leash. Garrison summoned me to his warehouse, a cavernous space on the industrial waterfront that smelled of diesel fuel and rotting fish. The light was thick and syrupy, filtering through grimy skylights high above, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air like tiny ghosts. The gangsters who worked for him were large, clumsy men with dead eyes. They watched me, but they never really saw me. I was part of the furniture, a delivery system. Garrison himself was a man of quiet, contained violence. He didn't shout. He whispered. He was examining a vintage car, a hulking Detroit relic, his fingers tracing the curve of a fender as if it were a lover's cheek. "The Atlanta run, Aspen," he said, not looking at me. "It's tomorrow. This one is important. More important than the others." "I understand," I said, my voice steady. The wire felt like it was burning a hole through me. "Do you?" He turned, his eyes flat and dark. "There are whispers. The air feels thin. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?" He took a step closer. I could smell his cologne, something expensive and sharp, overlaying the scent of his sweat. His gaze dropped to my neckline, lingered for a moment too long. It wasn't desire. It was an assessment. A search for a tell, a wire, a heartbeat. "I just do my job," I said, holding his gaze. A slow smile spread across his face. It was the most terrifying thing I had ever seen. "Good. See that you do." The handoff was set for a private hangar at a disused corner of the airport. Jeremy's plan was simple, elegant, and insane. He had a man, a disgraced air traffic controller with a gambling debt, who would cause a minor, non-threatening radar glitch, focusing all security attention on the main runway for precisely 7 minutes. In that window, I would make the drop. The feds, listening through my wire, would move in. In the chaos, I would slip away, the money in my bag, to a car Jeremy had waited. He would be my shadow, my guardian. The night of the handoff, the air was cool and clear. The stars were sharp pinpricks in the velvet blackness. The private hangar was a tomb of shadows, the only light coming from a single bare bulb hanging over a metal table. The money, $250,000, was in a black duffel bag. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs, against the wire. I heard the car before I saw it. The crunch of tires on gravel. It wasn't the usual courier. It was 2 of Garrison's men, the clumsy, dead-eyed ones. And they were not alone. Garrison himself stepped out of the car. My blood turned to ice. This was not the plan. He never came to handoffs. "A change of plans, Aspen," he said, his voice echoing in the vast space. I decided to see my investment through personally. The federal agents in my ear were suddenly alert, their whispers a frantic buzz. "He's here. Garrison is here. Stand by, Aspen. Do not engage. Wait for backup." But there was no time. Garrison's men flanked me. One of them, a brute with knuckles like rocks, reached for my bag. This was it. The moment of truth. The moment of the double cross. "Wait," I said, my voice surprisingly strong. I looked directly at Garrison. "The money isn't all here." The hangar went silent. Even the frantic whispers in my ear stopped. "What did you say?" Garrison's voice was dangerously soft. I said, "It's not all here. Your courier in Atlanta, he's been skimming. For months, I have proof. This was the gamble. The lie Jeremy and I had concocted. A diversion. A spark to light the fuse." Garrison's eyes narrowed. He took a step toward me. "Show me." I unzipped the bag, my hands trembling, not from fear now, but from the sheer terrifying audacity of the act. As I pretended to fumble for the fictitious proof, I triggered the tiny kill switch on the wire Jeremy had given me, a scrambler that would send a burst of static, mimicking a malfunction. At that exact moment, the world exploded into light and sound. The hangar doors burst open. "FBI! Freeze! Everyone on the ground!" It was chaos. Shouted commands. The scuffle of feet. Garrison's men went for their guns. A shot rang out, then another, the reports deafening in the enclosed space. I dropped to the ground, clutching the bag of money, my body curled into a ball. Through the forest of legs I saw Garrison. He wasn't looking at the agents. He was looking at me. His expression was not one of rage, but of a cold, almost admiring understanding. He knew. He knew I had done this. Then Jeremy was there. He materialized from the shadows near a side door, grabbing my arm, pulling me up. "Now, Aspen, now." We ran. Out the side door, into the cool, blessed darkness. Behind us, the sounds of the raid faded, replaced by the wail of more sirens approaching. We sprinted across the tarmac, toward the perimeter fence where he had cut a hole, disguised by a clump of saw palmetto. I shoved the bag through, then scrambled after it. On the other side, his car was waiting, engine running. We threw ourselves inside and he peeled away, the tires spitting gravel. We didn't speak. We just drove, leaving the light and the noise and the violence behind. The bag of money on the floorboard between us like a stolen heart. We made it to a cheap motel on the outskirts of a town whose name I didn't know. The room smelled of mildew and cigarette smoke. We counted the money on the scratchy floral bedspread. $250,000. A fortune. A new life. We did it, I breathed, the adrenaline finally receding, leaving me weak and giddy. Jeremy didn't smile. He just looked at the money, then at me. We did. He poured 2 glasses of whiskey from a bottle he'd brought, his hand steady. He handed one to me. To new beginnings. I clinked my glass against his, the crystal ringing like a tiny bell in the silent room. I took a long swallow, the liquor burning a path of false warmth down my throat. That's when I felt it. A slow, heavy numbness starting in my fingers, creeping up my arms. The glass slipped from my grasp, shattering on the floor, the sound impossibly distant. I looked at Jeremy, my vision beginning to tunnel. He was just watching me, his expression not cruel, not triumphant, but profoundly, unbearably weary. "I'm sorry, Aspen," he said, his voice echoing from the end of a long corridor. "But a man like Garrison, he doesn't just have one insurance policy. He owns the cops, the judges, and a few bail bondsmen with too much debt. He knew it was a setup. He just didn't know how. My job was to see it through and to clean up the loose end." The darkness was closing in, soft and final. I tried to speak, to curse him, to plead, but my tongue was a slab of stone. The last thing I saw was not his face, but the motel room painting on the wall above the bed. A cheap, mass-produced landscape of a sailboat on a tranquil, impossibly blue sea. A promise of escape that was always a lie. The federal report would later state that Aspen Reed, a flight attendant turned money mule, was killed in the crossfire during the successful raid on Emil Garrison's operation. The money was never recovered. Garrison, of course, escaped conviction. Lack of evidence. A key witness, the bail bondsman Jeremy Mills, had disappeared. Weeks later, in a different city under a new name, Jeremy sat in a quiet bar. He was a richer man, but sleep was a foreign country he could no longer visit. He paid his tab and walked out into the night. As he fumbled for his car keys, a small, smooth object fell from his pocket and skittered across the asphalt, coming to rest under a street lamp. He bent to pick it up. It was a single, faux pearl button. He stared at it, nestled in his palm, gleaming like a blind eye in the yellow light. It had come from Aspen's uniform jacket, torn off in their frantic escape from the hangar. He had found it in his car days later, and for a reason he could not explain, had kept it. He closed his fist around it, the edges digging into his skin. It was just a button. It was nothing. But as he got into his car and drove away, leaving the pool of light behind, he knew, with a certainty that would haunt every silent moment to come, that it was everything. It was the only proof that any of it had ever been real, and the only clue to the one mystery he would never, ever solve. He drove for hours, the button a small hard pebble in his pocket. He tried to throw it out the window twice, his fingers curling around it, ready to release it into the slipstream. Both times, his hand refused to open. It was a stupid, sentimental tick, and sentiment was a luxury men in his position could not afford. It was a flaw, a crack in his armor, and he knew it. His new life was in a sun-bleached Arizona town where no one asked questions. He rented a house with dusty windows and a scorpion problem. The money was in a safe deposit box under a different name, in a different state. He told himself he would let it cool off for a year, maybe 2, before he started to touch it. He spent his days in a local diner, drinking bad coffee and pretending to read the paper, the model of a retired nobody. But the button was always there. He would wake in the night, his heart hammering, and his first conscious thought was not of Garrison's cold smile or the FBI's relentless questions, but of the way Aspen had looked at him in his office, the raw, desperate trust in her eyes that he had systematically dismantled and used as a weapon. He had told himself it was just business, the oldest business in the world, his life for hers. But the button told a different story. It spoke of a frantic run through the dark, of her shoulder brushing against his, of a moment that for him had been a calculated performance, but for her had been the last wild hope of survival. He started seeing her. Not a ghost, nothing so dramatic. Just a flicker of blonde hair in a crowd, the particular slope of a woman's shoulders from behind, the echo of a laugh that was hers. He'd follow the mirage for a block, sometimes 2, before the woman would turn and reveal a stranger's face, and the shame would wash over him like a fever. One afternoon, a month into his new existence, a FedEx envelope arrived at his rented mailbox. There was no return address. Inside was a single, glossy photograph. It was a picture of the motel room where Aspen had died. The bed was neatly made, the floral bedspread smooth. The painting of the sailboat was gone. In its place was a blank, white rectangle on the wall, a negative space that screamed. There was no note. None was needed. It was a receipt, a confirmation of a job completed. He burned the photograph in the kitchen sink, watching the edges curl and blacken, the image of that room searing itself onto his retinas one final time. He knew then that Garrison's reach was longer than he had imagined, that his freedom was an illusion maintained by the whims of a monster. He was not a rich man in hiding. He was a well-compensated dog on a very long leash. That night, he took the button from his pocket and placed it on the nightstand. He lay in the dark, the dry desert air whispering through a crack in the window, and stared at its faint, milky gleam. He had thought the mystery was why he kept it. He realized now the mystery was what it represented. It was the last piece of Aspen Reed that existed in the world, and he, her killer, was its sole guardian. It was a punishment far more exquisite than any prison sentence. He was the curator of her memory, a living tomb for a ghost he had created, and the weight of it he knew would never, ever leave him. The next morning he packed a single bag. He left most of the money in the safe deposit box, taking only enough to move. The button was in a small inner pocket of his jacket, sewn in place with a few clumsy stitches. He didn't know where he was going, only that he had to keep moving. The photograph had proven that any place could be found, any door could be opened. His only defense was to never be a fixed point. He drove east, through landscapes that blurred into one another, a monotonous parade of asphalt and dust. He avoided interstates, sticking to county roads that twisted through forgotten towns. He was a ghost, and he haunted the back roads of America, his existence defined by what was missing. The money was a phantom limb, an immense pressure he could not feel. Aspen's face was the constant background noise of his mind. Weeks later, in a rain-swept city in the Midwest, he saw a headline on a newspaper left on a bus bench. Garrison Empire crumbles. Key witness emerges. His heart stopped. He snatched up the paper, his hands trembling as he read in the downpour. Jeremy Mills, the article stated, had provided federal prosecutors with a detailed account of Emil Garrison's operations, along with financial records and recorded conversations. He was in protective custody. The case was airtight. He let the paper fall, the ink already running in the rain. It was a lie, of course. A beautiful, elegant lie constructed by Garrison himself. The key witness was a fiction, a puppet. The evidence was likely a mix of half-truths and clever forgeries, enough to satisfy a jury and, more importantly, to give the public and the prosecutors a neat, tidy ending. Garrison was sacrificing a few lieutenants, going through the motions of a trial, and would likely receive a surprisingly lenient sentence for his cooperation. A cooperation that was entirely manufactured. He was laundering his own empire, cleaning his money and his reputation in the sterile light of a courtroom. And Jeremy, the real Jeremy, understood his role in this new narrative. He was the loose end that had already been tied up. The world believed Jeremy Mills was a hero in witness protection. Any whisper of his true existence, any attempt to surface and claim his money or his life, would be dismissed as the rantings of an imposter, or worse, a final desperate gambit by Garrison's loyalists. He was not just hunted, he had been erased and replaced. He found a payphone, its glass smeared with grime, and called the only number he had ever memorized besides his own. A voicemail picked up, the voice of his former secretary, bright and impersonal. He hung up without a word. That life was a sealed tomb. He checked into a flophouse hotel that rented rooms by the week. The room was a cube of despair, the carpet sticky, the air thick with the smell of old smoke and failure. He sat on the edge of the bed and carefully unpicked the stitches on his jacket pocket. He poured the button into his palm. It was just a piece of plastic, a cheap, mass-produced component of a uniform. It had no power, no memory, no meaning beyond what he had assigned to it. He walked to the grimy window that overlooked a fire escape and a brick wall. He opened his hand, ready to let it fall, to finally be free of its weight. But the lesson of the photograph in the newspaper article was now complete. He was the story. He was the only one left who knew the truth. The button was the final, tangible proof that the story was real. Without it, the entire edifice of his past, of Aspen, of his own damnation, would crumble into nothing but the paranoid delusion of a forgotten man. He closed his hand. He walked back to the bed, lay down in the gloom, and held the button tight in his fist. It wasn't a reminder of her anymore. It was a reminder of him. It was the anchor that held him to the reality of what he had done. The only thing that proved he had once been a man who could make a choice instead of a ghost forever fleeing its own consequence. Outside, the city carried on, oblivious. Inside, the silence was absolute, broken only by the faint imagined sound of a tiny faux pearl button pressing into the flesh of a damned man's palm. The days bled into a gray monotony. He moved from one anonymous room to another, a sleepwalker going through the motions of life. He ate without tasting, slept without dreaming. The button lived in his pocket, a smooth, warm talisman. He would take it out sometimes, rolling it between his thumb and forefinger, the motion a silent, desperate prayer to a god he didn't believe in. He found work where he could, always cash, always temporary. A night watchman at a storage facility, a dishwasher in a roadside diner. The work was mindless, and that was the point. It filled the hours without filling his head, but his head was never empty. It was a theater where the same play was performed on a loop. Aspen's face in the motel room, the betrayal in her fading eyes, the crunch of gravel under the tires as they fled the hangar, the weight of the duffel bag Garrett, the smell of her perfume, a faint floral scent he'd noticed only once in his office, that now haunted him like a half-remembered song. One evening, while wiping down tables long after the dinner rush had ended, He saw a familiar face on the small television mounted behind the counter. It was Garrison. The man was thinner, his hair now a distinguished silver, but the flat, dark eyes were the same. He was walking into a courthouse, arm in arm with his lawyer, a faint, composed smile on his face. The chyron at the bottom of the screen read, "Notorious businessman acquitted on all charges." Jeremy stopped, the damp rag frozen in his hand. He felt nothing. No surprise, no rage. It was an inevitability, like a tide receding. The system had performed its function, absorbing Garrison's fiction and spitting out the required verdict. The world had moved on, the narrative complete. The hero, Jeremy Mills, was safe in witness protection. The villain, Emil Garrison, was a free man, his empire legally sanitized. It was all so neat. He finished his shift, the tiredness in his bones now a permanent resident. He drove back to his current room, a studio apartment above a garage. The silence there was different. It was no longer just empty. It was complicit. It agreed with the verdict. It told him that his struggle, his guilt, his very existence were irrelevant. He took the button from his pocket and placed it on the small Formica table. He stared at it, this last stubborn piece of truth in a world built on lies. And for the first time, he asked it a question. Not why he kept it, or what it meant, but a simpler, more terrifying question. What now? The answer did not come in words. It came as a memory, not of Aspen's death, but of her life. The fierce, desperate hope in her voice when she had first come to him. The determination in her eyes when she had faced down Garrison in the hangar. She had fought with every fiber of her being for a chance, and he had extinguished that chance. He picked up the button. His hand did not tremble. The frantic energy that had driven him for months had finally burned out, leaving behind a cold, clear resolve. He could not bring her back. He could not undo what he had done. He could not even reclaim his own name. But he was the sole keeper of the truth. And the truth, no matter how small, no matter how buried, was a weapon. He didn't know where he would go, or what he would do. He only knew that the running was over. The ghost had to find a voice. He put the button back in his pocket. Its familiar weight now a different kind of anchor. It was no longer a chain tethering him to the past. It was a compass, pointing toward a future he could not yet see. A single, silent promise in the dark that the story was not, after all, finished. He left before dawn, the car swallowing the miles under a sky that slowly bled from black to a deep, bruised purple. He wasn't running from something now, but toward something, a destination that was still formless. The compass in his pocket pointed true, but the map was blank. He drove for 2 days, his mind a whirlpool of half-formed plans and discarded scenarios. Going to the media was useless. They would believe the official story, the neat narrative of the trial. Going to police was a death sentence. He had no evidence, just a story and a button. On the 3rd day, he found himself parked across the street from a small, well-kept house in a suburb he had never visited. He had looked up the address weeks ago, in a moment of morbid curiosity, and had seared it into his memory. Aspen's mother lived here. He watched the house for an hour, seeing a light go on in the kitchen, a shadow moving behind the curtains. A life forever altered by his actions. What would he even say? That he was the man who killed her daughter. That he was sorry? That her daughter hadn't died in a crossfire, but had been coldly, deliberately erased. It would be a cruelty, not a kindness. He was a deliverer of poison, and he had no antidote to offer. He was about to drive away when the front door opened. A woman emerged, not Aspen's mother, but a younger woman with the same blonde hair, holding the hand of a small boy. Aspen's sister and her nephew. The boy laughed, a bright, clear sound that carried across the quiet street. and pointed at a bird in a tree. Jeremy watched them, his breath caught in his throat. This was what he had helped destroy. Not just a life, but the web of lives connected to it. The woman looked up, her gaze sweeping the street, and for a terrifying second, her eyes seemed to lock with his through the windshield. He slumped down in his seat, his heart hammering. When he dared to look again, she was walking toward a car, buckling the boy into his seat. He started his engine and drove away. The image of the laughing boy burned onto his mind. He understood now. The truth wasn't a weapon to be fired. It was a seed. It had to be planted in the right soil, and it had to be nurtured. It required more than just his word. It required proof. The kind of proof that could topple a carefully constructed lie. He checked into another motel, but this time he didn't just lie on the bed. He bought a notebook and a pen. He began to write. He wrote down everything. Dates, times, names, the specific cut of the hole in the fence, the brand of whiskey he had poured for her, the pattern on the motel room bedspread, the exact shade of blue in the sailboat painting. He wrote it about the feel of the duffel bag, the sound of the sirens, the weight of the button in his hand. He documented his entire fabricated history with Garrison, the debts, the threats, the precise nature of his deal. It was a confession, a testament. It was the story of Jeremy Mills, the real one. He wrote for hours, until his hand cramped and the sun went down. When he was finished, he sealed the notebook in a large manila envelope. He didn't address it. He just held it, this fragile paper heart containing his damnation and his only hope for redemption. He knew what he had to do next. He had to go back to the beginning. He had to find the one thing that could corroborate his story, the one piece of evidence that Garrison's people would have overlooked because it was worthless. He had to find the other button. He drove through the night, the empty highway, a black ribbon under his tires. The hangar was a risk, a place surely watched, but it was the only place that made sense. They had torn her clothes, the uniform. In their frantic run, the other button could have come off anywhere, but his mind kept returning to the moment they had scrambled through the service door, her back scraping against the frame. He remembered a faint, sharp sound, like a pebble hitting concrete, lost in the panic. He parked a mile away in the skeletal remains of an old industrial park, and walked the rest through scrubland and ditches, the cool night air biting through his jacket. The hangar stood as he remembered it, a hulking silhouette against the star-dusted sky. There were no cars, no lights, no sign of life. It was a tomb. He found the service door, its lock still broken from their escape. He slipped inside, the vast, dark space swallowing him whole. The air was thick with the ghosts of jet fuel and dust. He used the small, discreet flashlight he carried, its beam a fragile wand sweeping across the concrete floor. He started at the door and worked his way back, tracing the path they had taken in his mind. He moved slowly, his eyes scanning for a tiny, milky disk among the grime and oil stains. He searched for an hour, then two, the hope that had driven him here beginning to curdle into a familiar despair. It was a fool's errand. It was gone, swept away. Or more likely, it had never fallen here at all. He was about to give up when the beam of his light caught a faint gleam near the base of a metal shelving unit, tucked into a crack where the floor met the wall. His breath hitched. He knelt, his knees protesting against the cold concrete, and carefully pried it loose with his fingernails. It was a button, identical to the one in his pocket. A perfect, matching pair. He held them side by side in his palm, the two small pieces of plastic forming a complete, silent story. It was nothing, and it was everything. It was a thread, a connection that Garrison's narrative could not account for. Alone, his notebook was the ravings of a madman. With this, it was a piece of evidence. A tiny physical anomaly that could, in the right hands, unravel a seam. He didn't know whose hands those were, but he knew he had to find them. He slipped both buttons into the sewn-shut pocket and left the hangar as silently as he had come. The first light of dawn was smudging the horizon as he reached his car. He didn't look back. He had what he came for. The ghost had found a voice, and now it needed a messenger. He started the engine and turned away from the past, driving not toward absolution, but toward the long, difficult work of truth. The car felt different on the road now. It was no longer a shell for a fugitive, but a vessel for a purpose, however fragile. He drove until he found a large city, a place of noise and chaos where a single man could be invisible for the right reasons. He rented a room not in a flop house, but in a quiet, forgettable motor lodge on the outskirts, paying for a month in advance. This was his base, not his hiding place. The first step was the envelope. He spent a day rewriting his confession, making it cleaner, more factual, less like the anguished scrawl of a guilty man, and more like the dry report of a witness. He included a detailed description of the two buttons and their provenance. Then he went to a public library and used a computer to research. He bypassed the obvious names, the big newspapers and national news channels. They were too visible, too easily influenced or compromised. He looked for smaller, independent outlets with a reputation for dogged investigation. He found one, a digital publication run by a team of journalists who had broken a significant political corruption case the previous year. Their editor-in-chief, a woman named Anya Sharma, had a sharp, uncompromising face in her profile picture, and a history of chasing stories others abandoned. He printed a single sheet of paper. It read, "Emil Garrison was not acquitted. He staged his own prosecution." He started from the beginning, from the first time Garrison had walked into his office, and he didn't stop until he reached the moment in the flop house when he decided to stop running. He spoke in a flat, exhausted monotone, the words he had rehearsed in his mind finally given air. He showed her the two buttons resting in his palm. When he finished, the only sound was the distant hum of traffic on the bridge. Anya Sharma was silent for a long time, staring at the buttons as if they were ancient runes. "It's a hell of a story," she said finally. "But it's just a story. A notebook and two buttons." A jury believed the recorded conversations, the financial records, which were forgeries, he said. "Part of the script. My notebook has details only the real Jeremy Mills would know. Inconsistencies in the official witness testimony. The buttons place me at the scene with Aspen Reed. They are a physical fact that the official story cannot explain." She looked at him, and for the first time, he saw a flicker of something in her eyes that wasn't just professional curiosity. It was a dawning, grim understanding. "You know what you're asking," she said. "If I publish this, Garrison will bury me in lawsuits. He'll send people. He'll try to destroy me and my publication." "I know," he said. "And you'll be at the center of it. They will come for you. For real this time." He looked down at the buttons in his hand. "They've been coming for me for a long time," he said. "I'm just finally turning around to face them." Anya Sharma took a deep breath and let it out slowly. She looked from his face to the buttons and back again. "All right, Mr. Mills," she said. "Let's go get your notebook." The notebook felt heavier than it should have when he handed it to her in his motel room. She didn't open it immediately, just held it, weighing its significance. "I'll need to verify everything," she said, her tone all business now. "The details about the hangar, the motel, the financial arrangements. I have a forensic accountant I trust, and a source who can look at the official trial evidence with a fresh eye." "Be careful," he said, the words feeling inadequate. "I'm always careful," she replied, tucking the notebook into her own bag. "That's why I'm still in business. I'll be in touch. Don't use this phone for anything else. Don't go out unless you have to." After she left, the silence in the room was profound. He had handed over his story, his guilt, his only leverage, He was a shell again, but this time he was waiting, not running. Days passed. He stayed in the room, eating takeout, watching the news with the sound off, waiting for a sign. He saw Garrison once, giving a speech at a charity gala, his public image now one of a vindicated philanthropist. The sight no longer filled Jeremy with rage, only a cold, patient certainty. On the 5th day, the phone rang. It was Anya. Her voice was tight, controlled. "We need to talk. In person." The usual precautions. He drove to a different location this time, a vast, multi-level parking garage. He parked on the 3rd floor and waited. Her car pulled in beside him 10 minutes later. She got into his passenger seat, her face pale. "It's worse than you thought," she said without preamble. "My accountant found it. A shadow fund. A river of money flowing through a series of shell corporations. It wasn't just about avoiding prosecution for Aspen's death. The whole trial was a financial instrument. Garrison used the certainty of his acquittal to make a series of massive illegal bets on his own company's stock. He made hundreds of millions. The legal victory was just the public faith." Jeremy stared at her, the new information slotting into place with a sickening click. It had never been just about survival. It was about profit. Aspen had died. He had been destroyed. All to facilitate a business transaction. "There's more," Anya continued, her voice dropping. "My contact inside the courthouse. Someone accessed the evidence locker. The uniform Aspen was wearing the night she died. It was logged into evidence during the initial investigation, before the whole case was twisted into the fiction of your deal. It's gone now, missing." "The buttons," Jeremy whispered. "The buttons," she confirmed. "They're a cleaning house. They know there's a loose thread. They must have realized one was missing from the uniform after the fact. They're tying it off." She looked at him, her eyes deadly serious. "They know, Jeremy. They know you're not just a ghost in the machine. They know you have something, and they're actively looking for you. My source said there are people asking questions, showing your old picture around. They're not cops." The familiar cold dread began to seep back into his veins, but he fought it down. This was what he had chosen. "What do we do? We publish. Now. We have the notebook, the buttons, the financial analysis. It's not a full case for a court of law, but it's enough for the count of public opinion. It will force an investigation that Garrison can't control. But you understand, the moment it goes live, your location won't be a secret." He nodded, looking out through the dirty windshield at the concrete pillars of the garage. He thought of the laughing boy, Aspen's nephew. He thought of the composed smile on Garrison's face on the courthouse steps. "Do it," he said. Anya put a hand on his arm, a brief, surprising gesture. "Come with me. I have a safe place." He shook his head. "No, if they're watching you, they'll follow you. I'll be my own decoy. I have one more thing I need to do." She didn't ask what it was. She simply handed him a new, clean phone. "Keep this on. I'll send you a link when it's up." She got out of the car and drove away, the sound of her engine echoing through the cavernous space. Jeremy sat for a long time, the new phone cold in his hand. He knew where he had to go. It was the final piece, the one place that connected the old Jeremy Mills to the new one. He started the car and pulled out of the garage, heading toward the last known address of his own father. A man who had disowned his disappointing son years ago. A man who would have read about his son's cowardice and betrayal in the papers and believed every word. He was the one person no one would think to watch. It was a long shot, a desperate move, but it was the only move he had left. The ghost was ready for his final act. The house was smaller than he remembered, the paint peeling around the windows. He parked 2 blocks away and approached on foot, the weight of the 2 buttons a constant reminder in his pocket. He hadn't spoken to his father in over a decade. The last time, the old man had told him he was a failure, a man who took the easy path. He had been right. He knocked, the sound too loud in the quiet afternoon. For a moment, there was nothing. Then the door creaked open a few inches, stopped by a security chain. His father's face, older and more lined but with the same flinty eyes, appeared in the gap. Those eyes widened in recognition, then hardened into something cold and unyielding. "You." The word was a statement of pure contempt. "I need your help," Jeremy said, his voice rough. "You need to leave. I have nothing to say to you. I read what you did." His father began to close the door. "It wasn't me," Jeremy said, the words rushing out. "The man on the news, the one who testified, that wasn't me. It was a lie, all of it." His father paused, the door still barely ajar. He studied Jeremy's face, his gaze lingering on the new lines of stress and exhaustion, the haunted look in his eyes that no performance could fake. "Prove it." Jeremy reached into his pocket and pulled out the 2 buttons. He held them up in the palm of his hand. "This is all I have. They're from the jacket of the woman who was killed. I was there. I tried to help her. Garrison framed me for her death to save himself. Worse." For a long moment, his father was silent, his eyes fixed on the 2 small pieces of plastic. Jeremy could see the calculations happening behind his eyes, the weighing of a lifetime of disappointment against the raw, desperate truth standing on his porch. The chain rattled and the door swung open. "Get inside," his father said, his voice low, "before someone sees you." The house smelled of old books and coffee. It was exactly as he remembered. His father didn't offer him a seat. "What kind of trouble are you in?" "The worst kind. I gave my story to a journalist. It's going to be published soon. When it is, they'll come for me." "And you came here." It wasn't a question. It was an acknowledgement of the sheer, staggering risk. "You're the only person they wouldn't connect to me." His father gave a short, bitter laugh. "True enough." He looked at Jeremy, a long, appraising look. "You look like your mother right now." She had that same stubborn set to her jaw when she knew she was right. Jeremy didn't know what to say. The mention of his mother, long gone, was a ghost in the room. His father sighed, a sound of weary resignation. "There's a room in the basement. It's where I keep my old tools. No one goes down there. You can stay there until this blows over, or until they find you. But you're not bringing your war into my house. You understand? You stay down there, you stay quiet." It was more than Jeremy had dared hope for. "Thank you." "Don't thank me," his father grunted, turning away. "I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for her. She'd never forgive me if I turned you away." He led Jeremy down the creaking stairs into the damp, dim basement. It was crowded with boxes and old furniture shrouded in sheets. His father pointed to a cot in the corner. "There. The bathroom's upstairs. Use it when I tell you to." He turned to go back up, then stopped, his hand on the railing. "For what it's worth," he said without looking back, "I always knew you were a liar. I just never thought you were a coward." Then he was gone, closing the door at the top of the stairs and plunging Jeremy into near darkness. He sat on the cot, the springs groaning in protest. He took out the new phone Anya had given him. The screen was blank. He was in the belly of the whale, waiting for a sign from a world that was about to be torn apart by the truth he had set loose. He closed his eyes and waited, the 2 buttons clenched tightly in his fist, a silent prayer for the storm to finally break. Story 3. The first thing Dexter noticed was the silence. It was a thick, woolen thing, stuffing the air in the hallway of the Aragon apartments until it was deafening. The second thing he noticed was the door to 3B. It was wrong. The door itself was standard issue, painted a dull municipal green, but the brass number 3 was positioned a good 2 inches higher than the B, as if it had been reattached in a hurry by someone with a poor eye for alignment. A small thing, a nothing thing. But in his line of work, the nothing things were usually the everything things. He didn't knock. He turned the cold, tarnished knob, and the door swung inward without a sound. The latch bolt sheared clean off its housing. The silence from the hallway poured in after him, but inside the apartment, it curdled into something else. The air was cold and carried the faint, sweet metallic scent of old blood, a smell that clung to the back of the throat like a confession. The living room was a study in muted tones, a gray sofa, beige walls, a television screen dark and dead, but the proportions of the room felt stretched. The ceiling too low, the far wall too distant, as if he were looking at it through the wrong end of a telescope. A single armchair was pulled out from the wall at an angle that suggested a sudden, violent departure. On the floor beside it, a dark stain had bloomed on the taupe carpet, its edges already hardening into a rust-colored crust. He found the super in the basement, a man named Leo with hands like worn leather and eyes that held no light. He was polishing a set of wrenches, laying each one out on a stained cloth with a funereal reverence. He didn't look up as Dexter approached. "Apartment 3B, Dexter said, his voice flat, a tool for prying things loose. Leo's polishing didn't falter. Rented to a John Smith. Paid cash for 2 months. Quiet. You have any visitors? A girl. Young. Skittish. Like a bird that's flown into a window and doesn't know which way is out." Finally, Leo looked up, his gaze landing on Dexter like a weight. "She was here last night. Left in a hurry. What did she look like?" "Blonde hair, not from a bottle. Real gold. Blue eyes wide with too much seeing. She had a bag. One of those big cloth things. Looked heavy." He returned to his wrenches, the soft scrape of cloth on steel the only sound. "You didn't hear it from me. I don't want any more trouble than what's already seeped into the floorboards." Dexter spent the rest of the day in the stale coffee and older smoke of his office. The case was a simple skip trace. A husband who had evaporated with a company's pension fund. But the image of the misaligned numbers and the girl with the heavy bag kept intruding. It was none of his business. He had a rule about that. The world was full of open doors leading to dark rooms, and a man who made a habit of walking through them was a man who would eventually find one that locked behind him. The lock gave way that evening. He was halfway through a glass of bourbon that tasted like regret when his door opened without a knock. It was the girl from Leo's description. The gold hair was tangled, and the wide blue eyes were fractured with a panic so pure, it was almost beautiful. She wore a trench coat too big for her, the collar turned up, and she clutched that same large canvas bag to her chest like a shield. "You're Dexter," she said, her voice a thin, reedy thing. "They said you were honest." "They lied," he said, not moving from his chair. "Who's looking for you?" "Everyone." She stepped inside, closing the door and leaning against it as if to hold back the entire city. "My name is Kathy. I need you to hide this." She thrust the bag toward him. It was heavy, solid. "Don't open it. Just keep it. If I'm not back in 48 hours, take it to the police. To Detective Miller, only him. I'm not a safety deposit box. Please." The word was a broken thing. "They killed Ben, the man in 3B. They'll kill me. They'll kill you if they know you have it." She looked at him, and in her eyes he saw the reflection of that dark stain on the carpet, and he knew with a cold certainty that his quiet night was over. "His name is Emmett. He's not a man, he's a system. And this," she shook the bag, "is a wrench." Then she was gone, the door clicking shut, leaving behind the ghost of her fear and the weight of the bag in his hands. He sat for a long time, the bourbon forgotten. He could leave it, drop the bag at the precinct for this Miller and walk away. He had his rules. But a wrench in a system, the phrase echoed. He unzipped a bag. Inside, nestled in a bed of crumpled newspaper, was a solid bronze lion, about a foot tall, its mane a intricate swirling mass of curls, its mouth open in a silent roar. It was cold and heavy, a piece of art maybe, or a trophy, and wrapped around its base, secured with a thick rubber band, was a small, black, leather-bound notebook. He opened it. The pages were filled with columns of numbers, dates, and initials. It was a ledger, but not for money. The entries were things like delivery, K package secured, and acquisition, B disposal required. The initials were codes. The dates went back years. On the last page, a single line was written in a different, sharper hand. The hounds are loose. The gate must be secured. Ye. He poured another bourbon, the ice cracking the silence. A wrench? A system? A man named Emmett. He thought of the wrongness of the door, the silence in the hall, the fear in the girl's eyes. He broke his own rule. He decided to make it his business. The search for Kathy led him through a city that seemed to grow more distorted the deeper he went. He started with the name Ben, the man from 3BB. He was a photographer, a quiet man who specialized in society weddings and corporate events. A man who knew how to be invisible, how to capture moments without being seen. The perfect person to see the wrong thing. A contact in the DMV gave him an old address for a Kathleen Walsh. The building was a crumbling brownstone in a part of town where the streetlights flickered like a failing heartbeat. Her apartment was on the 3rd floor. The door was ajar, splintered around the lock. Inside, the place had been turned over with a professional, thorough violence. Drawers were emptied, cushions slashed, their white stuffing bleeding out onto the floor. In the bedroom, a small framed photograph lay face down, the glass shattered. It was a picture of Kathy, younger, smiling, her arm linked with a stunning, dark-haired woman with eyes like chips of obsidian, and a smile that promised nothing good. He found the dark-haired woman at a club called the Velvet Dawn, a place that smelled of expensive perfume, spilled gin, and desperation. Her name was Bella. She was sitting in a booth in the back, a queen holding court in a den of shadows. She wore a dress the color of a fresh bruise, and she watched him approach with a lazy, predatory amusement. "I'm looking for Kathy," Dexter said, sliding into the booth opposite her. "Aren't we all?" Bella replied, her voice a low, smoky purr. She stirred her drink with a long, red fingernail. "She has a habit of making herself scarce when things get messy. Things got messy for a man named Ben. He's dead." Her smile didn't waver, but something cold shifted behind her eyes. Ben was a sweet boy, a little careless with his camera. He took pictures of things he wasn't supposed to see. What things? Parties. The kind where powerful men go to feel powerless. She leaned forward, the scent of her perfume enveloping him, a cloying mix of night-blooming jasmine and something sharper, chemical. Kathy was there. She was part of the entertainment. But she got greedy. She and Ben, they thought they could cash in. They took something that didn't belong to them. The lion. Bella's painted lips curved. "The lion is just a paperweight. It's what's written in its little book that has certain people agitated. You should give it to me. I can make the agitation go away. For you at least. And for Kathy? Kathy made her choices." She sat back, her dismissal final. "You're a small-time player, Mr. Dexter. This is a big-time game. Walk away before you get hurt." He didn't walk away. The meeting with Bella was like a key turning in a lock, opening a door into a wider, darker corridor. The next lead was a name from the ledger, a man named Vinny, who worked out of a warehouse down by the docks. The air there was thick with the smell of salt, rust, and dead fish. Dexter found Vinny in a grimy office, a hulking man with a flat face and knuckles that had been broken and reset too many times. Two other men flanked him, their expressions blank and professional. "Bella sent you," Vinny stated. It wasn't a question. "I'm looking for the girl. The girl is a problem. The book is the problem. You are becoming a problem." Vinny nodded to one of his men. The man stepped forward, a tire iron appearing in his hand as if by magic. The fight was short, brutal, and efficient. It was not a brawl, but a dissection. Dexter moved with an economy of motion that was years in the making. A block, a twist, the sharp crack of a wrist breaking. The tire iron clattered to the concrete. The second man pulled a knife, its blade catching the weak light. Dexter sidestepped the lunge, grabbed the man's arm, and drove him face first into the edge of the metal desk. He went down and did not get up. Vinny was just reaching for his desk drawer when Dexter was on him, his forearm pressed against the man's thick throat, cutting off his air. "Emmett," Dexter said, his voice calm, almost conversational. "Where do I find him?" Vinny's face turned purple. He clawed at Dexter's arm. "Don't know. A name," he gasped. "The auctions. He runs the auctions." "What auctions?" "The hounds." Vinny's eyes were bulging. "They're the buyers." Dexter released him. Vinny collapsed, sucking in ragged breaths. "The hounds are loose," Dexter murmured, remembering the ledger. "What gate are they guarding, Vinny?" But Vinny just shook his head, a genuine terror in his eyes, now that had nothing to do with Dexter. "You don't understand. He's not a person. He's a ghost in the machine. You can't fight him." Detective Miller was a tired man in a tired suit, his office a monument to bureaucratic stagnation. He listened to Dexter's sanitized version of events with a skeptical weariness. "Kathy Walsh is a known quantity, Dexter. Small-time grifter mixed up with bad people. This Ben Fowler, his death is being investigated as a robbery gone wrong. You're chasing shadows. Shadows with names like Emmett and the Hounds. Shadows that run auctions." Miller's expression tightened. "Where did you hear those names?" "So you know them." "I know rumors. Stories cops tell each other when we've had too much to drink. There's no evidence. No body. Emmett is a myth. A spook story for the organized crime unit. As for the hounds, if they're real, they're so far above your pay grade, you couldn't even see them with a telescope." He leaned forward, his voice dropping. "Listen to me. Drop this. You found the girl's stash, the bronze thing? Bring it to me. Let me file it into evidence where it can't hurt anyone. This is not a case for a private citizen. This is quicksand." But Dexter was already sinking. That night, his office was broken into. It was not a search like Kathy's apartment. It was a message. His files were left untouched. His liquor cabinet was unopened. Only one thing was different. Someone had taken the bronze lion from his desk and placed it neatly in the center of the floor. And they had positioned his best chair directly in front of it, as if for a private viewing. The message was clear. "We can get to anything you have. We can get to you." He was cleaning up the psychic debris of the violation when the phone rang. It was Kathy. Her voice was a thin wire of static and fear. "They have Bella," she whispered. "They made her call me. They know we were together. They want the ledger. They said to bring it to the old Grantham foundry. Tonight. Or they'll send her back to me in pieces. It's a trap, Kathy. I know." The wire snapped, her voice rising into a sob. "But I can't leave her. She's all I have left. Meet me there. Please, you have the book. It's the only thing they want." The Grantham foundry was a skeleton of rust and brick, a dead place on the industrial outskirts of the city. The moon was a sliver of bone in a sky the color of a fresh bruise. Dexter stood in the shadows of a crumbling loading bay, the cold of the metal seeping through his coat. He could smell the ghost of old fires and the sharp, coppery tang of impending violence. He saw Kathy then, a pale flicker in the darkness, moving toward the main foundry floor. He followed, his footsteps silent on the gritty concrete. The vast space inside was a cathedral of industry, with towering, silent furnaces and catwalks weaving through the darkness high above. Kathy was standing in a pool of faint light cast by a single dangling bulb, and beside her, held tightly by a man with a face like granite, was Bella. Her bruise-colored dress was torn, and one eye was swollen shut, but she was still smiling her terrible, beautiful smile. "Hey came Kathy," Bella said, her voice raspy. "I told you the noble knight." From the shadows, men emerged. 4 of them. They were not thugs like Vinny's crew. These men moved with a quiet, coordinated precision. They were professionals. The hounds. They fanned out, surrounding them. Then, a 5th figure stepped into the light. He was of average height, dressed in an impeccably tailored overcoat. His face was unremarkable, the kind you would forget moments after seeing it. But his eyes were ancient and calm, holding a void where a soul should have been. "Mr. Dexter," the man said. His voice was soft, pleasant. "I am Emmett. You have something of mine." "The girl goes free," Dexter said. "Both of them. Then you get your book." Emmett smiled, a small, bloodless movement. "You misunderstand the nature of the transaction." He nodded to the man holding Bella. The man released her. Bella stumbled forward, rubbing her arm. She didn't go to Kathy. She walked straight to Emmett's side and turned to face them. The betrayal was a physical blow, colder than the foundry air. Kathy made a small, wounded sound. "Oh, Kathy," Bella said, her voice dripping with a pity that was crueler than any insult. "You always were so desperate to be loved. It made you so very easy to hurt." Emmett looked at Dexter. "The ledger, please. It is the key to a rather delicate operation. A series of auctions, you see. Not for art or jewels. For influence. For policy. For the future of this city. My clients, the hounds, pay a great deal to ensure the right people are in the right places, to ensure certain laws are passed and others are forgotten. Ben was a courier. He got ambitious. Kathy was the bait to lure in someone with enough credibility to be believed, but enough isolation to be discredited. A private investigator, plagued by rumors of violence and a broken moral compass, who concocts a wild conspiracy theory to cover for his own extortion plot. It's a tidy narrative. Eesh. Dexter looked at Kathy. Her face was a mask of utter devastation. She had been a pawn from the very beginning. Her fear and her friendship weaponized against him. "The police have copies," Dexter lied, his voice steady. "Detective Miller is on my payroll," Emmett said mildly. "It has been for years. There are no copies. Only the original, with its specific handwriting and paper stock, matters to my clients. Now the book." One of the hounds raised a gun, its barrel a black O aimed at Kathy's head. This was the moment the world narrowed to a single, sharp point. There was no grand plan, only instinct forged in 100 dark alleys. Dexter didn't go for his own gun. He moved toward Kathy, not to save her, but to use her as a pivot. He shoved her hard to the left into the path of the gunman, a human shield of betrayal. As the man hesitated for a split second, Dexter dropped into a crouch, his hand closing around a loose, heavy length of iron rebar lying in the dust. The first shot was deafening in the cavernous space. It went wide, sparking off a metal gantry. Then chaos, beautiful and terrible, was unleashed. Dexter moved like a storm. He was not a man, but a principle of violence. The rebar in his hand was an extension of his will. He swung it in a short, brutal arc, catching the first hound in the knee. The sound of shattering bone was a dry crack. The man screamed. Dexter used the momentum, spinning, driving the end of the bar into the throat of the second. He fell, gagging. Another shot. This one burned a line of fire across Dexter's ribs. He grunted, the pain a bright, clarifying light. He saw Emmett, still calm, beginning to back away toward a dark archway. Bell was already gone, vanished into the shadows. The remaining two hounds were advancing, their guns steady. Dexter charged the furnace. It was a cold, dead monster, but its control panel was old, its main valve a large, rusty wheel. He slammed the rebar into the glass and metal of the panel. Sparks flew, cascading over him like angry fireflies. He ignored the bullets whipping past his head, heaving the rebar into the valve wheel. It groaned, gave, and spun. A deep, shuddering rumble started from within the bowels of the furnace. A hiss of escaping gas filled the air, sharp and chemical. The hounds paused, uncertain. Then, with a whoosh that sucked the air from the room, the residual coal dust in the chamber ignited. The explosion was not of fire, but of force and sound. A wall of hot, concussive air threw Dexter backward. He landed hard, his head ringing, the world a blur of smoke and screaming metal. Through the haze, he saw one of the hounds engulfed in a sudden gout of flame. The other was crushed under a falling section of catwalk. He saw Emmett, halfway through the archway, turn for one last look. Their eyes met across the burning, collapsing foundry. There was no anger in Emmett's gaze, only a mild professional disappointment. Then he was gone. Dexter crawled through the wreckage. He found Kathy lying near the shattered furnace, a piece of shrapnel buried deep in her chest. Her gold hair was fanned out around her, already dark with blood. Her blue eyes were open, fixed on the soaring, burning roof. He knelt beside her. "I'm sorry," she whispered, a bubble of blood forming on her lips. "I just wanted to be important." "You were," he said, and it was not a lie. She had been the spark. She died then, her eyes still wide, forever seeing the wrong thing. The aftermath was a predictable pattern of investigation and interrogation. The official story, curated by Detective Miller, was a gas leak. A tragic accident. The bodies found were unidentified transients. There was no mention of Emmett, of the hounds, of auctions. The bronze lion and its ledger had vanished from the scene. Dexter gave his statement, a careful fiction that matched the official narrative. He was a victim of circumstance, a man in the wrong place at the wrong time. They had to let him go. He returned to his office. He cleaned the blood from his floor, fixed the lock on his door, and poured a glass of bourbon. The city outside his window looked the same, its lights glittering like a bed of cold jewels. But he saw it differently now. He saw the hidden architecture, the wires and pulleys behind the scenery. Emmett was still out there. The system was still in place. The hounds were still feeding. He sat in the dark. The taste of smoke and blood and betrayal, a permanent film on his tongue. The case was closed, but the investigation was not over. It would never be over. It had become a part of him, a quiet, obsessive rhythm in his blood, a ritual of watching and waiting for the next wrong thing, the next misaligned number on a door, the next whisper of a system that needed a wrench. He would be ready. The city hummed its silent and different song, and Dexter listened, a man alone in a room that felt to him just slightly off. The silence in his office was no longer empty. It was now a listening silence, a charged void waiting for a signal. He finished the bourbon, the warmth doing nothing to dispel the cold that had settled in his bones. He thought of Kathy's final, staring eyes, of Emmett's placid disappointment, of Bella's cruel smile. They were all pieces of a machine he had only glimpsed, a machine that ground people into dust to keep its gears turning. He needed a new angle. The ledger was gone, but its contents were not entirely lost to him. He had held it, flipped through its pages. He had seen names, dates, amounts. He had a good memory for details he wasn't supposed to see. He went to his desk, pulled out a fresh sheet of paper and began to write. He didn't write down the names. Names were dangerous, traceable. Instead, he wrote down patterns. A series of dates, all falling on the first Tuesday of the month. A recurring amount, always 5 figures, always ending in $0. A list of commodities that were not commodities. Zoning variants. District 7. Port Authority oversight. Judicial appointment. 3rd Circuit. It was a skeleton of the ledger. A ghost of the original. But it was a start. The auctions were not for goods, but for governance. The hounds were not just buyers, they were architects. And Emmett was their foreman. His first move was to watch Miller. The detective was the known link, the corroded pipe connecting the clean world to the dirty one. For 3 days, Dexter followed him. He watched him leave his tidy suburban house, drive to the precinct, work his shifts, and stop at the same dreary bar for 2 beers before heading home. It was the picture of a mundane life, a perfect cover for a man selling his soul by increments. On the 4th day, Miller broke his routine. Instead of the bar, he drove to the city's botanical gardens, a sprawling, verdant place that was nearly empty on a cool weekday afternoon. Dexter watched from a distance as Miller sat on a bench beside a koi pond. A few minutes later, a woman joined him. She was dressed in a stylish, conservative suit, her hair a perfect silver helmet. Dexter recognized her from the society pages. Eleanor Vance, a city councilwoman known for her tough on crime stance and her extensive fundraising network. They did not speak. They did not look at each other. Miller simply placed a folded newspaper on the bench between them and stood, walking away as if he had simply been resting. A moment later, Eleanor Vance picked up the paper, extracted a small, thick envelope from within its folds, and placed it in her purse. The entire transaction took less than 15 seconds. It was clean, professional, and utterly damning. This was the mechanism. Miller wasn't just on the payroll. He was an active distributor, a courier for Emmett's bribes. Dexter felt a grim satisfaction. He had found a loose thread. He could pull it, try to unravel Miller, but that would be noisy. It would bring the whole apparatus down on him. He needed to be a ghost, like Emmett. He needed to operate inside the machine. He turned his attention to the other pattern from his notes, the first Tuesday of the month. The next one was in 9 days. The location was the variable he didn't have. The Grantham Foundry had been a one-time trap, not the regular venue. He thought of the kind of place Emmett would use. Somewhere with privacy, with multiple exits, with an air of legitimacy. A place where powerful, wealthy people could come and go without notice. He spent the next week living in the city's underbelly, listening to the whispers that circulated in the spaces normal people avoided. He talked to bartenders who served bitter men with expensive watches, to garage attendants who parked cars they could never afford, to cleaners who serviced offices high in glass towers. He asked no direct questions, just made oblique comments. Let the silence do the work. He learned of a private club called the Aegis, housed in a nondescript building in the financial district. Membership was by invitation only, and its sole advertised purpose was professional networking. The rumor was that, on certain nights, the networking involved briefcases of cash and the futures of entire city blocks. The night of the first Tuesday, Dexter was across the street, shrouded in the shadows of a delivery alley. He watched the building. Black sedans and discreet town cars pulled into an underground garage. He saw men and a few women, all dressed in a uniform of wealth and power, glide inside. He saw Miller arrive, not in his own car, But in a chauffeured Lincoln, he was not the main event. He was just a cog, probably there for security, or to facilitate a specific handoff. Then he saw the confirmation. A figure emerged from a car alone, his unremarkable face illuminated for a moment by the interior light. Emmett. Dot. He straightened his overcoat and walked inside without a backward glance. The door to the Aegis closed behind him, a seamless part of the wall. Dexter didn't try to follow. He knew he wouldn't get past the door. Instead, he committed the scene to memory. The rhythm of the arrivals, the type of security at the garage entrance, the blank, impregnable face of the building. This was the heart of it, the place where the city was sold off piece by piece. He couldn't break in, not yet, but he could watch. He could learn. He could wait for a crack to appear. He turned and walked back into the darkness, the image of that closing door burning in his mind. He had found the gate. Now he just had to learn how to break it open. The game was far from over. It had just entered a new, more silent phase. He was no longer just looking for a missing girl or a stolen book. He was hunting the system itself. And he was a patient man. The crack appeared 2 weeks later, in the form of a nervous man in a cheap suit who lingered outside Dexter's office building for 3 consecutive mornings. On the 4th day, Dexter intercepted him in the lobby, steering him by the elbow into a nearby diner. The man's name was Phil. He was a mid-level accountant for the city's transit authority, and he had the twitchy, sleep-deprived look of a man being eaten from the inside. "They're going to shut down the 7th Street line," Phil said, stirring his coffee into a muddy swirl. "My job is to make the numbers justify it. But the numbers don't. The numbers say it's one of our most profitable routes." He looked up, his eyes pleading. "I saw you watching the Aegis. I've seen you around. I know what you're doing." "What am I doing?" Dexter asked, his voice flat. "Poking the hornet's nest," Phil whispered. "The line shut down. It's not about money. It's about a developer who's a major client of them. He wants the land the tracks are on. If the line is deemed unprofitable, the sale goes through at a fraction of its value. It's in the ledger. I've seen an entry. Transit, 7th Street divestment. It's happening at the next auction. It's happening at the next auction." Dexter sipped his own coffee. This was it. A specific, verifiable crime with a paper trail he could follow outside of Emmett's secret books. "You have proof? The official reports you're being told to falsify?" Phil nodded, a frantic little bob of his head. "I have copies. The real numbers and the fake ones. I can get you everything." "Why?" Dexter asked. "Why risk it?" Phil's face crumpled. "My mother. She lives on that line. It's her only connection to her doctor, to the grocery store. Taking it away, it's a death sentence for her. I just can't be the one who signs the paper. It was a human reason, a fragile reason, the kind that got people killed. But it was real." Dexter agreed to meet him the next night in a secure location, a storage garage owned by a man who asked no questions. Phil would bring the documents. Dexter would find a way to use them. Dexter spent the day preparing. He knew it was a trap. It was too convenient, too perfectly aligned with his needs. Phil's fear was genuine, but that made him a perfect tool for Emmett. He was a piece of bait that didn't know he was on a hook. That evening, Dexter arrived at the storage facility an hour early. He didn't go to the agreed-upon unit. Instead, he climbed a rusted ladder to a network of metal rafters high above the rows of garages. The air was thick with the smell of dust and motor oil. He found a position with a clear line of sight to Unit 42 and settled in to wait. Right on time, Phil appeared, clutching a briefcase. He was alone. He fumbled with the key, opened the rolling door, and disappeared inside. For a full 5 minutes, nothing happened. Then, from the shadows at the far end of the corridor, 2 figures emerged. They moved with the familiar economical grace of the hounds. They didn't rush. They flanked the door of Unit 42, Dexter's heart was a cold, hard stone in his chest. He had been right. He should melt back into the darkness, leave Phil to his fate. It was the smart move, the only move. But then he saw Phil step out of the unit, looking up and down the corridor, his face a mess of hope and confusion. He was looking for Dexter. He had kept his word. He had brought the truth. The first hound raised a hand, not with a gun, but with a sleek, black object, the size of a remote. A taser. They weren't here to kill Phil. They were here to take him, to interrogate him, to find out who he was working with. Dexter moved. He didn't fire his gun. The report would be a thunderclap in the enclosed space, drawing immediate and unwelcome attention. Instead, he dropped from the rafters, landing behind the second hound with a whisper of sound. The man started to turn, but Dexter's arm was already snaking around his throat, applying pressure. The hound struggled, his fingers clawing at Dexter's arm, then went limp. The first hound heard the soft scuffle and spun around, the taser now aimed at Dexter. Phil stood frozen, a statue of terror. Dexter shoved the unconscious man forward, sending him stumbling into his partner. The two men collided in a tangle of limbs. The taser fired, its probes embedding in the unconscious hound's leg, his body jerking violently. In the 2 seconds of chaos, Dexter closed the distance. He grabbed the functioning hound by the head and slammed it, hard, against the corrugated metal wall of the storage unit. The man slumped to the ground. Dexter didn't look at Phil. "Run?" he snarled. "Take your documents and disappear. Don't go home. Don't contact anyone. If you see me again, walk the other way." Phil didn't need to be told twice. He scrambled back into the unit, grabbed his briefcase, and fled into the night, his footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. Dexter quickly dragged the two unconscious men into Unit 42 and closed the door. He frisked them, finding wallets with fake IDs, clean weapons, and nothing that could tie them back to Emmett. They were ghosts, professional and disposable. As he stood over them, his breath pluming in the cold air, he understood the new rules of the game. Emmett wasn't just trying to kill him. He was trying to isolate him, to strip away any potential allies, to make him a paranoid ghost, haunting a city that had no place for him. He had saved Phil not out of nobility, but as a statement. He was still in the game. He could still protect his assets. He was a variable Emmett had not yet erased. He left the storage facility as silently as he had arrived, the briefcase of documents now his. He had his lever. The next move was his. The city slept around him, ignorant and vast. But Dexter was awake, a single focused point of defiance in the endless humming dark. He spent the next 48 hours in a cheap motel room on the city's edge, the air thick with the smell of stale cigarettes and bleach. He spread Phil's documents on the scratchy bedspread. The accountant had been thorough. The real financial reports showed the 7th Street line was not just profitable, but vital. The falsified ones were a work of art, a slow, deliberate strangulation of numbers designed to lead any objective observer to a single, preordained conclusion: failure. This was the weapon. Not a gun, but a truth. The problem was delivery. Taking it to the press was a death sentence for him and Phil. The police were a joke with Miller in Emmett's pocket. He needed a player with their own power, their own agenda, someone who would see the value in this information and have the means to use it. He thought of Eleanor Vance, the councilwoman he'd seen with Miller. Her public persona was a fortress of integrity, but she had taken an envelope. She was compromised. Yet, in his experience, the compromised were often the most dangerous to their masters. They had the most to lose, and sometimes that made them desperate enough to flip. It was a tremendous risk. He would be walking into the lion's den and handing the lion a knife. But it was the only move on the board that didn't end with him as a footnote in a gas leak report. He tracked her schedule, learning she held open office hours for constituents every Friday morning. It was his best chance for a semi-public, yet controlled, encounter. He dressed in neutral, forgettable clothes, the documents folded into a plain manila envelope. He joined the line of people in her outer office, a mix of earnest activists and weary citizens. When his turn came, he stepped into her modest, wood-paneled office. Eleanor Vance looked up from her desk, her smile a practiced, polished thing that didn't reach her eyes. "How can I help you, Mr. Dexter?" he said, taking the seat opposite her. He placed the envelope on her desk. "I think you'll find the contents of this very interesting. It concerns the proposed shutdown of the 7th Street Transit line." Her smile tightened at the corners. "That is a matter for the Transit Authority's official review process. I assure you, all the data will be thoroughly examined." "The data in that envelope is the real data," Dexter said, his voice low and even. "The data you'll be given officially is a forgery, commissioned by a developer who is a client of the Aegis. The same place you met Detective Miller by the koi pond." The polished smile vanished. Her face became a cold, smooth mask. She didn't touch the envelope. She didn't deny anything. She simply stared at him, her eyes calculating the damage. "You are making a very serious accusation." "I'm presenting a fact," he corrected. "What you do with it is your choice. You can bury it. You can have me followed and dealt with, or you can use it. You have the platform. You have the credibility. You can expose this, become the hero who saved a vital city resource from a corrupt deal. It would be a powerful legacy, certainly more powerful than being a courier for bribes. Certainly more powerful." He saw the flicker in her eyes, the brief, terrifying glimpse of the ambitious woman she had been before the system had bought her. He had gambled that the desire for real power, for legacy, was a stronger drug than the fear of Emmett. "Get out," she said, her voice a whisper. He stood and left without another word. He had planted the seed. Now he had to wait. The wait was shorter than he expected. 2 days later, Eleanor Vance held a press conference. She stood at a podium, the picture of outraged civic duty, and unveiled the shocking discrepancy in the Transit Authority's numbers. She waved copies of the real reports, her voice ringing with indignation. She didn't mention the Aegis. She didn't mention Emmett. She pointed the finger at the developer and demanded a full, independent audit. It was a masterstroke. She was using Emmett's own corruption to burnish her own image, positioning herself as a crusader. The story exploded. The developer was suddenly under scrutiny. The transit line was saved. Dexter watched it on a television in a bar, the sound off. He felt no triumph, only a cold, sharp vigilance. He had forced Emmett's hand. He had made the system stutter. Emmett would not let that stand. The retaliation would not be a direct attack. It would be something subtler, something designed to remind Dexter of his place in the ecosystem. He'd a rat that scurried out of the walls. The exterminator would not chase him. He would simply poison the nest. He finished his drink and stepped back out into the city. The game had changed again. He was no longer just a hunter in the shadows. He was now a catalyst. He had set forces in motion, and he would have to live with the consequences. The air felt different, charged with a new and more dangerous kind of silence. Emmett was out there, and he would be recalibrating. Dexter walked on, his shoulders tense, waiting for the world to shift once more beneath his feet. The shift came 3 days later, not as a knife in the dark, but as a phone call. It was a number he hadn't dialed in years, a number he'd thought was scrubbed from his life. His sister, Clara Dutton. Her voice was thin, strained. "Someone came to the house, Dex. A man. He asked a lot of questions about you. He said he was an old friend, but he wasn't. He was polite, too polite." Dexter's blood went cold. Clara lived 2 states away in a quiet suburb with her family. She was his only living relative, the one clean, untouched part of his past. What did he look like? Ordinary. That was the worst part. I can't even remember his face 5 minutes after he left. He didn't threaten me. He didn't threaten the kids. He just drank the iced tea I offered him and talked about the weather. But he knew things. Little things. Like how you used to fix my bike when we were kids. He said you were always good with your hands. Emmett's message was perfectly clear. He had found the one thing Dexter truly cared about. The one vulnerability a ghost shouldn't have. He hadn't threatened them. He had just demonstrated that he could touch them. The threat was implicit. A sword hanging by a single, invisible hair. "Take the kids and go to the lake house," Dexter said, his voice tight. "Right now. Don't tell anyone. Don't call me again from your phone. I'll get you a new one. I'll contact you." After he hung up, he stood for a long time in the phone booth, the receiver buzzing in his hand. This was the retaliation. Not an attack on his body, but on his soul. Emmett was telling him that his defiance had a price, and others would pay it. He had to end this. The careful, patient game of cat and mouse was over. He could no longer afford to slowly dismantle the machine from the inside. He had to go for the engine. He had to find a way to get to Emmett directly. He thought of the ledger, the one he had stolen from the Grantham foundry. He had been using it as a map, but it was also a weapon. It contained codes, initials, and numbers that were meaningless to him. But they wouldn't be meaningless to the people listed within it. The other clients of the Aegis. The other players in Emmett's game. He couldn't fight Emmett alone. But he could start a war between Emmett and his own clients. If they thought Emmett's operation was compromised, that their secrets were spilling out, they would turn on him. They would become his judges and his executioners, far more efficiently than any court of law. It was the nuclear option. It would burn everything. It would make him a target for every powerful person named in that book. But Clara's frightened voice echoed in his mind. He had no other move. That night he went to the central library, to the rows of public computers used by people with no fixed address. He used a prepaid, untraceable data stick. He didn't scan the whole ledger. He selected 3 pages. One showed a series of payments to a shell corporation he had traced to a powerful union boss. Another detailed a land swap that had benefited a media magnate. The third was the most damning, a log of monthly payments to a numbered account linked to a federal judge. He created 3 new anonymous email accounts. He attached 1 page to each email, and in the body he wrote only a single, stark sentence. Emmett is losing control of his books. They were letting him know the net was closing, that every exit was being watched. He was a pathogen, and the city's immune system was now fully activated against him. He knew he had to move, but movement felt futile. They had found Clara. They would find him. His only chance was to force a final, direct confrontation. He needed to draw Emmett out from behind his walls of money and influence. He thought of the koi pond at the Aegis, the tranquil, controlled environment where deals were struck and lives were traded like currency. It was the heart of the beast. He would go there. He would make a scene so public, so undeniable, that Emmett would have no choice but to face him. He spent his last remaining cash on a dark, well-tailored suit from a second-hand store. It was a disguise of authority. He cleaned his gun, checked the ammunition, and slipped the ledger into his inside pocket. It was no longer a secret to be kept. It was a prop for his final act. The following evening, he walked through the polished brass doors of the Aegis as if he belonged. The lobby was a cathedral of quiet wealth. He ignored the discreet front desk and moved straight toward the atrium garden where the koi pond shimmered. He saw a few members in deep, hushed conversation on the leather benches. Their eyes flicked toward him, registering a stranger, but his stride and his suit gave them pause. He reached the edge of the pond. The orange and white fish drifted like living jewels in the clear water. He stood there for a long moment, waiting. He didn't have to wait long. A man in a club blazer approached him. He was broad-shouldered, with a calm, neutral face. "Sir, may I help you? I don't believe I've seen you here before." Dexter turned. He didn't speak. He simply reached into his jacket, pulled out the ledger and held it up. Then, in one smooth, deliberate motion, he tossed it into the center of the koi pond. The book landed with a soft, ungainly splash. The koi scattered. The man in the blazer froze, his professional composure cracking for a single, revealing second. The members on the benches fell silent, staring at the dark book slowly sinking into the pristine water. Chaos did not erupt. Instead, a deeper, more profound silence fell over the atrium. It was the sound of a world holding its breath. Then, from a secluded archway across the pond, a figure emerged. It was Emmett. He was older than Dexter had imagined, with a lean, patrician face and silver hair. He wore a simple, elegant suit. He didn't look angry. He looked intrigued, like a mathematician presented with a fascinating new problem. He walked to the edge of the pond and looked down at the ruined ledger. Then he lifted his gaze to Dexter. His eyes were pale, intelligent, and utterly devoid of warmth. "I suppose," Emmett said, his voice quiet yet carrying perfectly in the hushed space, "that we should talk." He gestured toward the archway he had come from. "My office is this way." It was not a request. It was an invitation to the end of the game. Dexter looked at the man who had orchestrated the ruin of his life, who had threatened his sister, who had turned the city itself into a weapon. He nodded once, a short, sharp dip of his chin. He walked around the edge of the pond, the eyes of the powerful upon him, and followed Emmett into the shadows of the archway. The door closed behind them with a soft, final click. The office was not what he expected. It was small, Spartan, almost monastic. A single wooden desk, 2 chairs, and a shelf of old, leather-bound books. There were no windows. The only light came from a green-shaded lamp on the desk. It felt like a confessional or an interrogation room disguised as a study. Emmett took the seat behind the desk, steepling his fingers. He didn't offer Dexter a chair. Dexter remained standing, his back to the door, his body coiled. "That was a very theatrical gesture," Emmett said, "but ultimately pointless. The information is digitized. It's backed up in several secure locations. You've inconvenienced me, not harmed me." "No, you're missing the point," Dexter said. "It wasn't for you. It was for them. They saw it. They know your control is slipping. I've given them permission to doubt you." A faint smile touched Emmett's lips. "They are pragmatic men. Their doubt will last only as long as their fear of exposure outweighs their fear of me. I can manage their fear." "Can you?" Dexter took a step forward. "The union boss, the media mogul, the judge, they aren't just afraid of exposure. They're afraid of each other. You're the only thing holding their secrets in one basket. I just put a crack in that basket. They'll turn on each other. And they'll turn on each other, and they'll turn on you to save themselves." Emmett leaned back, the chair creaking softly. "You have a simplistic view of power. You see it as a structure that can be toppled. I see it as an ecosystem. You can disturb it, even damage it, but it will always rebalance, with or without me. I am a facilitator, not a king. I'm a facilitator, not a king." "Then why bother with any of this?" Dexter's voice was low, rough with a contained fury. "Why send men to kill me? Why threaten my sister? If you're just a cog, why do you care about one loose end?" "Because principles matter," Emmett replied, his tone shifting to one of mild academic correction. "Order matters. You were a part of this ecosystem. You understood the rules. Then you broke them. You didn't just leave. You tried to expose the mechanics. That cannot be tolerated. It's not personal, Dexter. It's hygienic." The cold, logical finality of it was more chilling than any outburst of rage. Dexter was a germ to be wiped out for the health of the system. So what happens now? Dexter asked. You have me in your office. Your men are outside the door. You kill me here? Emmett shook his head slowly. This is not that kind of place. Violence here would be vulgar. It would upset the members. No, this is a conversation. An assessment. An assessment of what? Of whether you can be reincorporated. Emmett, let the words hang in the air. You are resourceful. You are determined. You have, against significant odds, proven to be a non-trivial problem. Wasting such talent is inefficient. You could work for me again. Under new terms, of course. With certain assurances regarding your family's well-being. The offer was so monstrous, so perfectly calibrated, that for a moment, Dexter was speechless. Emmett wasn't just offering him his life. He was offering to make Clara and her children permanent hostages to his good behavior. He would become a slave, his every move dictated by the threat to his only loved ones. Dexter felt a strange calm settle over him. The last shred of uncertainty was gone. This was the man he had to destroy. I'd rather burn it all down, Dexter said softly. Emmett sighed, a sound of genuine disappointment. I was afraid you would say that. He pressed a button, nearly invisible, on the underside of his desk. A pity. The door behind Dexter opened. The broad-shouldered man from the atrium stood there, not with a gun, but with a polite, expectant expression. Mr. Smith will see you out, Emmett said, his attention already turning to a file on his desk, as if Dexter had already been erased. Goodbye, Dexter. Dexter turned and walked out, Mr. Smith a silent, looming presence at his back. He was being ejected, not killed. It was the ultimate demonstration of power. Emmett was not afraid of him. He was dismissing him. They moved through the hushed corridors. The other members were gone now, the atrium empty. As they passed the koi pond, Dexter saw that the ledger was gone, the water clear and undisturbed once more. It was as if his defiance had never happened. Mr. Smith led him not to the front door, but to a side exit that opened onto a narrow, dimly lit alley. Don't come back, the man said, his voice a low rumble before closing and locking the heavy door. Dexter stood alone in the alley, the cold air biting his lungs. He had been in the lion's den, and the lion had found him unappetizing. He had never felt more visible or more utterly powerless. Emmett had won. He had proven that Dexter could not touch him. Not really. He started walking, his footsteps echoing in the empty alley. He had one move left, the only move that mattered now. He had to get to Clara. He had to get her and the kids and disappear forever. The war was over. He had lost. The only victory left was survival. He turned the corner onto the main street, his mind already racing through plans for extraction, for new identities, for a life of permanent hiding. He never saw the car. It was a dark, silent sedan that pulled up smoothly beside him. The rear door opened. A man inside gestured with a gloved hand. Get in, the man said. We need to talk about your sister. Story 4. The first sound was the ticking. It came from the old mechanical clock on the wall of Benedict's office, a relic from a time when things were built to outlast their owners. Each tick was a small, sharp puncture in the silence of the late Moscow night, a sound so persistent it had become the backdrop to his entire existence. Then, another sound layered over it, the shrill, insistent ring of the telephone. It was a sound that never brought good news, only the promise of another rupture in the fragile order of things. He lifted the receiver. The voice on the other end was clipped, official, devoid of any human inflection. Dull. There were bodies. 3 of them. Gorky Park. He was to come immediately, and he was to come alone. The line went dead. The ticking resumed, louder now. as if counting down the seconds until he would see what they had left for him. The air in the park was a cold, wet cloth pressed against the face. Dawn was still an hour away, a faint, gray promise smothered by low-hanging clouds. The snow had been falling for hours, a soft, relentless shroud that muffled the world. Police cordons and the static hiss of radios created a fragile bubble of activity around a small, frozen clearing. The scene was lit by the stark, white glare of portable floodlights, their beams catching the lazy drift of snowflakes. Beneath the modern equipment, the ancient, brooding weight of the park remained, the trees standing like silent, skeletal witnesses. The bodies were arranged in a rough triangle. They had been stripped, their clothes piled neatly to the side, a fastidious touch that was more unsettling than any chaotic display. The snow around them was stained a deep, ugly crimson, but the mutilations were the true horror. Not the work of passion or rage, but something colder, more deliberate. Fingertips gone, teeth meticulously extracted, faces rendered into blank, unreadable masks of tissue and bone. They were no longer people, but documents from which the identifying text had been carefully scissored out. Benedict stood at the edge of the light, his breath plumbing in the frigid air. He was a man built for this kind of cold, both the meteorological and the spiritual kind. In his late 40s, his face was a map of disillusionment, the lines around his eyes and mouth carved deep by years of seeing things that could not be unseen. He felt the eyes of the other militia on him, waiting for his reaction. He gave them nothing. He simply observed, his mind a silent recording machine. The snow, the blood, the geometric placement, the surgical nature of the violence. This was not a crime. It was a message, and he was the intended recipient. The arrival of a black Cheka sedan, its engine a low purr, broke the scene's grim focus. The door opened and Bradley stepped out, wrapped in a long dark coat that seemed to absorb the light. He was a man from the Central Committee, his face a carefully composed mask of bland authority. He did not look at the bodies, only at Benedict. A terrible waste, Benedict. Animals. Bradley's voice was smooth, like oil on water. Benedict did not turn. Animals don't use dental tools. They don't arrange their meals in geometric patterns. Bradley moved to stand beside him, his presence an intrusion. The specifics are not your concern. Your concern is to wrap this up, quickly and quietly. These people are nobody. Vagrants. Criminals. The city is watching. The world is watching. We cannot have this spectacle. They were somebody to someone, Benedict said, his voice low. And they were somebody to the person who did this. This was personal. Bradley's smile was a thin, bloodless line. Everything is personal, eventually. But some things are also political. Your job is to make this go away. Identify them if you can, but do not waste resources. A report will be drafted. It will say they were victims of a gangland dispute. You will sign it. He turned and walked back to his car, leaving Benedict alone in the circle of light with the three silent, nameless victims. The ticking in his head had been replaced by a low, steady hum of defiance. He would not sign. He would look. He would dig. He would follow the scent of blood and corruption down into the dark, even if it led to his own grave. The investigation began in the city's underbelly, a world of shadows and whispers. The morgue was a temple of white tile and the cloying, sweet smell of formaldehyde. The pathologist, an old man with tired eyes, confirmed what Benedict already knew. The excisions were professional. The victims were healthy, well-nourished. One was a young man, late teens. Another, a woman in her 30s. The third, a man perhaps 50. No identifying marks, no dental records that matched any known files. They were ghosts. His first break came from a different kind of ghost. Her name was Caitlin. He found her in a cramped archive room, surrounded by piles of paper and the dusty scent of forgotten lives. She was a researcher for a foreign news agency, American, with a quiet intensity that set her apart from the brash correspondents. She had heard things, she said. Whispers of people disappearing. Not the usual political dissidents, but ordinary people. People who worked in low-level logistics, in customs, in the ports. People who saw things they shouldn't. She was afraid. The fear was a live wire in the room, a palpable energy that made the air feel thin. She spoke in a hushed, rapid cadence, her eyes constantly flicking towards the door. She had been asking questions about a new shipping contract, a joint venture between the state and a private foreign consortium. The man at the head of it was a Frenchman named Louis Deschamps. Died. Charming, Dottie. Wealthy. Connected. Too connected. Benedict sought out Louis at his hotel, a bastion of Western opulence that felt like a spaceship that had landed in the midst of Soviet austerity. Louis was a man of polished surfaces. His suit was immaculate, his handshake firm, his smile a brilliant, practiced thing. He expressed polite horror at the murders. A tragedy. But he knew nothing. His business was in trade, in building bridges. He was a friend to the Soviet people. Their conversation was a duel fought with pleasantries. Benedict could feel the layers of insulation around the man, the invisible armor of money and influence. Louis's answers were smooth, evasive, and perfectly legal. He had alibis. He had friends in high places. As Benedict left, he felt the man's gaze on his back, not hostile, but assessing, like a collector evaluating a piece of art. The pressure began to tighten. A file went missing from his office. His phone developed a faint, persistent echo. He would return to his apartment to find small, almost imperceptible signs of disturbance. A book not quite aligned on the shelf, the angle of a chair slightly altered. They were letting him know he was being watched. The Secret Service, the Comitet, were no longer just observers. They were participants in his investigation. A silent, malevolent audience. He met Caitlin in secret, in the echoing vastness of a nearly empty metro station late at night. The air was thick with the smell of damp concrete and ozone. Their words were swallowed by the space, creating an intimate bubble of conspiracy. "They don't want the victims identified," Caitlin whispered, her voice bouncing softly off the tiled walls. "Because if you identify the victims, you find out what they saw, what they were a part of." "What was it?" Benedict asked, his own voice a low rumble. She told him about the ships. Louis' ships. They were supposed to be carrying machine parts, agricultural equipment, but the manifests were lies. They were carrying something else out. People, not willingly. A new, brutal form of trafficking. The victims in the park were the weak links, the ones who had gotten cold feet, who had asked too many questions, who had tried to back out. They were not just killed, they were erased. A warning to others. And what were they bringing in? Benedict asked. Caitlin looked at him, her eyes wide in the dim light. That's the other half of it. Payment. Not just money. Something else. Something the state wants more than money. The next day, Bradley summoned him. The office was large, warm, and smelled of expensive tobacco and floor polish. It was a room designed to make men feel small. "The Frenchman is a valued partner," Bradley said, not looking up from his desk. "Your insinuations are damaging. Your American friend is a spy. Her journalistic credentials are a cover. You are being manipulated." Benedict stood his ground. 3 people are dead. Erased. Their murders are connected to Louis' operation. I have testimony. "You have the hysterical ramblings of a foreign agent," Bradley snapped, his composure cracking for a single revealing instant. "This ends now, Benedict. You will cease your investigation. You will hand over all your notes. You will take a leave of absence. This is not a request." Benedict said nothing. He simply turned and walked out, the hum of defiance in his head now a roaring scream. He knew what he had to do. He had to find the proof. The thing the state wanted more than money. He went to the port himself, using an old contact to get past the gates. The scale of it was immense. A city within a city of cranes and shipping containers. The air thick with the smell of salt, diesel, and rust. He found the berth for Lewis Company, the Volga Star. It was being loaded under the cover of darkness. A furtive, hurried operation. He saw crates being unmarked, their official stencils painted over. He saw men who moved with the wary efficiency of soldiers. He managed to get close to one of the crates that had been set aside from the main shipment. Using a crowbar he found on the dock, he pried it open. The wood splintered with a sound like a gunshot in the quiet night. Inside, nestled in straw packing, were not machine parts, but weapons. Advanced, Western-made assault rifles, still slick with factory grease. And beside them, neatly stacked, were bricks of raw opium wrapped in plastic. This was the payment. Guns for the endless clandestine wars. Drugs for the population, a quiet weapon of control. The victims in the park had been part of this pipeline. They had been erased because they threatened a transaction that went to the very top. A transaction that fused state power with criminal enterprise. They knew too much about the dirty secret at the heart of the new, modern Russia. As he stood there, the proof in his hands, the floodlights snapped on, bathing him in a blinding white glare. Figures emerged from the shadows. Men in long coats. The Secret Service. They moved without haste, certain of their prey. Benedict did not run. There was nowhere to run. He was taken to a room that was not a room in any official building. It was cold, windowless, smelling of stale sweat and fear. They did not beat him, not at first. They talked. They explained the reality of the situation. He was a small man, a disposable man. He had uncovered a truth that was too large for him to hold. The state was an organism, and it would absorb him, digest him, and leave no trace. Bradley visited him in the cell. He looked tired, almost sympathetic. It did not have to be this way, Benedict. You were a good investigator, but you asked the wrong question. The question is not who killed those people. The question is why they had to be killed. And the answer to that question is the engine of the world. It is the reason you and I have jobs. It is the reason the sun rises and sets. It is power. What will you do with me? Benedict asked, his voice hoarse. You will disappear, Bradley said softly. Like the people in the park. It is already done. Your apartment is empty. Your name is being removed from the records. You signed your own resignation letter this morning. The handwriting was a very good match. Benedict was left alone in the silence. He thought of the ticking clock in his old office. He thought of the snow falling on the faceless victims. He thought of Caitlin's frightened eyes. He had the truth, but the truth was a stone in his pocket, pulling him down into the dark. Weeks, or perhaps months later, time had become a fluid, meaningless concept. The door to his cell opened. It was not Bradley. It was Caitlin. She looked older, her face pale and drawn. She was accompanied by two stone-faced agents. They have a proposal, she said, her voice a monotone. An exchange. For what? For me, she said. They're expelling me, but they want a guarantee of my silence. They want you to provide it. He understood. He was to be her insurance policy. His life for her silence. If she talked, he would be the one to pay the price. It was an elegant, brutal solution. They were driven to the airport, a silent, grim procession. The light in the terminal was harsh, fluorescent. The air smelled of jet fuel and floor wax. They were given a moment, a few precious seconds, under the watchful eyes of the agents. Caitlin looked at Benedict, her eyes filled with a terrible, helpless sorrow. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I never meant for this to happen." Benedict looked at her. This woman who had been both his only ally and the catalyst for his ruin. He saw the truth of her then, not as a spy or a journalist, but as another pawn in the same vast, cruel game. He saw the fear, but also a flicker of the defiance that had first drawn him to her. "It's all right," he said, his voice surprisingly steady. He reached out and took her hand. "It was cold. Tell them," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper, a sound meant for her alone, a final, fragile act of rebellion. "Tell them what we found. Tell them about the guns, the drugs. Tell them about the three in the park. Tell them." His voice trailed off as the agent stepped forward, pulling them apart. The final truth, the name of the man at the very top, the one who had sanctioned it all, remained unspoken, hanging in the sterile airport air, a secret swallowed by the roar of a departing jet. The case was closed, but the mystery remained, a permanent, haunting echo in the silence. He was returned to the same cell, but the silence was different now. It was not the silence of waiting, but of a finality. The game was over, the pieces swept from the board. He had been used as a lever to ensure a foreign journalist's compliance, a human signature on a document of lies. He was no longer an investigator or even a prisoner. He was a guarantee. Days bled into one another, marked only by the delivery of tasteless food. He exercised in the small space, his mind running in tighter and tighter circles. He replayed every moment, from the first tick of the clock to the last glimpse of Caitlin's despairing face. He had been so focused on the grand conspiracy, the guns and the drugs, that he had missed the more intimate betrayal. Bradley had not just outmaneuvered him, he had rewritten him. Benedict was now a fiction, a resigned bureaucrat who had quietly faded away. One morning, the door opened to reveal not a guard, but Bradley. He held a slim file. "She kept her word," Bradley said, his tone conversational, as if discussing the weather. "Her report was a masterclass in ambiguity, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Your part in this is concluded." "And what is my part?" Benedict asked, not moving from the cot. "You are a lesson," Bradley replied. "A lesson to others who might be tempted to ask the wrong questions. And you are a reminder to me of the messiness of ambition." Louis Deschamps has been reassigned. The operation will continue under new management. The engine, as I said, must run. One. He tossed the file onto the cot. It was Benedict's new identity. A name he did not recognize. A birthplace that did not exist. He was to be a night watchman at a fertilizer plant in Magnitogorsk. A job of profound insignificance. A life of quiet obscurity. It was a different kind of erasure, slower than the one in Gorky Park, but just as final. "You could have been a hero," Bradley said, turning to leave. "But heroes are bad for business." The door closed, and Benedict was alone with the ghost of his own life. He picked up the file. The paper felt cheap, insubstantial. He thought of the three bodies in the snow, their identities scissored out. He was joining them in a way, his past meticulously excised. He was becoming a blank page. He was released that evening with a small bag of personal effects that were not his, and a train ticket. The city outside was the same, yet utterly alien. The sounds of traffic and distant voices felt like an assault. He walked without direction, a ghost among the living. He found himself drawn to the river, watching the dark water flow under the bridges. He had the truth, but it was a weapon with no one to wield it. He had lost his name, his position, his future. But as he stood there, Feeling the cold seep through his cheap new coat, he realized they had left him with one thing: the memory, the ticking clock, the frozen clearing, the whispered words in the metro, the gleam of the rifles in the crate. They were facts. They were his. He did not go to the train station that night. He checked into a flophouse near the river, paying with a few coins from the small stipend they had given him. In the grimy room, under a single bare bulb, he took out a pencil and a sheet of paper he had stolen from the guard's desk during his processing. He began to write. He started not with the murders, but with the telephone's ring, the first puncture in the silence. He wrote down everything. The details of the bodies, the name Louis Deschamps, the shipping manifest numbers he had memorized, the look in Bradley's eyes when he spoke of power. It was not a report. It was a testament. He knew he could never send it, that it would likely be found and destroyed. But the act of writing was an act of preservation. He was rebuilding his identity not with a new name, but with the unvarnished truth. He wrote through the night, the pencil scratching against the paper, a sound as persistent as the ticking of a clock, marking time against the great, silent machine that sought to erase him. The case was closed, but his record was just beginning. The flophouse manager, a man with a face like a clenched fist, knocked at dawn for the rent. Benedict paid for another night with the last of his official stipend. He knew this could not last. They would be watching, not closely, but enough to ensure he boarded the train to his designated oblivion. His absence from the station would already be noted. His new life was a leash, and he had just taken his first step to the end of it. He spent the day in the city's central library, not the modern one, but the old, cavernous building that smelled of dust and decaying leather. He read back issues of foreign newspapers, the ones Caitlin's agency produced. He found nothing about Gorky Park, nothing about Louis Deschamps. Bradley had been right. Her report, if it existed, was a ghost. His testament, folded tightly in his inner pocket, felt heavier with every passing hour, a useless weight. His only remaining currency was the memory of a name, Deschamps. The Frenchman was gone, but his network, Bradley had admitted, remained. It was a machine, and machines needed operators. Benedict needed to find a cog, a single loose piece that could be pulled to make the whole apparatus shudder. He thought of the port, the furtive men loading the crates. They were not KGB. They were muscle, hired for a specific dirty job. He went to the bars near the docks, places where the air was thick with the smell of fish and vodka. He showed it a blurred photograph of Deschamps he had kept from the initial investigation. A corporate headshot from a trade journal. He was met with shrugs, shaken heads, and once, a threat that sent him stumbling back into the alley. It was in the third bar, a place called the Anchor, that he found a flicker of recognition. The man was a stevedore, his hands rough and scarred, his eyes set deep in a web of wrinkles. He looked at the photo, then at Benedict's cheap coat and desperate eyes. "He is not here." The man grunted, his voice like gravel. The Frenchman, he had a problem. A heart, they said. He tapped his own chest. "Very sudden. Who took over?" Benedict asked, sliding a few rubles across the sticky table. The man palmed the notes with practiced ease. "A Russian, from the ministry. A quiet man. He does not like the light or questions." He leaned closer, his breath a foul cloud. "You are asking questions. You have the smell of the grave on you, friend. Walk away." But Benedict couldn't walk away. The quiet man from the ministry. It was a thread, thin as a spider's silk, but it was something. He spent the next 2 days in a different archive, the Public Records Hall, cross-referencing ministry officials with any connection to foreign trade or logistics. He was a ghost, hunting a ghost, his own name a void in the system. On the third day, he saw him. He was leaving a government building, a man in a well-cut but anonymous coat, carrying a briefcase. He had Bradley's posture, that same air of unassailable authority, but he was younger, with a sharp, calculating face. Benedict followed him at a distance, his investigator's instincts returning like a forgotten language. The man did not take an official car. He walked to a small, unmarked cafe. Benedict waited, watching from across the street. An hour later, another man arrived. He was large, dressed in a tracksuit, his movements fluid and dangerous. He clasped the official's hand in a brief, familiar gesture. As they parted, a small, thick envelope passed from the official to the man in the tracksuit. Payment. For what? Benedict followed the new man. His trail led away from the government center into a district of cramped residential blocks. The man entered a building. Benedict noted the address. It was a risk, a colossal risk, but it was the only move left on the board. He waited until nightfall. He picked the lock of the building's main door with a skill he had not used in years. The staircase was dark, smelling of cabbage and damp. He found the apartment on the third floor. He could hear the sound of a television inside. He didn't knock. He used a credit card from his old life, now worthless, to slip the cheap latch. The man in the tracksuit was on the sofa, a bottle of beer in his hand. He was on his feet in an instant, his eyes wide with surprise that quickly hardened into fury. "Who are you?" he growled, his hand moving towards a knife on the table. "I was an investigator," Benedict said, his voice calm, his hands open at his sides. "I investigated the 3 bodies in Gorky Park, the ones your new boss had erased." The man froze. The surprise was genuine this time, mixed with a flicker of fear. "I don't know what you're talking about." "The Frenchman is dead," Benedict continued, taking a step forward. "You work for the quiet man from the ministry now. He just paid you." "For the next erasure?" The man's face was a mask of confusion and anger. "Get out." "Or what?" Benedict asked softly. "You'll kill me, like the others, and then the quiet man will send someone for you. It is how the machine works. It consumes its own parts." He saw the doubt then, a crack in the man's brutal confidence. He was a tool, and he was beginning to understand that tools are discarded. "They were nobody," the man said, but the words lacked conviction. "They were somebody to me," Benedict replied. He took the folded testament from his pocket and placed it on the table next to the knife. "This is their names, what was left of them, and the name of the man who gave the order. The quiet man, and the man above him. Read it, or don't, but know that it exists. And if I disappear, it will find its way to someone who will care." It was a bluff, a desperate, wild bluff. But he poured every ounce of his remaining will into it, staring at the man until he looked away. Benedict turned and walked out, leaving the testament on the table. He walked down the stairs and out into the cold night, his heart hammering against his ribs. He had thrown a stone into the dark, silent pond of the conspiracy. He did not know if it would sink without a trace, or if the ripples would spread, disturbing the surface, creating waves that would, eventually, reach the shore. He had no plan, no safe house, no future. But for the first time since the light had snapped on in the port, he felt a sliver of something that was not fear. It was the faint, fragile echo of the ticking clock, a signal that he was, against all odds, still counting the seconds. He walked until his feet were numb, the city's lights blurring into streaks of gold on the wet pavement. He had no destination. The Fluff House was no longer safe. The man in the tracksuit, a hired thug named Victor, according to a label on a gym bag by the door, would either burn the testament or use it as leverage, or simply report the encounter to his handler. The clock was ticking again, faster now. He found a bench in a small, deserted square and watched the night. The cold was a physical presence, seeping into his bones. He had nothing left but the clothes on his back and the few coins in his pocket. He was a phantom, yet he had never felt more solid, more real. He had acted. He had pushed back. A black sedan pulled up to the curb, its engine a quiet purr. The door opened. Bradley stepped out, alone. He walked over and sat on the bench beside Benedict, as if they were two old friends meeting by chance. "You were supposed to be on a train to Magnitogorsk," Bradley said, his voice devoid of anger. Only a weary disappointment. "You were given a simple path, a quiet life." "It wasn't a life," Benedict replied, not looking at him. "It was a storage facility." Bradley sighed, a soft exhalation that fogged in the air. Victor is a simple man. He got scared. Scared men are predictable. He called his handler. His handler called me. "You left a mess, Benedict. I don't like messes." "What will you do?" Benedict asked, the question hanging between them. "The operation is too valuable, too deeply embedded, to be jeopardized by a ghost with a grudge. The quiet man, as you call him, will be disciplined." His ambition outpaced his discretion. "Victor will be reassigned to a post in Siberia where his nerves are less of a liability." Bradley turned his head, his gaze finally settling on Benedict. "But you are the original problem. And a problem that refuses to be solved must be discarded. So, discard me," Benedict said, his voice flat. "You had your chance in the cell. You could have made me vanish completely, but you didn't. You needed me for Caitlin. You needed me for Caitlin. You're... So why are you here talking? Why the performance?" A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Bradley's lips. "Perceptive to the end. The performance is not for you. It is for me. To satisfy my own curiosity. You had the truth. You wrote it down. You gave it to a man who cannot read. And yet you are still here. Why?" Benedict looked at the frozen fountain in the center of the square, its sculpture wrapped in tarpaulin for the winter. "Because someone has to be," he said simply. "The three in the park. Someone has to remember their names, even if it's just me." Bradley was silent for a long moment. Then he stood up. "A sentimentality the state cannot afford." He nodded toward the car. "Get in." This was it. The final ride. The final windowless room. Benedict felt a strange calm. He had done what he could. He stood and walked toward the car. As he reached for the door handle, Bradley spoke again, his voice low. "The offer of Magnitogorsk is withdrawn. There is no more obscurity for you. But there is one other option. A different kind of service." Benedict paused, his hand on the cold metal. "What service?" "The engine needs mechanics," Bradley said. "Men who understand its workings, its flaws. Men who are not afraid of the dark. Your investigation was thorough. A nuisance, but thorough. That has a value. You could become a part of the machine you tried to break. You would have a name again, a purpose. You would ensure that the next idealist who goes digging in the wrong place is handled with more finesse than you were." Imish. The proposition hung in the air, more vile than any threat. It was the ultimate absorption. To not just be erased, but to become the eraser. Benedict looked at Bradley, at the cool, assessing eyes, and he finally understood the true nature of the power he faced. It was not just brute force. It was a corrosive invitation to complicity. It was the promise of a life, purchased with his soul. He opened the car door. The interior was plush, warm. He slid inside. Bradley got in the other side. The driver, a faceless silhouette, pulled away from the curb. "Well?" Bradley asked. Benedict stared out the window at the passing city. the great sleeping beast he had tried and failed to awaken. He thought of the testament, now likely ashes. He thought of Caitlin, safe in another country, living with the knowledge of his sacrifice. He thought of the three in the snow, their memory now carried only in his own mind. A fading photograph. He turned from the window and looked at Bradley. "Drive me to the train station," he said. The car did not change course. Bradley did not speak. He simply watched Benedict, his expression unreadable in the shifting shadows. The city gave way to the darker, industrial outskirts. They were not heading to any station. The finality of it was a cold stone in Benedict's gut. He had chosen, and his choice had been rejected. There would be no recruitment, no last-minute reprieve. The machine had assessed him one final time, and found him unfit for even its most corrupt purposes. The car stopped not at a building, but at a gated pier jutting into the black, oily water of the river. The same river he had stood beside just days ago, clutching his testament. The driver got out and opened Benedict's door. The air was sharp with the smell of fuel and decay. "Get out," Bradley said. Benedict stepped onto the cracked concrete. The only light came from a single bulb on a pole, casting a sickly yellow glow. He could hear the water slapping against the pylons. The driver moved to stand behind him. "This is a less elegant solution than I would have preferred," Bradley said, still seated in the car. "But you left me no alternative. A lesson must be memorable." Benedict did not turn. He kept his eyes on the dark, flowing water. He thought of the names again, not as a list, but as a rhythm. A final, silent protest. Anya, Ilya, Joseph. He heard the soft crunch of the driver's step on the gravel behind him. He braced for the impact, the sharp pain, the push, but it did not come. Instead, there was a muffled thud, a grunt, the sound of a body collapsing. Benedict spun around. The driver was on the ground, unconscious or dead. Standing over him was the stevedore from the Anchor, the one with the gravelly voice and scarred hands. He held a short, heavy piece of pipe. "The quiet man sends his regards," the stevedore grunted, his breath misting in the cold air. "He believes a change in management is overdue. He does not like loose ends, or arrogant foreigners who think they own the river." From the shadows of a nearby warehouse, two more men emerged. They ignored Benedict completely. One opened the car door. Bradley, for the first time, looked genuinely surprised. He opened his mouth to speak, but the stevedore was faster, leaning into the car. "The engine has a new mechanic," the stevedore said. Benedict did not wait to see more. He turned and ran. He did not look back at the sound of the struggle, at the single sharp cry that was cut off abruptly. He ran along the pier, his cheap shoes slipping on the wet stone, and plunged into the maze of warehouses and freight containers. He ran until his lungs burned, until the sound of the river was far behind him. He collapsed in a narrow alley between two corrugated steel walls, his chest heaving. He was free, but he was a free man with a target on his back, caught in the crossfire of a war he had only glimpsed. Bradley was gone. The quiet man was making his move, and he, Benedict, was the only living witness to it all. He had no testament now, no list of names, but the facts remained, etched into him. He was no longer just a keeper of the past. He had become a piece on the board, a wild card in a game of shadows. The case was not closed. It had simply changed hands, and he was still in it. He leaned his head against the cold steel, the shock of his escape giving way to a deeper, more chilling understanding. He was not safe. He would never be safe. The world had not righted itself. It had merely swapped one predator for another. The quiet man from the ministry had not saved him out of any sense of justice. He had eliminated a rival, Bradley, and in doing so, had absorbed his assets and his liabilities. Benedict was a liability, a known quantity, a loose end that the new management would now have to tie up. He had to get off the streets. The Fluff House was a death trap. The libraries and archives were watched. He had no money, no friends, no identity that mattered to anyone but those who wanted him dead. His only advantage was that they would expect him to run, to hide, to behave like a frightened animal. He had to do the opposite. He had to become a hunter again, but a hunter of a different kind of prey. He thought of Caitlin, her agency. They had wanted the story. They had the reach, the distribution. But going to her was the most obvious move. The one they would anticipate. They would be watching her, waiting for him to make contact, to lead them right to the one person he had tried to protect. He could not do that. He had to find another way to get the story out, a way that did not lead back to her. He spent the night moving through the city's underbelly, a ghost among ghosts. He slept for a few fitful hours in the warm, stale air of a metro station, jostled by early morning commuters. He used his last few coins to buy a stale bun and a newspaper. He did not read the headlines. He went straight to the classifieds, to the personal messages. It was an old method, almost archaic, but it was his only shot. He found a public telephone, his fingers numb with cold. He dialed the number for the agency's main switchboard, a number he had committed to memory during the investigation. A receptionist answered with a cheerful greeting. He did not speak. He waited for the tone for an external line and pressed the numbers for an internal extension he knew was Caitlin's. He heard it ring twice before he hung up. It was a signal, a single ring, a missed call from a random number. It would mean nothing to anyone else, but he hoped it would mean something to her. He hoped she would check the personal ads. At a different kiosk, he bought a pencil and a single sheet of paper. He wrote a single line, a fragment of a quote they had once discussed from a book of Russian poetry. It was a code born of a shared memory, so thin it was almost transparent. He listed it in the newspaper's personal messages section, paying with the last of his small change. It was a message in a bottle, thrown into a sea of millions. He had no way of knowing if she would ever see it. Now he had to move. He needed a new hole to disappear into. And he knew of only one place left that was squalid enough, anonymous enough, to escape notice. The old tenement near the meatpacking district. A place so bleak that not even the state's informers bothered to linger there. The smell was a permanent, suffocating presence. He found a room for a pittance. The landlord, a shrunken woman, who asked no questions and demanded cash in advance. He had none. He offered her his coat, the last thing of any value he owned. She took it with a grunt and handed him a key. The room was a cell, containing only a rusted cot and a chair. He sat in the darkness, the cold from the concrete floor seeping up through his thin shoes. He had done all he could. He had sent a signal and he had hidden. Now, he had to wait. He listened to the sounds of the city through the grimy window. The distant sirens, the rumble of a truck, the faint, far-off whistle of a train he was never meant to board. He was a single, still point in the turning of the great, silent machine. He had thrown a stone, and the resulting waves were now carrying him, helpless, toward a shore he could not see. The days bled into one another, a monochrome smear of fear and waiting. He left the room only at odd hours, scavenging food from market stalls just before they closed, moving with the shuffling gait of the defeated. He was perfecting his invisibility. The man he had been, the investigator with the sharp eyes and the purposeful stride, was gone. In his place was a hollowed-out creature, a whisper in the city's cacophony. He checked the newspaper every morning, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs as he scanned the tiny, impersonal type of the classifieds. Nothing. On the fourth day, as he was about to discard the paper, a flicker of movement in the street caught his eye. A woman, her head wrapped in a scarf, was placing a small chalk mark on the lamppost across from his building. It was a simple X. It could have been anything. A child's game, a marker for a utility worker. But it was placed at a specific height, in a specific location. It was the second half of the code. His message had been received. The meeting place was the old Botanical Gardens, a sprawling winter bear complex on the city's edge. He arrived an hour early, circling through the skeletal trees, his senses screaming at every snapped twig, every rustle of dead leaves. He saw her first, a lone figure on a bench overlooking the frozen ornamental pond. It wasn't Caitlin. It was an older woman, her face lined and severe, bundled in a heavy wool coat. He recognized her from the agency's Moscow office. Her name was Irina, a researcher, a background player. The perfect cutout. He approached slowly, sitting on the far end of the bench. For a long time, they both watched the gray ice. "They know you're alive," Irina said finally, her voice low and without warmth. "Bradley's disappearance has caused a storm. The quiet man, Anatoly Zhurov, is consolidating his power. He has declared you a rogue agent, a danger to stability. There is a new order for your detention. It does not specify alive." Benedict absorbed this. He was now officially a ghost, hunted by both sides of a shadow war. "Did you get my message?" "I got a fragment of poetry from a dead man," Irina said, her tone brittle. "Caitlin is safe. She does not know I am here. It is better that way. You understand?" He nodded, a sharp pain in his chest that was not from the cold. "What I have, it's not on paper anymore. It's here." He tapped his temple. "The three in the park. The money trail. Bradley, Zhurov. The whole rotten edifice." Irina turned her head slightly, her eyes, the color of flint, scanning his face. "Words are not enough. You are a wanted man. Your words are the words of a criminal. A madman. You need proof. Something I can hold in my hand." "The proof is in the ministry's internal registry," Benedict said, the plan forming as he spoke, a desperate, insane plan. "The Arashir orders, they exist. Bradley was too arrogant to destroy them. Zhurov will not have had time. They are the machine's own ledger." Irina let out a short, harsh laugh. "You want to break into the Ministry of State Security? You are not a ghost, Benedict. You are a suicide." "Not break in," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "I was an investigator. I know the routines, the shift changes, the back corridors. There is an archive, a sub-basement where the physical copies are kept for a 72-hour period before digital backup and destruction. I just need a name. The name of a level clerk. Someone with access, someone with a routine." "Nidalmand." Irina stared at him, her expression a mixture of horror and a reluctant professional admiration for the sheer audacity of it. "You are asking me to give you a target, to put a noose around an innocent person's neck. I'm asking you to help me bring down the men who put nooses around the necks of Anya, Ilya, and Yosef," he replied, his voice steady. "There are no innocent moves left, only necessary ones." The wind picked up, rattling the bare branches above them. Irina looked away, across the frozen pond, her jaw tight. She was weighing the value of a single unknown life against the possibility of exposing a cancer. She was weighing his life, too. After a long silence, she stood up. She did not look at him. She dropped a small folded slip of paper onto the bench between them. "His name is Pavel," she said softly. He takes the number 17 bus. He gets off at the stop by the old cinema. He carries a brown leather satchel. He has a daughter who is ill. He is not a bad man." And then she was gone, walking quickly down the path, her figure soon swallowed by the gray trees. Benedict waited a full 5 minutes, his hand resting on the cold wood of the bench. Then he picked up the slip of paper. It contained a name, an address, and a photograph clipped from an internal ID badge. Pavel's eyes looked kind and tired. He had his target. The hunter was back in the game, and the stakes had never been higher. He had to move before Jurov's new regime fully solidified, before the ledgers were purged for good. He had to become a thief in the temple of his former enemies, to steal the truth from the heart of the machine itself. He memorized the details on the slip of paper, then tore it into tiny pieces, scattering them into the wind over the frozen pond. Pavel Dull, a man with a sick daughter, a cog. He pushed the thought away. Sentimentality was a luxury he could not afford, not when the names of the dead were counting on him. He left the gardens by a different route, his mind already working, constructing a new identity from the scraps of the old. He needed to look like a low-level functionary, someone invisible. His own clothes were too shabby, too desperate. He spent the last of the money he had stolen from the unconscious driver's pocket on a cheap, ill-fitting suit from a second-hand stall in a run-down market. It smelled of mothballs and someone else's sweat, but it was a uniform. It granted a certain anonymity. For 2 days he shadowed Pavel. He learned the man's rhythm, the precise time he left his drab apartment block, the way he clutched his brown leather satchel to his chest on the crowded number 17 bus, the weary slope of his shoulders as he walked from the bus, stopped to the monolithic ministry building, disappearing into the stream of other gray-coated clerks. The ministry was a fortress of pale stone and darkened windows. But even fortresses had cracks. Benedict knew of a service entrance on the west side, used primarily by cleaning and kitchen staff. The security there was lighter, the checks more perfunctory for those who looked like they belonged. On the third morning, he joined the flow of workers heading for that entrance. He carried a folded newspaper and walked with the same resigned pace as the others. He avoided eye contact, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm against his ribs. The guard at the door gave him a bored glance, waved him through. Just like that, he was inside the belly of the beast. The air was different here. It was warm, recycled, and smelled of floor wax and old paper. It was the smell of power. He moved with purpose, descending stairwells. His knowledge of the building's internal geography gleaned from 100 archived floor plans, guiding him deeper. The sub-basement archive was a different matter. Access required a key card. He waited in a supply closet for an hour, listening to the hum of the building. He timed the archivist's rounds. When he heard the familiar click of heels passing his door and fading down the corridor, he slipped out. He had a 10-minute window. The archive was a cavernous, cold room, lit by flickering fluorescent tubes. Endless rows of metal shelves stretched into the gloom, each holding cardboard boxes filled with the state's temporary secrets. He found the section for erasure orders, his fingers trembling as he ran them over the dates. He found the box for the week of the park incident. He pulled it down, his arms trembling with its weight. He set it on a metal table and opened it. Inside were sheaves of paper, each one a death warrant. His eyes scanned the names, the dates, the cold, bureaucratic language of annihilation. And then he found them. Anya Petrova, Ilya Volkov, Joseph Klein Dortya. Their names typed neatly on the official form, authorized by a signature he recognized. It was not Bradley's. It was Anatoly Jurov's. The quiet man had been pulling the strings all along. He didn't have a camera. He had nothing but his own memory. He began to read, forcing the words, the codes, the authorization numbers into his mind, branding them on to his consciousness. He was so focused he didn't hear the soft click of the door. He didn't hear the footsteps until they were right behind him. "Looking for something, investigator?" Benedict froze. The voice was calm, educated. He turned slowly. It was not a guard. It was a man in a well-tailored suit, his hair perfectly groomed. He recognized him from the file photos. Anatoly Jurov. He stood there, alone, his hands clasped behind his back, a faint, almost pleasant smile on his lips. In his stillness, he was more terrifying than Bradley had ever been. "The performance is over," Jurov said, his voice soft as velvet. "You have played your part admirably. The destabilization of Bradley's faction is complete. For that, you have my thanks. But every tool must eventually be retired." Man, Benedict's mind raced, the pieces clicking into a horrifying new configuration. His investigation, his escape, even Irina's help. Had it all been orchestrated? Was he just a pawn in Jurov's own ruthless bid for power? Jurov took a step closer, his eyes on the open box. "You see now, don't you? There is no truth. There is only the engine, and you are a spare part." He gestured to the shelves around them. "This is not a records room. It is a tomb, and you have just walked into it." Benedict did not move. He could feel the weight of the entire building above him, a mountain of stone and bureaucracy pressing down. Jurov's smile did not waver. He was a man who had already won, now merely tidying up. "You are wondering if it was all a script," Jurov continued, as if reading his thoughts. "It was not. Your tenacity was genuine, a fortunate variable. Bradley's sentimentality was his weakness. My use of your fervor was simply efficient. Efficient. The word hung in the cold air. Benedict's eyes flickered from Jurov's face to the open box of erasure orders. The proof was right there, inches from his hands, yet it was as unreachable as the moon. He was a dead man, but he was not yet dead. "A spare part can still jam the machine," Benedict said, his voice rough. Jurov's smile tightened at the edges. "A romantic notion." He unclasped his hands, and in his right he held a small black pistol, its presence as calm and inevitable as the man himself. He did not aim it, not yet. It was simply a statement of fact. Benedict knew he had one last move, a desperate, physical act. He could lunge, try to take the gun, create noise, a struggle. It would end the same way, but it would be a mess. And Jurov hated messes. Instead, Benedict took a slow step back, toward the metal shelves. "You forgot one thing," he said. "And what is that?" "You sent a cleaner, a good one, but he took my coat." Jurov's brow furrowed slightly, a tiny crack in the placid facade. It was all the distraction Benedict needed. With a sudden, violent heave, he shoved against the towering shelf beside him. It rocked with a groan of protesting metal. The boxes on the upper shelves, overstuffed with paper, shifted. One teetered on the edge and then fell, its contents exploding into a blizzard of white pages. Jurov flinched, stepping back instinctively as the cascade of paper swirled around him. It was not an attack, but a smokescreen. Benedict did not go for the man. He went for the box on the table. He swept his arm across it, sending the sheaf of erasure orders, including the one with Jurov's signature, flying into the chaotic whirlwind. The shout that left Jurov's lips was not one of anger, but of pure, outraged order. "Stop!" But it was too late. The specific proof was now lost. One page among thousands, all identical, all swirling through the air in the archive tomb. Benedict had not saved himself, but he had contaminated the crime scene. He had introduced chaos into Jurov's perfect order. The door burst open. 2 guards rushed in, their own weapons drawn. They saw their superior, the gun in his hand, and the frantic man standing amidst the blizzard of paper. "Take him," Jurov commanded, his voice sharp, the velvet gone. Benedict did not resist as the guards grabbed his arms, wrenching them behind his back. He looked at Zhurov over the storm of falling paper. He had not won. He would be taken to a quiet room and his story would end there. But as he was forced to his knees, he saw it. A single sheet, bearing Zhurov's name, settled gently on the shoulder of the guardsman holding his left arm. It clung there for a moment, a blatant, accusing whisper, before fluttering to the floor to be trampled underfoot. He had not gotten the proof out, but he had ensured that Zhurov would never be sure it was all gone. The seed of doubt was planted. The quiet man would now have to live with the quiet, nagging fear that a copy, a scrap, a memory might still exist. It was a small, cold comfort, but as they dragged him from the room, it was the only thing he had left. Story 5. A single, sharp throb in my right temple. A tiny hammer striking a hidden anvil deep behind the eye. It was the first one, a warning flare in the fog of a cheap red wine hangover. I ignored it, as I ignored most warnings, and focused on the envelope. It was thick, cream-colored, and heavy with the weight of expensive paper. There was no return address, only my name, Alonso Valls, typed in a severe, classical font. It had been slid under my door, a silent intrusion into my one-room sanctuary of peeling paint and second-hand books. The city outside my window was a Barcelona bleached of color, a version of the city I had come to know in the 3 years since I'd fled my previous life. This wasn't the Barcelona of postcards or tourist dreams. This was a city of stone that held the damp like a secret, of narrow streets in the Gracia district that smelled of wet earth and decaying oranges, a labyrinth that mirrored the convoluted passages of my own regret. I was a writer who no longer wrote, a storyteller haunted by the one story I could never tell. The letter inside was as stark as its envelope. It was an invitation, or perhaps a summons, from a man named Bradley Manderley. He was a publisher, the founder of a small, mythic press called Orpheus Books, known for its exquisite, almost decadent editions of works no one else would touch. He requested my presence. He had a proposition. The address was a street in the Gothic quarter I had never heard of, a capillary in the old city's stone heart. My friend Dale, when I showed him the letter over bitter coffee in the Plaza del Sol, whistled low and long. Orpheus Books. Alonso. That's the big leagues. The haunted leagues. They say Manderley only publishes ghosts. He grinned, his face a welcome map of familiar cynicism. Maybe he's found one in you. The throbbing in my temple returned, a persistent rhythm as I navigated the shadows of the Gothic quarter that evening. The light was a thin, liquid gold, slanting down between the leaning buildings, illuminating nothing, only deepening the pools of purple shadow. I found the street, a mere crevice, and the number. A heavy oak door banded with black iron. There was no buzzer, no nameplate. As I raised my hand to knock, the door swung inward without a sound. The man who stood there was ageless in the way certain powerful things are ageless. He was tall, impeccably dressed in a dark suit that seemed to drink the light, and his eyes were the color of a winter sea. "Alonso Valls," he said, and his voice was a low, resonant cello note that vibrated in the marrow of my bones. "I have been waiting for you. I am Bradley Manderley." He led me through a courtyard where a fountain whispered to itself and up a winding staircase to a library that stole my breath. It was a cathedral of words, smelling of old leather, beeswax, and something else, something metallic and sharp, like ozone after a lightning strike. Floor-to-ceiling shelves groaned under the weight of thousands of volumes, their spines a tapestry of faded gold and deep jewel tones. A single massive desk stood at the room's center, a landscape of dark, polished wood. "I have read your early work," Manderley began, not sitting but pacing a slow, deliberate circle around me. "The fragments, the unpublished novel. There is a resonance in your silence, a potential that has been forged in failure. I believe you are the only one who can write the book I require." "What book is that?" My own voice sounded thin and reedy in that grand space. "A book that will change the world," he said, stopping directly in front of me. His gaze was hypnotic, unwavering. "Not a bestseller, not a critical darling. Key. A text that will alter the very frequency of human consciousness. It will be a difficult book, a dangerous book. It will demand everything from you. But in return, I will give you purpose. I will give you a legacy beyond the petty concerns of fame." He named a sum of money that made the throbbing in my head crescendo into a silent symphony. It was more than I could earn in a decade. It was escape. It was redemption. It was a chance to prove I was more than the sum of my mistakes. "Why me?" I managed to ask. "Because you are already broken," he said, and there was no cruelty in his tone, only a profound and unsettling certainty. "And only a broken vessel can hold this particular light." I took the offer. Of course I took it. He gave me a key to a small, secluded study on the top floor of a building in Alborn, a room with a view of the Barcelona cathedral spires, skeletal against the sky. It was to be my writing cell. He provided everything I needed, everything except the words. Those, he said, would come. They would find me, and they did. At first it was a trickle, a sentence that arrived fully formed in the dead of night, waking me from a dream of falling. Then a paragraph that spilled onto the page as if dictated by a voice just behind my right ear. The book had no plot I recognized. It was a labyrinth of ideas, a philosophical ghost story about the nature of fate and the architecture of reality. It was about how stories, the right stories told with the right kind of desperate faith, could warp the world around them. I wrote in a fever, a trance. The city outside my window became a character in the text, its stone facades reflecting the cold, hard beauty of the concepts I was wrestling with. The sound of its traffic was the white noise of a million other lives, other stories, all clamoring to be heard. It was during this time that I saw her. Callie, didn't. She was a curator at a small art museum. A woman who moved through the world with a quiet grace that felt like an accusation to my own chaotic existence. I saw her first in a cafe, her head bent over a book of sketches, a shaft of sunlight catching the copper in her hair. I began to orchestrate my life to catch glimpses of her. She became my secret religion, a touchstone of something pure and good in the midst of the gathering darkness my work conjured. I never spoke to her. She was a symbol, a lighthouse on a shore I feared I would never reach. My old literary mentor, Efren, a man who lived in a book-crammed apartment smelling of cat and pipe tobacco, was the first to voice concern. I had gone to him, desperate for guidance, showing him a few of the less unsettling passages. He read them in silence, his face a mask of growing unease. "This is not your voice, Alonso," he said finally, his words careful and slow. "This is something else. It has the cadence of a chant, a summoning. This Manderley, I have heard whispers. They say Orpheus books. They say they publish destinies. Be careful. A story can be a cage." But his warning came too late. The book was already taking its toll. The throbbing in my temple became a constant companion, a metronome keeping time with my writing. I began to have waking dreams, visions of the city streets rearranging themselves according to the patterns in my text. I would write about a man seeing a shadow in an alley, and that evening, I would see the same shadow, a slicked, dark shape that slipped between the realities. The line between what I was creating and what was happening began to blur, then to dissolve entirely. Dale noticed the change. "You look like hell, Alonso. You're not sleeping. You're talking to yourself. This book, it's eating you alive." It's the most important thing I've ever done, I insisted, the words sounding hollow even to me. Is it? Or is it just the most expensive? The tension coiled tighter. Manderley's visits to my writing room became more frequent, his presence more oppressive. He would read the new pages, his long, pale fingers tracing the lines of text, and a faint, chilling smile would touch his lips. "Good," he would murmur. "The resonance is strengthening. They are pleased." "Who?" I demanded one evening, my nerves frayed to breaking point. "Who are they?" He looked at me, and for the first time, I saw the abyss in his eyes, a cold, ancient intelligence that was not entirely human. "The readers in the shadows," he said simply. "The ones for whom all stories are ultimately written. You are not creating a book, Alonso. You are tuning an instrument, and soon they will play it." I fled the writing room. I wandered the city, a ghost in my own life. The metallic scent of impending rain was thick in the air, and the cobblestones felt like ice beneath my feet. I found myself outside Callie's apartment building. A light was on in her window. I saw her silhouette move across the blind, a perfect, fleeting gesture of a normal life. It was a vision of everything I was sacrificing, everything the book was leeching from my soul. The longing was a physical ache, a cold stone in my gut. The climax was not a chase or a shootout. It was a quiet, terrifying unraveling. I went back to the Orpheus Books headquarters, determined to confront Manderley, to break the contract, to reclaim my mind. The heavy oak door was, again, unlocked. The courtyard was silent, the fountain dry. The library was dark, lit only by a single green-shaded lamp on the massive desk. Manderley was not there. Instead, seated in the high-backed chair, was Ephraim, my mentor. His face was etched with a profound and weary sadness. "Ephraim, what are you doing here?" "I am one of them, Alonso," he said, his voice heavy with regret. "One of the editors. The first reader. I was the one who recommended you. I saw the fracture in you, the perfect fissure for the seed of this story to take root. The revelation struck me with the force of a physical blow. My guide, my friend, had been my tempter. The entire journey, my redemption, had been a script written by these hidden antagonists, these manipulators of narrative fate. The book is nearly complete," Ephraim continued. "Its final act requires a sacrifice. Not of your life, but of your story. Your potential for a normal life. For love. For a future untainted by this darkness. That is the price of changing the world. Your happiness for its transformation." I thought of Callie's silhouette. I thought of Dale's laughter. I thought of the man I might have been, and I knew, with a sickening certainty, that I had already paid the price. The book was written. It was part of me. To destroy would be to destroy what was left of my soul. I left that library a different man. I never saw Manderley or Ephraim again. The money appeared in my account. The book, titled The Lament of the Concrete God, was published in a stunning minimalist edition by Orpheus Books. It sold a few hundred copies. It was reviewed in obscure journals as a work of genius and madness. The world did not change. Or perhaps it did, in ways too subtle for any eye to see. I live a quiet life now. I do not write. I work in a bookshop, a different one, far from the Gothic quarter. I see Dale sometimes. He doesn't ask about the book. He knows. Callie moved to Madrid. I read about it in the society column. I felt nothing. That part of me is gone. A chapter neatly excised. Tonight, the air is cold. I am walking along the beach at Barceloneta, the Mediterranean, A vast, black emptiness, the city a glittering scar on its shore. The wind carries the smell of salt and diesel. In my pocket, my hand closes around a single worn page I had torn from the final draft of the book before I handed it over. I had kept it, a souvenir of my own damnation. I take it out now. The words are mine, and yet not mine. I read them under the dim glow of a distant street lamp. The key is not in the telling, but in the surrender. The city is a text written in stone and shadow, and we are but annotations in its margin. To change the story, you must become the story. You must lie down in the narrative and let the words bury you. I let the paper go. The wind snatches it, carries it out over the dark, churning water. I watch it disappear, a white flutter swallowed by the night. And as it vanishes, a final, perfect throb pulses once, deep within my temple, a period placed at the end of a long and terrible sentence. Then, nothing. Only the sound of the sea and the city behind me, waiting. The silence that followed was the most profound I had ever known. It was not an absence of sound, but a presence, a heavy velvet quiet that settled into the spaces the throb had vacated. I stood there for a long time, the salt spray cooling my face, until the emptiness inside me felt absolute. The story was over. I had been buried, just as the page had promised. I turned my back on the sea and walked towards the lights of the city. The streets of Barcelona were still alive with the clatter of late-night diners and the murmur of tourists, but the noise seemed to slide right off me, leaving no impression. I was a sealed vessel. I walked to the bookshop, my bookshop, a small dusty place called El Rincón Olvidado, the Forgotten Corner. The name had felt like a joke when I took the job. Now it felt like a diagnosis. The next morning, the routine was a comfort. Unlocking the door, the familiar scent of aging paper and glue, the soft dust, motes dancing in the slanted morning light. I sorted new arrivals, priced a collection of second-hand poetry, and helped a young American student find a copy of The Shadow of the Wind. The ordinariness of it was a balm. This was my life now. It was enough. It was near closing time when the bell above the door chimed. A woman stood there, silhouetted against the fading afternoon sun. She was tall, with a sharp, intelligent face and dark hair pulled back in a severe bun. She wore a long, dark coat, out of place in the lingering autumn warmth. Her eyes scanned the shop and then settled on me with an unnerving directness. "Alonzo Valls," she said. It wasn't a question. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. "Can I help you?" She approached the counter, her movements fluid and precise. She placed a book between us. It was a copy of The Lament of the Concrete God, the Orpheus edition, its cover a stark, unadorned black with the title embossed in a faint silver foil. "I have read your book," she said. Her voice was low and calm, with a slight accent I couldn't place. "Several times, in fact. It is a remarkable piece of work." "Thank you," I said, the words automatic. "I'm glad you enjoyed it." "Enjoyed?" A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips. "No, I don't think that's the right word. I studied it. I've been looking for a text like this for a very long time." She opened the book to a specific page near the end. I didn't need to look to know which one it was. It was the page from which I had torn the fragment I had just released to the sea. "This passage here," she said, her finger resting on the text. "The concept of narrative resonance, the idea that a story, properly constructed, can create a harmonic in reality. You write about it as a theory. I am here to tell you that it is a practice." I said nothing. The silence in the shop felt charged, like the air before a storm. "My name is Dr. Aris Thorne," she said. "I am a philologist, of a sort. I work with a group of people who are interested in the applied science of narrative. We believe your book is not a work of fiction. We believe it is a manual, an incomplete one. I found my voice, though it was rough. The book is finished. It's done. Is it? She looked at me, and her gaze was like Manderley's had been, seeing through the surface to the hollowed-out core beneath. You wrote the theory, Alonzo. You laid the groundwork with astonishing clarity. But you stopped at the precipice. You described the lock, but you never forged the key. I wrote what I was meant to write, I said, the old defiance rising, thin and brittle. You wrote what Manderley and his readers wanted you to write, she corrected gently. A text of immense power, but one designed for their purposes. A tool for their kind of control. We believe there is another application. A way to use the same principles not to cage, but to free. To heal the fractures in the world's story, not exploit them. She slid the book closer to me. We need you to write the final chapter. The one you were always meant to write. The one they wouldn't let you. I laughed. A short, harsh sound. You're wasting your time. I don't write anymore. That part of me is gone. Nothing is ever truly gone, Dr. Thorne said. It is only waiting for the right context to re-emerge. We are not offering you money or fame. We are offering you a chance at correction. A chance to use the weapon they forced you to create, and turn it against the darkness it came from. She left a crisp white business card on the counter next to the book. It had only a phone number on it. The choice is yours, of course, she said. But consider this. You thought your story was over. What if it was only the end of the second act? She turned and left the shop, the bell chiming softly in her wake. I stood frozen behind the counter, the silence of the shop pressing in on me once more. But this silence was different. It was not the silence of an ending. It was the silence of a held breath, the pause between one word and the next. I looked down at the black book on my counter, and for the first time in years, I felt not the old familiar throb of pain, but a different, more terrifying sensation. A faint, distant itch in my right hand, the ghost of an impulse to pick up a pen. I did not touch the book for the rest of the day. I left it lying on the counter like an accusation. I closed the shop early, the routine shattered, and retreated to my small apartment above a bakery. The smell of baking bread usually offered a simple, earthly comfort. That night, it smelled like ash. Sleep was impossible. Dr. Thorne's words echoed in the quiet of my room. A chance at correction. The phrase was a hook, sunk deep. I had made my peace with damnation, with the quiet life as my penance. The idea that I might not be damned, but merely paused, was a more terrifying prospect. It meant the story was not over. It meant I had to pick up the pen again. I thought of Ephraim, his weary, traitorous eyes. I thought of Manderley's abyssal gaze. The readers in the shadows. Were they the only audience? Or was Dr. Thorne another faction in a war I never knew was being fought? A conflict waged with nouns and verbs instead of bullets. Her offer felt different. Manderley had offered me purpose, but it was a purpose that required my annihilation. Thorne was offering me a choice, and that felt infinitely more dangerous. The next morning, the black book was still there. I opened it. The words were familiar, yet alien, like reading the diary of a ghost who had once inhabited my body. I traced the lines of the passage she had pointed out, about narrative resonance. I had written it in a fugue state, the concepts flowing through me from some unseen source. Now, reading it with clear, exhausted eyes, I saw the architecture of it. It was not just philosophy. It was a set of instructions. It described the specific linguistic structures, the rhythmic patterns, the emotional triggers required to make a story stick to reality, to alter its fabric. Manderley had been right. It was a manual. I picked up the business card. It was thick, expensive cardstock. The number was local. My hand did not shake as I dialed. It felt steady for the first time in years. She answered on the second ring. "Dr. Thorne." "It's Alonso Valls," I said, my voice rough from disuse. "I have conditions." "Name them." "I will not write in that room in Elborn. I will not be locked away again." "Understood. We have a safe house. It's a place they cannot see. And I want to know everything. No more mysteries. No more hidden readers. If I am to do this, I need to know who I am working for and what we are truly fighting." There was a pause on the other end of the line. "That is a much heavier price than money," she said. "Knowing the shape of the enemy can be a curse." "I am already cursed," I replied. "I prefer curse, I understand." The safe house was a modest, modern apartment in the Greshia district, far from the ancient, story-saturated stones of the Gothic Quarter. It was filled with light and sparsely furnished. The only unusual feature was a large, soundproof study containing a desk, a comfortable chair, and a wall covered in a vast, intricate mind map, a constellation of notes and strings connecting authors, texts, and historical events I only half recognized. Eris Thorne was there, along with a man she introduced as Leo. He was a programmer, she explained, but his real talent was pattern recognition. He was the one who had first isolated the resonance frequency in certain texts, including mine. "For centuries," Eris began without preamble, "we have known that stories have power. Myths that shape cultures, religious texts that start wars, political manifestos that topple empires. But what Manderley's patrons discovered, the beings we call the curators, is that this power is not metaphorical. It is a fundamental force, like gravity. A story can be a lever." Shemat. Leo pointed to the mind map. "They've been refining the process. They find authors with a specific psychic aperture, a certain kind of brokenness, and they feed them a narrative template. The author, thinking they are creating, simply fills in the template. The resulting book acts as a tuning fork, vibrating at a frequency that weakens the barriers between worlds. And my book?" I asked, though I dreaded the answer. "The Lament of the Concrete God is their most sophisticated tuning fork to date," Eris said. "It's designed to create a permanent, low-grade dissonance in the collective human psyche, a background hum of anxiety and disconnection. It makes people easier to herd, to control. It makes them stop believing in their own stories." The weight of it was crushing. I had not just sold my soul. I had helped build a cage for everyone else. "The final chapter," I said. "The key you mentioned." Leo nodded. "Your book describes the lock perfectly, but every lock has a counter key, a frequency that cancels it out. We believe you can write a coda. A final chapter that, when disseminated, would act as a neutralizing agent. It would not erase your book, but it would harmonize with it, turning the dissonance back into sight. It would be an act of immense risk," Eris added, her eyes grave. "The curators will feel the shift in the narrative field the moment you begin. They will know what you are doing. They will send their agents." I looked from her face to Leo's, then to the blank screen of the computer on the desk. The fear was a cold stone in my gut, but beneath it, something else was stirring. It wasn't the feverish trance of my first writing. It was colder, clearer. A sense of purpose, chosen, not imposed. I sat down at the desk. The empty document glowed on the screen. "Then we should begin," I said. "Tell me about this counter-frequency." And as Leo began to speak in terms of waveforms and harmonic cancellation, the words started to form in my mind, not as a haunting, but as a response. For the first time, I was not a vessel being filled. I was a craftsman, sharpening a tool. The story was not over. It was being rewritten. The first sentence was the hardest. My fingers hovered over the keys, frozen not by a lack of ideas, but by a surfeit of them, all sharp and dangerous. I was not channeling a story now. I was building a weapon, word by careful word. Leo's technical explanations of resonant frequencies and narrative phase cancellation were a cold framework, but the soul of the text had to be mine. It had to be the antidote drawn from the same poison. I began not with theory, but with an image. I described the light in Callie's window, not as a symbol of loss, but as a fixed point of human constancy. I wrote about the smell of the bakery below my apartment, the weight of a common book in a customer's hands, the sound of Dale's laughter, not as things I had lost, but as things that persisted, that the dissonance of my first book could not entirely erase. This was the foundation. This was the frequency of the real. Days bled into nights. Paris brought food I often forgot to eat. Leo monitored strange equipment in the corner, graphs and readouts that supposedly measured the local narrative cohesion. I wrote. The prose was lean, precise, the opposite of the lush, baroque despair of the lament. It was a key being ground to fit a very specific, terrible lock. One evening, as I was refining a paragraph on the nature of silence as a vessel for potential, rather than an absence, Leo let out a low curse. "They're here," he said, his voice tight. "The signal just spiked. They've triangulated us. Well, you know." Eris was immediately on her feet, her calm demeanor replaced by a warrior's focus. "How long?" "Minutes, maybe less." I looked at the screen. The chapter was nearly complete, but the final passage, the one that would act as the trigger, was still unwritten. It was the equivalent of the final turn of the key. Without it, the rest was just philosophy. "Get him out," Eris said to Leo, pulling a small, nondescript handgun from a drawer. "Take the back stairwell. Go to the secondary location." "I'm not leaving," I said, my eyes fixed on the blinking cursor. "It's not finished." "It doesn't have to be finished. It just has to exist," she argued, her gaze darting towards the apartment's front door. "We can transmit it as is. A partial counter-frequency is better than none." "It won't be enough," I said, and I knew it was true. The book had taught me about narrative symmetry. An incomplete cure would be worse than the disease. It would create a new, more volatile form of dissonance. "I need 5 more minutes." We didn't have 5 minutes. A heavy, rhythmic thudding began at the front door, not like someone knocking, but like a battering ram made of solid shadow. The wood around the deadbolt splintered. Leo was at my side, pulling at my arm. "Alonzo, now." I shook him off. The final words were there, suddenly clear in my mind. They were not about the city, or gods, or sacrifice. They were about a man sitting in a quiet room, choosing to write a different ending. My fingers flew across the keyboard, each keystroke an act of defiance. The thudding at the door grew louder, the wood groaning in protest. I typed the last period as the door exploded inwards. It was not Manderley or Ephraim who entered. It was a thing that wore the shape of a man, but was crafted from absence. A silhouette that drank the light from the room. Its eyes were not eyes, but pools of static. It was a reader, I realized. One of the pure ones. A creature born not to write stories, but to consume them. It moved towards me, a study in predatory silence. Eris fired her gun. The sound was deafening in the small space, but the rounds passed through the figure as through smoke, embedding themselves in the wall behind it. It didn't even flinch. My hand slammed down on the keyboard, executing the command Leo had programmed. Send. A progress bar flashed on the screen. The creature was upon me. It raised a hand that was not a hand, a tendril of concentrated silence reaching for my face. For the story in my mind, it meant to unwrite. I could feel a cold nullity spreading from it, a promise of absolute erasure. And then it stopped. The static of its eyes flickered. The progress bar on the screen reached 100%. A low, almost inaudible tone seemed to fill the room. A single clear note of pure silence that was the opposite of the creature's void. It was a silence full of potential, of peace. The creature shuddered. Its form wavered, like a reflection in disturbed water. It did not scream. It simply began to unravel, its darkness dissipating like ink in a clear stream, until there was nothing left but the memory of its shape hanging in the air. The three of us stood in the shattered apartment, breathing in the dust and the gunpowder and the strange, clean scent of the new silence. The mind map on the wall was still. The graphs on Leo's screen had flatlined. "It's done," Leo whispered, his voice full of awe. "The interfrequency is live. It's propagating through the network. It will take time, but it's working." I looked at the screen, at the final words I had written. They were no longer a weapon. They were just words. My words. Eris holstered her weapon and walked over to the window, looking out at the ordinary lights of Gracia. "The story is yours again, Alonso," she said without turning around. "What will you do with it?" I had no answer. But for the first time since I had walked into Orpheus books, the question did not fill me with dread. The blank page of the future was no longer a threat. It was simply a page, and I was a man who knew how to write. I picked up a pen from the desk. It was a cheap plastic ballpoint, but it felt solid in my hand. The ghostly itch was gone, replaced by a steady, grounding weight. "I think," I said, my voice quiet in the aftermath, "I will go for a walk. I want to see if the city feels any different." Eris nodded, understanding. Leo was already packing his equipment, his movements efficient but slowed by a dazed relief. The immediate danger had passed, but a longer, more complicated struggle was just beginning. I knew that. The curators would not take this defeat lightly, but for tonight, it was enough. I walked down the back stairwell and out into the narrow, tree-lined street. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and dinner cooking in nearby apartments. I walked without a destination, my hands in my pockets, simply feeling the pavement beneath my feet. I passed a couple arguing good-naturedly on a balcony, their words a rapid, musical Spanish. I saw a man reading a newspaper under a street lamp, his face calm in the circle of light. A cat watched me from a wall with indifferent green eyes. It all looked the same Barcelona I had hidden in for years. But something was different. It was a subtle shift, like a single instrument in an orchestra, returning to the correct pitch after being slightly out of tune. The background hum of anxiety that I had accepted as the natural state of the world seemed quieter. The edges of things felt more defined. The light from the street lamps seemed warmer, the shadows less deep and hungry. I found myself walking toward the sea. It wasn't a conscious decision, but a pull I felt in my bones. The same pull that had drawn me to the water to release that first fateful fragment. I needed to see it again, to stand before that vast, dark mirror and feel what I felt now. The beach was deserted, the night surf a soft, rhythmic crash. I stood at the water's edge, the same spot where I'd been just a few days before, a lifetime ago. Then, I'd been a man discarding the last remnant of his past. Now I was a man with a future, however uncertain. I looked out at the horizon, where the sky met the black water. I thought of the final words I had written, the ones that had unraveled the reader. They were about choice. The choice to not be defined by the stories others write for you. The choice to pick up the pen, even when your hand shakes. Eris's question echoed in the salt-tinged air. What will you do with it? A calm certainty settled over me. I would not go back to the bookshop. That life was a prelude, a sentence of exile I had served. I would not join Eris and Leo as a full-time soldier in their shadow war either. That was a path that would lead to a different kind of cage. I would write, not for Manderley, not for the curators, not even for Eris and her cause. I would write for the man arguing on the balcony, for the man reading his paper, for the indifferent cat on the wall. I would write small, true stories about the light in a window and the smell of bread. I would write to reinforce the real, to add my own small, steady frequency to the hum of the world. It would be my anchor and my defense. I turned my back on the sea and began the walk home. The city slept around me, its stories waiting to be told. I had no book, no plan, only the feeling of the pen in my pocket and the first sentence of a new story beginning to form, quiet and sure, in the silence of my mind. The sentence was simple. It was about the way the streetlights made halos in the evening mist, a phenomenon I had seen 1,000 times, but never truly seen until now. It held no hidden frequency, no grand design. It was just an observation, and that felt like a revolution. The lock on the door to my apartment above the bakery was unchanged. The air inside still smelled of yeast and sugar, but the undertone of ash was gone. For the first time in years, it just smelled like home. I did not go to bed. I sat at my small kitchen table, the one scarred by coffee cups and the weight of solitary meals, and I took a fresh sheet of paper from a drawer. I wrote the sentence about the streetlights. Then I wrote another about the stubborn geraniums on my windowsill that I constantly forgot to water, yet still bloomed a defiant red. I wrote a third about the memory of my father teaching me how to sharpen a pencil, the curl of wood and graphite falling onto newsprint. The words came slowly, deliberately. There was no trance, no channeling from some unseen source. There was only me, the pen, and the page. It was the most difficult and the most satisfying work I had ever done. A week passed. The world did not transform. No new agents came for me. The silence from Eris and Leo was a relief. It meant the counter-frequency was doing its work, a quiet systemic healing that did not require my further involvement. I went through the motions of my old life, opening the shop, dealing with customers, but my heart was no longer in it. The rare books were just objects now, their hidden histories simply history, not potential weapons or gateways. It was on a Tuesday, while I was cataloging a shipment of minor romantic poets, that the bell above the door chimed. I looked up, and my breath caught. It was Ephraim. He looked older, the lines on his face deeper, his posture weighed down by a burden I could only guess at. He stood just inside the door, not approaching the counter, his hands shoved into the pockets of his worn coat. "Alonso," he said, his voice a dry leaf of a sound. "Ephraim." I did not know what else to say. The betrayal was a cold stone between us. He glanced around the shop, his gaze lingering on the shadows, as if expecting to see Manderley's readers gathered there. "I felt it," he said finally. "A shift. A correction. I knew it was you." "I didn't do it for you," I said, the words coming out harsher than I intended. "I know." He met my eyes then, and I saw the profound, weary shame in his. "I am not here for forgiveness. I am here to warn you. Manderley is gone, fled. The patrons, the curators, they are not defeated. They are recalculating. A failed narrative is a data point to them. They will learn from it. The next tuning fork will be more subtle, more insidious." I put down the book I was holding. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you proved something I had forgotten," he said. "You proved that a story can be changed from the inside, that the vessel can choose to crack." He took a hesitant step forward. "They will look for new authors, Alonso. People who are lost, who are broken in just the right way. People like we were." A cold clarity settled over me. I understood now what I had to do with my story. It was not enough to write my small, quiet truths for myself. The war was not over. It had just changed theaters. The new battlefield was not in grand, resonant texts, but in the fragile human hearts that were susceptible to them. "I'm selling the shop, Ephraim," I said. He blinked, surprised. "What will you do?" I thought of the sentence about the streetlights, and the ones that had followed. I thought of the power of a story that was true, not because it resonated with some cosmic frequency, but because it resonated with a single, lonely human being. "I'm going to teach," I said. "I'm going to find the broken ones, the ones with the aperture, as Aris called it. And I'm going to teach them how to build their own stories, strong enough to withstand any template. I am going to teach them how to write their way back to themselves." "Gosh." Ephraim stared at me for a long moment, and then, for the first time since he had walked in, the ghost of a real smile touched his lips. It was a sad smile, but a genuine one. "A school for lost writers," he murmured. "A dangerous proposition." "It's a story," I replied, picking up my pen once more. "And I'm choosing to write it." He nodded slowly, a flicker of the old mentor I had known appearing in his weary eyes. "They will find that a much harder story to disrupt," he said. "It lacks a single, resonant frequency. It would be like trying to silence a forest by plucking one leaf." "Exactly," I said. The idea felt right, a deep and solid truth in my gut. It was the logical conclusion of the coda I had written. Not a single grand counter-narrative, but a million small, resilient ones. Ephraim turned to leave, pausing with his hand on the door. "Be careful, Alonso. You are not just a writer anymore. You are a publisher of human souls. The paper is fragile." After he was gone, the silence in the shop felt different. It was no longer empty, but full of potential. I looked at the shelves, at the thousands of voices contained within the leather and cloth bindings. They were not weapons or tools. They were companions. They were testaments. That was the lesson. I closed the shop early. Upstairs, I cleared the kitchen table of everything but my writing. The small, observational pieces I had started were the curriculum. They were the first exercises in seeing the world as it was, not as a story wanted it to be. The light in the window, the resilient geranium, the memory of a father's hands. These were the foundational truths upon which a person could build a self that could not be so easily unmade. A week later, I had placed a simple typed advertisement on a few community boards in the city, and in the window of the shop itself. "Writing workshop, finding your own voice, inquire within." I did not use my name. I was just a man with a table and a few chairs to spare. The first to come was a young woman, her eyes shadowed with a grief she could not name. Then a middle-aged man who said he felt like he was living a script written by someone else. They were tentative, nervous. I did not ask for their stories. I gave them a pen and a single sheet of paper. "Describe the cracks in the pavement outside," I told them. "Not as a metaphor. Just describe them." They looked at me as if I were mad, but they bent their heads and began to write. The room filled with the soft, determined sound of scratching pens. I sat with them, doing the same exercise. We were not weaving grand tales. We were practicing a kind of narrative grounding. We were reaffirming the real word by simple word. This was the work. It was slow. It was unglamorous. There would be no final dramatic confrontation, no single world-saving text. There would only be this, day after day, the quiet resistance of people learning to tell their own truths. I knew the curators were out there, searching for new instruments, new ways to tune the world to their desired frequency. Let them come. They would find no empty vessels here. They would find a chorus, each voice unique, each story a lock for which they held no key. And I, Alonso, the man who once wrote the end of the world, would sit at this table, sharpening pencils and listening, a humble architect of the most formidable defense of all. The human spirit, one true sentence at a time. The man, whose name was Thomas, wrote for 10 minutes without looking up. When he finally set his pen down, he stared at his page as if he had never seen his own handwriting before. "It's just a crack," he said, his voice thick with a confusion that bordered on revelation. "It's not a symbol. It's just a break in the concrete where some weeds are growing." The young woman, Ilara, nodded slowly, her own page filled with a meticulous account of the play of afternoon light across the floorboards. "I kept wanting to make it mean something sad," she admitted. But the light is just light. It's warm." That was the first session. They left looking less haunted, their shoulders a little lighter. They had not exorcised their demons, but they had built a small, sturdy room in their minds where the demons could not enter. It was a start. I did not see Aris or Leo again for nearly a month. When they finally appeared, it was at my apartment door one evening after the workshop had ended. Leo looked tired but calm, the frantic energy gone from his movements. Aris carried a small, sealed box. "The network is stable," Leo said without preamble, accepting a cup of coffee. "The counter-frequency is self-sustaining now. It's woven itself into the background noise of the global narrative. It'll take a direct, conscious effort to even detect it, let alone dismantle it." Aris placed the box on the table. "From the archives we recovered. We thought you should have it." I opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of foam, was the original, leather-bound copy of the coda. It looked smaller than I remembered, and utterly inert. "Just a book." "It's neutralized," Aris said, seeing my hesitation. "All its resonant properties are gone. It's just paper and ink now. Your paper and ink." I ran my fingers over the cover. It held no terror for me anymore, only the solemn weight of a finished thing. "We're leaving the city," Aris continued. "The cell here is secure, but our work continues elsewhere. The curators are adapting, as we knew they would. They're moving away from grand, apocalyptic narratives. The new templates are quieter. Stories of quieter. Stories of quieter. Of accepted futility. They're harder to fight because they feel so plumb." I thought of Thomas and Ilara, of the simple power of describing a crack in the pavement. "I think I understand the new front lines," I said. Aris gave me a long, appraising look. "This school of yours, it's a good strategy. Unconventional. They won't be looking for it." She paused. "We could use people like you out there. Your understanding is unique." And I shook my head. "My place is here. My weapon is this." I gestured to the scattered pages on my table, the simple observations of a life being lived. "I'm a gardener, not a soldier." Leo smiled. "Sometimes the best defense is to just grow something they can't eat." He finished his coffee and stood. "We'll be in touch, Alonso. Not as handlers, as colleagues." After they left, I sat for a long time with the neutralized book. Then I took it to the fireplace. I did not burn it out of anger or fear, but as a ritual. I watched the pages blacken and curl, the words I had channeled turning to smoke and rising up the chimney. Their power finally and completely returned to the air. It was not an end, but a release. The next day, 2 new students arrived for the workshop. One was an old woman who wanted to write about the flavors of her childhood before she forgot them. The other was a young man who spoke in borrowed phrases from films and songs and didn't seem to have a voice of his own. I welcomed them, gave them pens and paper, and set them the same first exercise. As they began to write, I looked out the window. The city was the same as it ever was, a complex, beautiful, and often painful story being written by millions of authors at once. But now, in this small room above a bakery, a few of those authors were learning to write their own sentences. And I, their humble editor, had finally found the story I was meant to tell, not with a grand climax, but with a quiet, unwavering, and endlessly repeated beginning. The young man, whose name was Matteo, stared at the blank page with a look of genuine panic. "I don't know what to write," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "I don't know what my own thoughts are." I pulled a chair beside him. "Then start with a lie," I said softly. "Write a sentence you know is not from a movie. Make it a bad sentence. Make it an ugly one. It just has to be yours." "No, Freeman." He looked at me, terrified by the freedom. Then, his hand trembling, he put the pen to paper. He wrote a single clumsy sentence about the sour taste of the coffee he'd had for breakfast. It was not poetic. It was not clever. But it was his. A faint color returned to his cheeks, the ghost of a self emerging from the fog. Weeks turned into months. The shop sold to a young couple who wanted to turn it into a specialty grocery. I kept the apartment and used the proceeds to rent a small, sunlit space on a quiet street for the workshop. I never named it anything grand. It was just the workshop. We didn't publish manifestos or seek recognition. Our work was intimate and subterranean. Efren began to visit, not as a participant, but as an occasional guest. He would sit in the corner and listen, and sometimes, when a student was struggling with a particularly persistent echo of someone else's story, he would offer a piece of gentle, hard-won advice. His presence was a bridge between my past and this new, deliberate future. One afternoon, Elara, the first young woman, brought me a story. It was about her mother's hands, kneading dough. There was no forced metaphor, no borrowed sentiment. It was just a detailed, loving observation of the way her mother's knuckles moved. The faint dusting of flour on her wrist, the quiet hum she made under her breath. As I read it, I felt a different kind of frequency. Not one that sought to manipulate, but one that affirmed. It was the sound of a soul settling into its own shape. "This is it," I said to her. "This is your voice." She beamed, a real, unguarded smile that transformed her face. That was the victory. Not the thwarting of a world-ending plot, but the forging of a single, unassailable self. I still wrote my own small stories. I kept them in a simple notebook, a record of a life being lived consciously. The pen felt light in my hand now, a tool, not a burden. The city continued its endless story around me, and I was no longer just a reader, or a pawn, or a weapon. I was a citizen author, and my work, and the work of those in the quiet, sunlit room, was the most important kind. It was the work of keeping the world real, one true, simple, and fiercely personal sentence at a time. The seasons turned. The defiant geraniums on my windowsill finally succumbed to a frost, but on the sill in the workshop, Elara had placed a pot of hardy rosemary. Its scent, clean and sharp, filled the room during our sessions. It was a different kind of resilience. Matteo, who had started with a single sentence about bad coffee, was now writing pages. They were often chaotic and raw, full of the anger and confusion of a young man finding his own mind, but they were authentically his. He no longer quoted films. He argued with them. One evening, as I was locking up the workshop, a man approached me. He was well-dressed, with a calm, analytical face that seemed out of place on our humble street. He did not introduce himself, but his eyes scanned me with an unnerving precision. "Alonso," he said. It was not a question. I felt a cold trickle of apprehension, the old fear stirring. "Can I help you?" "We've been monitoring certain emergent narrative clusters," he said, his voice devoid of inflection. "Yours is a fascinating anomaly, non-resonant, insular. It lacks the usual vectors for influence." I said nothing, my hand tightening around the keys in my pocket. "The curators are curious," he continued. "You are not building a counter-narrative. You are building a kind of narrative immune system. It is inefficient. It is slow. But it's permanent, I replied. A faint smile touched his lips, a cold, calculated gesture. Perhaps, or perhaps it is merely a delay. A system can be overwhelmed, even an immune system. Despair can be made to feel as true as hope. He turned to leave, then paused. You are an interesting variable, Alonso. We will be watching. He walked away and disappeared around the corner. My heart was pounding, but my resolve was solid. He had not threatened me with force, but with a story. A story of futility. It was the new battlefield, just as Aris had said. The next day, I shared the encounter with my students. I did not frame it as a danger, but as a lesson. They want to tell you a story about how your story doesn't matter, I told them. Your only defense is to keep writing it. And they did. Thomas wrote about fixing a leaky faucet, finding a quiet triumph in the simple turn of a wrench. The old woman, whose name was Clara, wrote a recipe for her mother's stew, weaving the instructions with memories that brought tears to her own eyes. These were our bulwarks. These were our fortifications. I understood then that the war would never be over. It was a perpetual, low-grade conflict fought in the hearts and minds of individuals. There would be no final victory parade, only the daily, essential work of reaffirmation. The man from the curators had been right about one thing. My method was slow, but it was deep. It rooted into the bedrock of a person's life. That night, I wrote in my own notebook. I did not write about the curator or his threats. I wrote about the way the rosemary plant caught the light of the setting sun, outlining each needle in gold. I wrote about the sound of Mateo's laughter from the session before, a sound that was becoming more his own every day. I wrote about the weight of my pen, a familiar and comforting anchor. The story of the world was vast and complicated, filled with both beauty and terror. I could not control its plot, but I could, with this pen and this page, insist upon my own small true subchapter. And in my workshop, I could help others do the same. It was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. Story 6. The line between the lamplight and the shadow was a razor's edge drawn across the floor of my own living room. And for the first time in the 10 years we had lived in this house, I was afraid to cross it. It was not a fear of the dark, not some childish phobia, but a deep cellular knowledge that the room on the other side of that line was not the room I had left. The light from the hallway behind me was a weak, buttery yellow pooling at my feet, lapping at the darkness like a timid tide. Beyond, the furniture was just shapes, hulking and unfamiliar. The grandfather clock in the corner was a stooped sentinel, its steady tick a metronome counting down to something I could not name. This was the boundary, the line between the known and the unknown, and it ran straight through the heart of my home. I had come home from the hospital that afternoon. The car accident was a black hole in my memory, a void of about 6 hours on a rainy Tuesday evening. The last thing I remembered was the smell of wet asphalt and the sting of coffee that had sloshed over the rim of my travel mug. Then, nothing. A jumble of sounds, a pressure on my chest, the distant wail of a siren that seemed to come from inside my own head. Now I was home, and Corbin, my husband, had tucked me into our bed with the tenderness of a museum curator handling a cracked vase. He had drawn the curtains, brought me broth, and his eyes, the color of a sun-faded denim, held a concern so profound it felt like a weight. But when I had gotten up to use the bathroom, I had seen that line of shadow, and I had frozen. It was just a dark room, my dark room. Yet the air that wafted from it was cold, and it carried a scent that was out of place, a faint, coppery tang beneath the lemon polish. I took a step, my bare foot crossing the boundary from warm wood to cool. The darkness swallowed me whole. A floorboard creaked under my weight. a sound I knew as well as my own heartbeat. But tonight, it sounded like a warning. My hand, trembling, found the wall switch. The overhead light flared, harsh and sudden, bleaching the room of its secrets. Everything was in its place. The deep blue sofa, the stack of art books on the coffee table, the framed photograph of Corbin and me on our wedding day, laughing in a shower of rice. It was all perfect. A stage set. And I was the actress who had forgotten her lines. Corbin's voice came from the hallway, soft, laced with a sleep I envied. "Dawn? Everything all right, sweetheart?" I turned. He stood in the doorway, his silhouette framed by the hall light. He was so handsome, my Corbin, with his kind face and the slight graying at his temples, that made him look distinguished, reliable. "I'm fine," I said, my own voice a stranger's. "Just disoriented." He came to me then, his arms encircling me, and I let myself be folded into his warmth. He smelled of soap and sleep and safety. "It's the medication," he murmured into my hair. "And the shock. You need to rest. The doctor said your memory might come back in pieces, or not at all. We shouldn't force it. We depend. The word was a life raft. I clung to it. The next few days passed in a soft, muffled haze. The world was behind a pane of frosted glass. Colors were muted. Sounds were distant. Beatrice, my best friend and neighbor, came over every afternoon. She would bustle in with casseroles and gossip, her presence a familiar anchor in the strange sea of my convalescence. She was all sharp angles and bright colors, a hummingbird of a woman, her laughter too loud for the quiet rooms of my house. "You gave us such a scare, Dawn," she said one day, arranging tulips in a vase on the kitchen table. Her hands, always moving, were a flutter of red nail polish and silver rings. Corbin was a wreck, absolutely beside himself. I sipped my tea. The china cup felt impossibly fragile in my hand. "I don't remember much." "Well, it's probably for the best." She said it too quickly, her eyes darting away from mine to focus on a stubborn leaf. "A nasty business. The police said the road was like glass that night." "The police?" She looked up, her expression carefully neutral. "Well, of course, honey. It was an accident. They had to file a report. Corbin handled it all. You were in no state." I nodded, but a cold trickle of unease started in my chest. Corbin hadn't mentioned the police. He had spoken only of doctors, of neurologists, and rest. The world beyond our front door, the world of official reports and questions, felt like a threat. That night, I was looking for a book to lull me to sleep. My fingers trailed across the spines on the shelf in Corbin's study, a room that was usually his sanctuary. I rarely entered it. The air in here was different, smelled of old paper and his particular cologne. My hand stopped on a thick volume of tax law, a book he never consulted. On a whim, I pulled it out. Behind it, tucked into the shadows of the shelf, was a small, flat box. A jewelry box. My heart gave a single, hard thump. I knew what was inside before I opened it. A man's watch, heavy and expensive. A Patek Philippe. It was not Corbin's. His was a simple, elegant Rolex, a gift from his father. This one was flashier, the kind of watch worn by a man who wanted you to know the price of everything. The glass face was shattered, a spiderweb of cracks frozen in time. And on the leather strap, dark and flaked, like rust, was a stain I knew was not rust. I touched the crystal face, and a sliver of it came away on my fingertip, sharp and final. The coppery scent from the living room, the night I came home, seemed to bloom in the air around me. I slid the box back into its hiding place, my hands shaking so badly I could barely fit the law book in front of it. I stood in the silent study, the only sound the frantic beating of my own heart. A boundary had been crossed, not a line of light and shadow, but a line in my mind. The safe, curated world Corbin had built for me had a crack in it, and through that crack, I could see the dark water rushing in. The police came 2 days later. 2 detectives, a man and a woman, their plain clothes and polite smiles, doing little to mask their purpose. Their names were Hayes and Valdez. They sat on our sofa, and Hayes, the older one with tired eyes, did the talking. "Mrs. Thorne, we're following up on the accident," he began, his voice a low, calm rumble. "There are some inconsistencies." Corbin sat beside me, his hand covering mine. It was warm and dry, a steadying hand. "Inconsistencies?" he asked, his tone perfectly balanced between concern and confusion. "The skid marks, for one," Hayes said. "They don't match the story of a simple hydroplane. It looks like your wife's car was forced off the road. And then there's the matter of the other vehicle. We found paint transfer on your bumper, Mrs. Thorne. A very specific custom midnight blue." My throat was tight. I could not speak. "We're treating this as a possible case of vehicular assault," Valdez added, her voice younger, sharper. "And it's connected to another investigation. The disappearance of a man named Julian Croft." The name landed in the quiet room like a stone in a still pond. I felt Corbin's hand tighten on mine, a quick, involuntary spasm. I did not know the name, and yet something in the deep, dark water of my lost memories stirred. A flicker of a face, handsome, arrogant, the glint of a shattered watch. "Who is Julian Croft?" Corbin asked. His voice was steady, but I could feel the tension thrumming through his arm into my own. "A business associate of yours, we understand, Mr. Thorne," Hayes said, his gaze lingering on Corbin for a moment too long before returning to me. "He was last seen the night of your accident, Mrs. Thorne. His car, a midnight blue Maserati, is missing, and we have reason to believe there was a conflict." The veneer was cracking. I could hear it, a sound like ice breaking underfoot. The perfect, polished surface of our life was splintering, and beneath it, I could see the rotten wood. Lies, betrayals, a missing man, a shattered watch hidden in my husband's study. After the police left, the silence in the house was a physical presence, thick and heavy. Corbin paced the length of the living room, running a hand through his hair. "This is insane," he muttered. "Julian Croft. I did some work for him months ago. A one-off deal. The man was a shark. I told you about him, remember?" I didn't remember. I remembered nothing. I looked at my husband, at the familiar lines of his face, and I saw a stranger. The devoted husband, the man who had sat by my hospital bed, now seemed like a performance, a role he was playing to perfection. The watch, the police, Julian Croft. They were pieces of a puzzle, and the picture they were forming was monstrous. I went to Beatrice. I found her in her greenhouse, a glass-walled paradise filled with the humid breath of orchids and ferns. The air was thick, sweet, cloying. She was pruning a rose bush, her shears snipping with a precise, cruel sound. "Beatrice," I said, my voice trembling. "The police were here. They mentioned a man named Julian Croft." The shears stilled. She did not turn around. "Julian," she said, and the name was a sigh. "I wondered when he would come up." "You know him." Finally she turned. Her face was pale, her eyes glittering with an emotion I could not name. "Oh, Dawn. Everyone knew Julian. He was hard to miss." She put down the shears and wiped her hands on her apron, a slow, deliberate motion. "He was at the gallery opening last month, the one for that new surrealist. He made quite a scene. He was drunk, and he was focused on you." A cold dread washed over me. "On me? He followed you around all night." Corbin was furious. I had to pull him aside, tell him not to make a scene. She took a step toward me, her voice dropping to a confidential whisper. He was that kind of man, Julian. He saw something he wanted, and he took it. He had a reputation. I thought Corbin had told you. I thought, well, after the accident, I thought it was better not to bring it up. Another piece of the puzzle clicked into place. A jealous husband. A predatory man. A violent confrontation. The narrative was forming, slick and terrible. But it was Beatrice who had told me it was for the best that I didn't remember. Beatrice, who was always there, with her casseroles and her gossip, her eyes that missed nothing. That night, I dreamed. Not a dream, but a memory. Sharp and painful, rising from the black water of my amnesia. Rain, hammering on the roof of my car. The wipers struggling to keep pace. My hands were tight on the steering wheel, and in my rearview mirror, the blinding headlights of a car. A midnight blue beast, riding my bumper. It pulled alongside me. The window was down. I saw his face. Julian Croft. Handsome, sneering. He was shouting something, his words lost in the storm and the roar of the engines. He gestured. A violent, cutting motion. Then he swerved, his car slamming into the side of mine. A scream trapped in my throat. The world tilting, spinning. The sickening crunch of metal and glass. And then, a different scene. Later. How much later? I was standing. My clothes were soaked. I was cold, so cold my bones ached. I was not on the road. I was somewhere else. Dark. Earth under my feet. The smell of damp soil and decay. And a light bobbing in the darkness. A flashlight. A figure digging. The rhythmic sound of a shovel biting into wet earth. A thud, soft and heavy. The figure turned. The beam of the flashlight swept across a face. Not Julian's face. I woke with a gasp, sitting bolt upright in bed. The room was dark. Corbin slept beside me, his breathing deep and even. My heart was a wild drum against my ribs. The face in the flashlight beam. It was Corbin, my husband, digging a grave. The investigation was a slow, tightening noose. The police found Julian Croft's Maserati abandoned in a long-term parking garage at the airport, wiped clean of prints. They found witnesses who placed him at a bar, drunk and belligerent, talking about a woman who had led him on, and a husband who needed to be taught a lesson. The official story began to solidify. Julian Croft, enraged and drunk, had run me off the road in a fit of jealous fury. Then, in some subsequent confrontation, he had been killed by Corbin. A crime of passion, self-defense. It was a neat, tidy package, almost too neat. I remembered the watch, the shattered watch, hidden in the study. I remembered the thud of a body being lowered into a shallow grave. I remembered my husband's face, grim and determined in the beam of a flashlight. But I also remembered something else, a fragment from the gallery opening Beatrice had mentioned. Julian Croft, his hand on my arm, his breath hot against my ear. His words suddenly clear. He doesn't deserve you, Dawn. A mouse like him. I can give you a real life. I know about the money. I know what is done. And my own response. A low, furious whisper. Stay away from me, Julian. And stay away from my husband. I had not been a passive victim. I had been a player. The confrontation happened in the kitchen. The fluorescent light was harsh, bleaching all the color from our faces. I held the jewelry box in my hand. I placed it on the counter between us with a soft, definitive click. Corbin looked from the box to my face. All the warmth, all the pretense, drained from his eyes. What was left was something tired and old and hard. Where did you get this, Corbin? He didn't lie. He was past that. I took it off his body, he said, his voice flat. He was dead. There was no point in leaving it. You killed him. He was going to ruin us, Dawn. He had dug up the old embezzlement charges from my first firm, the ones we buried. He was going to the authorities. He was going to take everything. And he wanted you. He told me that. Right before he forced you off the road. He called it clearing the deck. So you killed him. I met him that night, after the accident. I called him, raging. He laughed. He said he'd finish the job with you, then come for me. It was a fight. He came at me. I pushed him. He fell. Hit his head on the edge of the stone fountain in the old Miller Park. He spoke in a monotone, as if reciting a story he had told himself 100 times. It was an accident, but who would believe that? The embezzlement, his car connected to your wreck. It would look like premeditation. So I took care of it. He had buried him. My husband, the man who curated our perfect life, had buried a body in the dead of night. And the watch? I asked, my voice a ghost of a sound. A trophy, he whispered, his gaze dropping. A stupid, reckless trophy. A reminder of the man who almost took everything from me. I looked at him, at the man I had loved, the man who had killed for me, for us. And I knew, with a certainty that turned my blood to ice, that he was only telling me part of the truth. He had met Julian that night. There had been a fight. Julian had fallen. But the memory, my memory, was shifting, clarifying. The rain on my face, the smell of wet earth, the beam of the flashlight. It wasn't just Corbin standing over that hole in the ground. I was there too. I had handed him the shovel. My hands were clean. My memory was a blank slate. I had let him build this fortress of lies around us, because the truth was a thing I could not bear to hold. I had wanted Julian gone. I had been afraid of him, of what he knew, of the chaos he represented. And when the opportunity presented itself, in the violent, chaotic aftermath of the accident, I had let it happen. I had been a willing accomplice. The police never arrested Corbin. The case grew cold. Without a body, without any physical evidence linking Corbin to Julian's disappearance, there was nothing to hold him on. The official story remained the most plausible one. Julian Croft, a violent and unstable man, had met his end at the hands of persons unknown after a life of crime. We were the victims. Corbin and I never spoke of it again. We moved through the house like ghosts, orbiting each other in a terrible, silent understanding. The boundaries between us were now permanent, etched not in light and shadow, but in guilt and complicity. He had killed a man, and I had allowed it. I had buried the memory as deeply as Corbin had buried the body. Beatrice stopped coming over. The community, our silent chorus, watched us from a distance now. We were the couple who had survived a tragedy. They saw Corbin's devotion, my fragility. They did not see the chasm that had opened between us, a gulf filled with the unspoken truth of what we had done together. Sometimes, in the deep silence of the night, I lie awake and listen. I listen past the sound of Corbin's breathing, past the whisper of the central air, past the distant hum of the city. I listen for the sound of the rain, for the whisper of a shovel biting into soft, wet earth. I listen for the ghost of a man who no longer exists, whose name is a secret we keep locked away in the dark corners of our home. And the only thing I ever hear is the steady, relentless ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall, counting out the seconds, measuring the silence. A sound that goes on and on, long after the mystery is supposed to be over. The ticking was a lie. It pretended to be a constant, a reliable marker of time passing. But I knew now that time was not linear. It was a pool, and we were sunk at the bottom, trapped in the moment of that night. The silence in the house was not an absence of sound, but a presence. It was the ghost of Julian Croft, and it was the ghost of the people we used to be. Corbin tried to mend things. He brought me flowers, the kind I used to love. He suggested a vacation, a trip to some sun-drenched island where the light would be too bright for shadows. I would smile, a thin, stretched expression that felt like a crack in my skin, and say that I was still too tired. He began to work later, finding reasons to stay in the city, and I was glad for the empty house. Its silence was preferable to the sound of his careful, hollow voice. I started taking long walks, not for pleasure, but as a form of penance. I would walk until my feet ached, through neighborhoods where no one knew us, past houses with lit windows that offered glimpses of other lives, ordinary lives untouched by buried secrets. One afternoon, my wanderings took me to the edge of the old Miller Park. The iron gates were rusted shut, choked with ivy. I stood there for a long time, my hand on the cold metal, staring through the bars at the overgrown paths and the dry, cracked basin of the stone fountain. There was no flash of memory, no sudden cinematic clarity, just a deep, cellular knowledge. This was the place, the fight, the fall, the end of one story, and the beginning of ours. I tried to feel something, remorse or horror, but all I felt was a vast, frozen emptiness. I had become a curator, too, carefully arranging the artifacts of my own numbness. It was on one of these walks that I saw Beatrice. She was exiting a small, exclusive boutique, a shopping bag dangling from her hand. She didn't see me at first. She was laughing, her head thrown back, a sound I realized I had never truly heard outside the walls of my own home. It was different, freer. Then her eyes met mine, and the laughter died in her throat. For a fraction of a second, her face was a mask of pure, unguarded alarm. It was gone in an instant, replaced by a warm, concerned smile. "Dawn," she said, hurrying toward me. "You look so pale. Are you feeling all right?" "I'm fine," I said. "Just walking." She linked her arm through mine, a familiar, possessive gesture that now felt like a cage. "You need to be careful, darling. You're still so fragile. Let me drive you home." As she guided me toward her car, she chattered about the weather, about a new restaurant, about anything but the past. But her grip on my arm was tight, almost desperate. When she pulled up to my house, she turned to me, her expression serious. "You know I only ever wanted to protect you, Dawn, from everything. Some truths are just too heavy to carry." I looked at her, at the perfect arch of her eyebrows, the slight tremor in her smile, and I understood. She knew. Maybe not all of it, but enough. She had seen the tension between Corbin and Julian at the gallery. She had heard the rumors. She had connected the dots after the accident, and had chosen deliberately to help Corbin steer the narrative. Her gossip had not been idle. It had been strategic. She was another accomplice, a silent partner in our crime. I thanked her for the ride and got out of the car. I stood on the porch and watched her drive away, and I knew that our friendship was another thing we had buried that night. That evening, Corbin came home early. He found me in the living room, standing before the large window that looked out onto our manicured garden. The setting sun cast long, distorted shadows across the lawn, turning the tidy flower beds into grasping, dark shapes. He aimed to stand beside me, his hands in his pockets. "We have to find a way past this, Dawn," he said, his voice low and strained. "We have to find a way back to each other." I continued to look out the window. The boundary between the garden and the woods beyond had never seemed so sharp, so final. "Back to what, Corbin?" I asked. "To the people we were before? They're gone." He was silent for a long time. Then he said, "I would do it again. To protect you. To protect us." And I knew with a chilling certainty that he meant it. That was the true horror. Not the single violent act in the rain, but the cold, enduring fact of it. It was not a scar that would heal. It was the foundation upon which our life was now built. We were not living in the aftermath. We were living inside the crime itself. And we would be forever. I turned from the window and looked at my husband. I saw the love in his eyes. A love that was real and fierce and terrible. A love that could dig a grave and call it protection. A love that asked me to share the weight of a body in the earth. I reached out and took his hand. It was warm. It was the hand that had held the shovel. The mystery was over for the police, for the neighbors, for the world. But for us, it was a permanent state of being. The question was no longer who killed Julian Croft, or why. The question was how we would live inside the answer. And as I stood there, holding the hand of the man I loved and feared, the only answer I had was that we just would. We would live here, in this beautiful silent house, waiting for a dawn that I knew, now, would never really come. The first frost came early that year, sheathing the dead garden in a brittle, glittering coat. It matched the internal weather of the house. Our conversations were functional, a series of transactions about groceries and dry cleaning and a leaking faucet in the guest bathroom. We were roommates bound by a blood oath, careful not to disturb the soil in which our secret was planted. I began to clean. It was a frantic, useless energy, a need to impose order on the chaos I felt churning inside. I started with the attic, pulling down boxes of old clothes and forgotten holiday decorations. Under a stack of yellowed linens, my fingers brushed against cold, hard plastic. It was a discarded laptop, an old model I hadn't used in years. The battery was long dead, but a spark of something. Not quite hope, more a grim curiosity, made me find the charger and plug it in the corner of the study. It whirred to life with a tired hum. The desktop was a relic from a past life, filled with photos of us smiling on a beach, of dinner parties with Beatrice, of a version of myself I could no longer access. I opened the documents folder, my heart a dull thud in my chest. Most of it was mundane, budget spreadsheets, drafts of old thank you notes. Then I found a folder labeled JC Consultancy. My breath hitched. Inside were a series of emails. Not to Julian, but about him. They were from Corbin to a private investigator. The dates were from the weeks before the accident. The language was cold, corporate. Subject exhibits increasing volatility. Subject has made overt threats regarding financial disclosures. Need definitive leverage to ensure his silence. The last email, sent the day before my accident, was a single, stark line. The situation is no longer containable. Proceed with Phase 2. Phase 2? The words sat on the screen, black and immutable. This was not the story of a spontaneous fight, of a crime of passion born from a jealous confrontation. This was a plan. Corbin had been moving pieces on a board, and my accident, my memory loss, had not been a disruption to his strategy. They had become a part of it. I had been a part of it, a pawn whose amnesia provided the perfect alibi, the perfect veil of victimhood. I heard his key in the front door. The sound was no longer a welcome home, but a warning. I quickly closed the laptop, my hands shaking. As his footsteps approached the study, I stood and walked to the window, pretending to watch the frost-bleached lawn. "You're home early," I said, my back to him. "The meeting was canceled," he replied. I could feel his eyes on me, assessing. "What have you been up to?" "Just cleaning," I said, the lie smooth and easy on my tongue. "It's a good day for it." He came to stand behind me, his presence a dark warmth at my back. He rested his hands on my shoulders, and I forced myself not to flinch. "We should get away," he murmured into my hair. "Just the two of us." We need to reconnect. I looked at our reflection in the dark glass of the window. A handsome couple, poised in their beautiful home. The image was perfect, untroubled. But beneath the surface, in the cold, hard soil of our shared life, something new was taking root. It wasn't fear anymore, or guilt. It was a plan of my own. He thought the mystery was over, that we were settled into our silent, shared life. But I was just beginning to investigate. The question was no longer what we had done, but what he had been planning to do all along. And what exactly Phase 2 had been. The days that followed were a study in performance. I became the version of myself Corbin wanted to see, the fragile woman slowly emerging from her shell. I agreed to the vacation. I suggested a quiet cabin in the mountains, a place with no memories, where we could walk in the cold, clean air. He seemed relieved, his vigilance softening into a cautious optimism. He thought I was trying to find my way back to him. In truth, I was creating distance, a geographical buffer where I could think. The private investigator's name was not in the emails. It was a dead end. But the emails themselves were a map pointing to a timeline, a premeditation that chilled me more than the memory of the grave. I needed another angle. I remembered the jewelry box, the hidden watch. Corbin had kept it as a trophy, a reckless memento. What else had he kept? While he was at work, I searched his study with a methodical precision I didn't know I possessed. I wasn't looking for evidence of the murder itself. I was looking for evidence of the plan. The bottom drawer of his desk was locked. It was a small, defiant act, this lock in a house where we were supposed to have no secrets from each other. I found the key taped to the back of a heavy framed award from his firm. Inside the drawer was a slim, black burner phone. It was powered off. My hands were ice as I pressed the power button. The screen glowed to life. It demanded a passcode. I tried his birthday, our anniversary, the code for our home alarm. Nothing. Then I thought of the emails, the cold corporate language. I typed in PHASE2. The screen unlocked. The call log was empty. The contacts held a single number, labeled PI. The text message thread, however, was not deleted. The exchanges were brief, cryptic. Subject is en route to the gallery. Opportunity for initial contact. Confirmed. We'll proceed. Then, the day of my accident. A message from Corbin, Doctor. Acceleration required. The wife is a liability. Proceed with Phase 2. The reply, an hour later. Understood. The incident will occur on the bridge. Unrecoverable. The world tilted. The air left my lungs. I read the words again, my mind refusing to assemble their meaning. The wife is a liability. The incident will occur on the bridge. Unrecoverable. My accident. My car hurtling through the guardrail. It wasn't Julian's jealous rage. It was a calculated move in a game I hadn't known we were playing. Corbin had ordered it. He had told someone to run me off the road. He had intended for it to be fatal. Unrecoverable. The memory of the flashlight beam on his face. The grave. My own complicity. It all shattered and reformed into a new, more horrifying picture. Julian's death had been an accident, a messy complication, but my death was to be the clean solution. The event that would frame Julian and tie up all the loose ends. Only I had survived. I had crawled from the wreckage with my memory gone, and in doing so, I had unwittingly become the perfect alibi, the grieving wife, a living prop in his new narrative. I heard his car in the driveway. I moved quickly, my body operating on a strange, calm autopilot. I powered off the phone, placed it back in the drawer, relocked it, and returned the key. I was sitting on the sofa, a book open in my lap, when he walked in. He smiled. A genuine, warm smile that now looked like the most grotesque mask. "All packed for tomorrow?" he asked. "Almost," I said, my voice steady. I looked at this man, my husband, who had loved me and planned to kill me, who had killed for me and because of me. The love was real. I could still see it, a twisted, poisonous vine tangled with a cold-blooded ambition I had never suspected. He had built this life for us, and he was willing to bury me in its foundations to protect. We would go to the cabin. We would walk in the cold, clean air. And I would have to decide, in that quiet, isolated place, what happened next. The mystery was not over. It had just become infinitely more personal and infinitely more dangerous. The man coming toward me to kiss my forehead was not just the man who had dug a grave. He was the man who had ordered my own. The kiss was a brand on my skin, a claim of ownership that made my stomach turn. I accepted it, my lips a passive, cool surface against his. He smelled of his expensive cologne and the cold air from outside, a scent I had once found comforting. Now it was the smell of the grave, of the cold calculation that had sent my car spinning toward the river. At dinner, I watched his hands as he cut his steak. They were steady, capable hands, artist's hands, murderer's hands. I thought of those hands holding the shovel. And then I thought of them typing out the words, "The wife is a liability." I had to look away, focusing on the slow, precise motion of my own knife through the food I could not bring myself to eat. "You're quiet tonight," he observed, his voice laced with a careful concern. "Are you having second thoughts about the trip?" "No," I said, forcing a small, tired smile. "I'm just tired. It's been a long week." It was the truth, wrapped in a lie. The week had been an eternity, a descent into a hell whose true dimensions I was only now comprehending. "A change of scenery will do you good," he said, and the kindness in his tone was a razor blade. He believed it. He believed this performance of care could mend the irreparable tear he had created. Or perhaps he no longer cared about mending anything, only about maintaining the facade. Later, in the dark of our bedroom, I lay beside him, listening to the rhythm of his breathing. I used to find that sound a lullaby. Now each exhale was a countdown. I replayed the text messages in my mind, each word a shard of glass. Unrecoverable. He had not just wanted me dead. He had wanted me gone, erased, a problem so thoroughly solved that nobody would ever raise questions. My survival had been an inconvenience he had been forced to adapt to work around. My amnesia had been a gift, a twist of fate that allowed him to pivot from murderer to protector. The next morning, we drove north. The landscape bled from the city's gray, sprawl into the stark, leafless beauty of the mountains. Corbin talked about the cabin, about the peace and quiet, about the stars being clearer away from the city lights. I nodded, my responses minimal but plausible. I was a prisoner on a scenic journey, my mind racing ahead to our destination, to the isolation he had so thoughtfully arranged. The cabin was exactly as he had described it. Rustic, luxurious, and utterly remote. It stood at the end of a long, private drive, nestled among tall pines that cast deep, shifting shadows. The silence was immediate and profound, broken only by the wind in the branches. It was the perfect place for a reconciliation. It was also the perfect place for a disappearance. He carried our bags inside, his movements easy and familiar. He had been here before. I realized this was his place, a retreat I had never known about. Another secret, another layer of the life he kept partitioned away from me. "I'll get a fire started," he said, his voice echoing slightly in the high, beamed ceiling. I stood by the large picture window, looking out at the dense woods. The boundary of the property was invisible, the forest a seamless, impenetrable wall. My heart was a frantic bird beating against my ribs. This was it. The decision I had been putting off was no longer abstract. It was here, in this room, in the man kneeling before the fireplace. He had tried to kill me once. He had killed Julian. He had built our life on a foundation of lies and bones. The law could not touch him. Justice was a concept that had died in the Miller Park. There was only survival now. My survival. He looked up from the kindling, his face illuminated by the first flicker of flame. He smiled at me, a soft, hopeful smile. "It's going to be okay, Dawn. I promise." And in that moment, looking at his face, so full of a love that was both real and monstrous, I knew what I had to do. The promise of safety was the oldest lie. There was no safety with him. There was only the temporary reprieve of his affection. I had to finish what Phase 2 had started, but on my own terms. I had to become unrecoverable, not as a victim, but as a ghost. I smiled back, a genuine smile this time, fueled by a cold, clear purpose. "I know," I said. "I finally believe you." The fire crackled to life, its warmth a false comfort in the cold, open space. I moved to the kitchen, my movements deliberate. I filled the kettle, the mundane sound of water hitting metal a stark contrast to the roar in my ears. I could feel his gaze on my back, a weight I had once craved and now endured. "I think I saw some tea in the cupboard last time I was here," he said, coming up behind me. He reached around, his chest brushing against my shoulder, and opened a high cabinet. "His last time." The words hung in the air, another piece of the puzzle clicking into its terrible place. Who had he been here with? What other secrets had these walls absorbed? He found the tin of tea, his fingers brushing mine as he handed it to me. A simple domestic gesture. My skin crawled. "I'm going to bring in some more wood from the stack," he said. "The forecast says it's going to be a cold one." I nodded, not trusting my voice. As soon as the heavy oak door closed behind him, I moved. My heart was a hammer against my ribs, but my mind was preternaturally clear. I went to his duffel bag left by the stairs. I unzipped it with quiet urgency. Beneath his sweaters and jeans, my fingers closed around the cold, hard rectangle of his regular phone. I entered the passcode I had watched him use 100 times. It worked. I opened his recent calls. There it was, a number, dialed just yesterday, with no name attached. I committed it to memory, a string of digits that felt more powerful than any weapon. Then I opened his texts. The thread with Beatrice was long, going back weeks. I scanned it, my eyes catching phrases. "She's getting stronger, asking more questions. The cabin will be a good reset. A chance to make sure she's fully on board." Beatrice's reply was a single chilling sentence. "Do what you have to, Corbin. We all have so much to lose." The pieces shifted again, locking into a new, more expansive configuration. It wasn't just him. It was a network. Beatrice wasn't just an accomplice after the fact. She was a co-conspirator. She knew about the plan, about Phase 2. She had helped steer the narrative because her own fate was tied to his. What did she have to lose? Her social standing? Her fortune? Or something darker? I heard his footsteps on the porch. I locked the phone, shoved it back into the depths of the duffel bag, and zipped it shut just as the door opened. A blast of cold air entered with him, carrying the scent of pine and dry wood. He dropped an armload of logs by the fireplace, his face flushed from the cold. "Everything okay?" he asked, his eyes scanning my face. "Perfect," I said, turning back to the steaming kettle. "The tea is almost ready." I took a breath, forcing my voice low and steady, mimicking the corporate coldness I had read in Corbin's emails. "The situation with the asset has changed," I said. The original parameters of Phase 2 are no longer viable. There was a long silence on the other end. I could hear the faint sound of traffic, placing him back in the city. Who is this? The voice was sharper now, suspicious. That's not your concern, I said, my heart hammering against my ribs. Your concern is that the original plan is compromised. The asset is aware. New instructions will follow. I ended the call before he could respond, my thumb fumbling on the button. I powered the phone off and hid it beneath a loose floorboard under the bed. I sat on the edge of the mattress, my entire body shaking. It was a reckless, desperate move. I had no idea if he would believe it, if he would call Corbin immediately, if I had just signed my own death warrant. But I had to introduce a variable, a crack of doubt in the foundation of their plan. I had to make the anonymous PI question Corbin's control. I heard Corbin's heavy tread on the stairs. I lay down quickly, pulling the quilt up to my chin, feigning sleep. The door creaked open. He stood there for a long moment, a silhouette against the dim light from the main room. I kept my breathing deep and even, every muscle in my body taut as a wire. He was watching me, assessing. I felt like a specimen under glass. Then the door closed softly, and his footsteps receded down the stairs. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. The first move had been made. It was clumsy and dangerous, but it was mine. The game was no longer just about survival. It was about overturning the board entirely. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that the next move would have to be bolder. I would have to confront the one person who held the other half of this story, the person whose fear was the lock on Corbin's cage. I would have to find a way to Beatrice. The next morning, the air in the cabin was thick with a false domesticity. Corbin made pancakes, humming as he flipped them, the picture of a devoted husband. I ate what I could, each sweet, syrupy bite a struggle. My mind was not on the food or on his chatter about a hike he wanted to take. It was on the city, on Beatrice, and on the fragile thread of doubt I had hopefully cast into the waters. You seem distant, he said, his eyes narrowing slightly as he sipped his coffee. I was just thinking about Beatrice, I said, the name feeling like acid on my tongue. I kept my tone light, conversational. I feel bad that we left so abruptly. Maybe we should invite her up for a night. She's always loved the mountains. The suggestion hung between us. I watched his face, searching for a flicker of alarm, a tightening around the eyes. There was nothing, just a smooth, considered calm. That's a sweet thought, darling, he said, reaching across the table to pat my hand. But I think this time should be just for us. We need to focus on us right now. It was the answer I had expected. He was isolating me, keeping his world separate. His refusal was another piece of confirmation. He was afraid of what might happen if she and I were alone together in this place, away from the prying eyes of the city. After breakfast, he announced he was going to split more wood, a task that would take him to the far side of the property and keep him occupied for at least an hour. This was my chance. I waited until I heard the rhythmic, distant thud of the axe. Then I retrieved the burner phone. My hands were steadier this time. I didn't call the anonymous number. I called Beatrice. Her private line, the one she'd given me years ago for emergencies. She answered on the second ring. Dawn, is everything all right? Her voice was laced with a concern that sounded almost real. We need to talk, I said, cutting straight through the pretense. Not as friends, not as whatever we are now. We need to talk about Phase 2. Whoa. The silence on the other end was absolute. I could picture her in her pristine kitchen, her perfectly composed face freezing in shock. I don't know what you're talking about, she finally said, but her voice was thin, stretched tight. I read the texts, Beatrice, on Corbin's phone. I know you knew. I know you agreed. I kept my voice low and relentless. He tried to kill me, And you helped him cover it up. You helped him frame a dead man. Dawn, you're confused. The accident, your memory, it's all a mess. She was trying to regain control, to use my amnesia against me, the way they always had. It's very clear now, I said. And I have a proposal for you. You're going to come to the cabin today. You're going to tell me everything, the whole story. Why you're in this so deep. Or what? She whispered, a sliver of her usual steel returning. Or I make a call, I said. Not to the police. They're in Corbin's pocket. I call the number he has saved as PI. And I tell him that Corbin has become the liability. That Corbin is about to confess everything and name names. I wonder how long you'll last after that call is made. I wonder how long any of you will last. I was bluffing, building a house of cards with nothing but stolen information and sheer nerve. But I poured every ounce of the cold, hard certainty I felt into my voice. Another long silence. Then, a shaky exhale. He'll never let me near you. Find a way, I said. Tell him you're worried about me. Tell him you're bringing a peace offering. I don't care. Just get here. You have until sunset. I ended the call and powered the phone off. I stood by the window, watching Corbin's distant figure swing the axe. The woods were no longer just a prison or a stage. They were a trap, and I was the one setting it. I had just called the second most dangerous person I knew into the heart of it. I was gambling that her fear of exposure was greater than her loyalty to him. I was gambling that she would see me not as a victim to be managed, but as a player who had finally learned the rules of their game. The quiet of the mountains was about to be broken. The axe fell with a final solid thunk. I watched Corbin wipe his brow with his sleeve before gathering the split logs into his arms. He was strong, capable, a man who built things and broke them with the same hands. I turned from the window and busied myself with straightening the already straight cushions on the sofa, my mind racing through the possibilities of what would happen next. Would Beatrice come? Would she call him first? The waiting was a new kind of agony, a slow poison seeping into the quiet afternoon. He came in, his cheeks ruddy from the cold, his energy expansive. That should keep us for a while, he said, stacking the wood neatly by the hearth. He looked at me, his gaze sweeping over me as if taking inventory. You look better. The color is back in your cheeks. It's the mountain air, I said, and it was almost the truth. The crisp, thin air felt like a sharpening stone, honing my senses to a fine edge. We spent the next few hours in a parody of a peaceful retreat. I read a book I couldn't comprehend. He worked on a brief, his laptop open on the large oak table. The only sounds were the ticking of a grandfather clock and the soft tap of his keys. Each minute that passed felt like a small victory. Beatrice wasn't here yet, but he hadn't received a panicked call from her either. The silence from his phone was a good sign. It was just past 4 when his phone finally buzzed. He glanced at the screen, and a faint frown creased his forehead. He stood and walked toward the kitchen for privacy. "Beatrice," he said, his voice low but carrying in the quiet room. I kept my eyes glued to my book, my heart thudding against the hardcover. I could only hear his side of the conversation. "No, everything's fine. She's resting." "Why?" A long pause. "That's not necessary, Bea." "Really?" "I understand you're concerned, but..." Another pause, longer this time. I could feel his resistance, a wall I had counted on. Then, a sigh of resignation. "Fine, if you think it will help, but make it quick." He ended the call. He came back into the room, his expression a carefully constructed mask of mild annoyance. That was Beatrice. "She's worried about you. She's insisting on driving up. Says she has something for you that will help you sleep. Iron." I allowed a look of gentle surprise to cross my face. "That's unexpectedly thoughtful of her." "Is it?" he murmured, more to himself than to me. He sat back down at his laptop, but his focus was broken. I could see the new tension in his shoulders. The dynamic had shifted. His control was no longer absolute. He was now managing two variables, me and Beatrice, and he didn't know they were connected. The sun was dipping below the tree line, casting long, skeletal shadows across the clearing, when the familiar purr of Beatrice's sports car echoed up the drive. Corbin stood, his movements stiff. I remained on the sofa, feigning a calm I did not feel. She came in without knocking, a whirlwind of cashmere and purpose. She carried a small paper bag from an upscale pharmacy. Her eyes found me first, a quick, penetrating glance that held a universe of unspoken words, then moved to Corbin. "I'm sorry to intrude," she said, her voice a little too bright. "I just couldn't stop thinking about you, Dawn. I brought you some of those herbal supplements my doctor recommended. They work wonders." She held out the bag. I took it. "Thank you, Beatrice. That's very kind." The three of us stood in an awkward triangle. The air crackled with unspoken accusations and alliances. "Why don't I put the kettle on?" Corbin said, his tone overly casual. He was trying to reassert control, to play the host. "That would be lovely," Beatrice said, her smile not reaching her eyes. The moment he disappeared into the kitchen, her gaze locked onto mine. Her face was pale, her composure brittle. She gave a single, sharp, almost imperceptible nod. She had come. She had chosen her side. The trap was set, and the bait was her own fear. Now, we just needed a moment alone to spring it. Story 7. The light from the old banker's lamp on my desk flickered. A nervous tick in the gloom of my rented room. It was a cheap bulb, not the lamp's fault, but the effect was the same. A stuttering pulse that made the shadows in the corners seem to breathe. Each time the light faltered, the stain on the floorboards, a Rorschach blot of spilled whiskey and regret, deepened from amber to a dark Venus brown. The room knew my failures better than I did. It held the scent of them, a stale perfume of printer's ink, dust, and the metallic tang of the typewriter I hadn't touched in months. The phone, when it rang, was a shriek in that fragile silence. The voice on the other end was like gravel poured over glass, old and rough. It offered a name, Darrell Vesper, and a sum of money that made the skin on my knuckles tighten. The assignment was a ghost story. Juniper Vesper, the old man's daughter, had vanished 20 years ago from the family estate, a gilded cage on the North Shore. The official story was a runaway. The family wanted closure, the voice said, a private account for their own records. They'd chosen me, Grant Weir, not for my Pulitzer, but because my disgrace had made me cheap and compliant. I was a rational man, driven by a desire for justice that had long since curdled into a need for rent money. I took the job. The Vesper compound was a mausoleum built of money and silence, set against the perpetual bruised gray of the lake sky. The air was cold and wet, smelling of pine needles and the distant, acrid breath of their factories. Darrell Vesper received me in a library that felt more like a fortress. He was a man carved from old wood and older money, his face a network of lines that spoke of command, not laughter. His handshake was dry and firm, but his eyes were the color of a winter sky and just as empty. He spoke of Juniper in the past tense, a polished anecdote about a willful, artistic girl. But his words were too smooth, rehearsed. The room itself whispered otherwise. A grand piano stood in one corner, its lid closed, a film of dust on the black lacquer like a shroud. On the wall above it was a pale, ghostly rectangle where a large painting must have hung. A secret had been removed from this room, and the emptiness it left behind was louder than any sound. My investigation was a study in polished obstruction. The family, a constellation of cold-eyed sons and brittle daughters-in-law, offered variations on the same theme. Juniper was troubled. Juniper was wild. Juniper was gone. They were a closed system, bound by a loyalty that felt less like love and more like a shared crime. I needed a key to their digital locks, their private correspondences, the financial streams that might reveal a motive for a more permanent kind of disappearance. That was how I found Lila. She was a rumor in the darker corners of the internet, a phantom known for cracking corporate encryption for the thrill of it. Tracking her down led me to a squat brick building in a part of the city that hummed with a different, more desperate energy. Her legal guardian, a man named Graham, answered the door. He was broad and soft in the middle, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He exerted a possessive, oppressive control, standing too close, speaking for her. But then Lila appeared behind him, a wisp of a girl with eyes that held the flickering, ancient light of 1,000 computer screens. She looked at me, past Graham, and in that look was a silent scream, a history of trauma etched into the wary set of her shoulders. We met in secret, in the back booth of a diner that smelled of old coffee and grease. The air was thick with the ghosts of 1,000 conversations. She was all sharp edges and sharper intellect, her fingers scarred along the knuckles, tapping a frantic rhythm on the chipped formica. I laid out the case, the Vespers, the missing Juniper. She listened, her gaze fixed on the rain-streaked window, and when I finished, she said only, "The rich don't lose things. They bury them." She agreed to help. Not for the money I offered, but for the chance to dig into a fortress of power, to maybe bury one of her own ghosts in the process. Our collaboration was a strange, syncopated dance. I moved through the physical world, the country clubs and charity galas, feeling the weight of the Vesper name and the cold politeness I was shown. Lila moved through the digital underworld, a place of shimmering data streams and firewalls. She would send me fragments, whispers from the past, an encrypted email from Daryl to a private security firm, dated a week after Juniper's disappearance. A series of large, untraceable payments to a man named Jaden, Daryl's youngest son, the family's fixer, a man with a politician's smile and a shark's dead eyes. Late, one night, Lila called me, her voice a thin wire of excitement and fear. She had found a ghost in the machine, a server maintained by the family's law firm, a server that wasn't on any official schematic. It was a digital oubliette, and in it, she found the first real piece of Juniper. It was a scanned image of a painting. The file was named Juniper Last, PSDDA. I opened it on my laptop, the blue light the only illumination in my dark room. It was a self-portrait. Juniper Vesper stared out from the canvas, her eyes a startling, vivid green, filled with a tempest of emotion. She was beautiful, but it was a feral, untamed beauty. And in the background, almost hidden in the swirls of dark color, was a figure. A man, his face a smudge of malevolence, his hand outstretched not in a caress, but in a gesture of possession, of threat. The style was frenzied, Van Gogh meets German expressionism. It was the cry for help that had never been heard. Lila's voice was a whisper in my ear. "There's more. Financial records. Jaden. He was bleeding the company dry. Small siphons at first, then bigger. Juniper found out. She was going to tell her father." The pieces began to fall into place with a terrible, grinding logic. Jaden, the charming, ruthless son, embezzling millions. Juniper, the conscience, discovering his betrayal. A confrontation, an accident, or something worse. And Daryl, the patriarch, discovering the truth and choosing the family name over his daughter's justice. The vanishing was not a mystery. It was a cover-up. The climax came on a night when the wind off the lake sounded like a lament. Layla had pierced the final firewall, finding the location of a safe deposit box, paid for by Jaden, but under a false name. It was the proof, she said. The final proof. We agreed to meet at the diner, to plan our next move. I waited for an hour, the cold coffee congealing in my cup. The dread was a physical presence, a cold stone in my gut. She never came. Her phone went straight to voicemail. Driving to her apartment, the city lights bled into long, anxious streaks. Graham answered the door, his face a mask of performative grief. He told me Lila had suffered a breakdown, that she was prone to them, that she was now sedated in a private facility. His eyes were flat and calm. He had sold her, I realized. The Vespers had bought her silence, and Graham had been the broker. The oppression he exerted was not just control, it was a commodity. I was alone, the rational journalist, stripped of his digital savior. I went to the bank the next day, the key Lila had digitally forged burning a hole in my pocket. The box contained no body, no murder weapon. It contained something quieter, and somehow worse. It was a stack of letters in Juniper's flamboyant hand. They were love letters, not to a stranger, but to her brother, Jaden. The language was obsessive, poetic, full of a dark and desperate passion. And tucked between the pages was a grainy photograph, taken from a security camera, of Jaden and Juniper arguing violently by the lake on the estate, the night she disappeared. On the back, in Daryl's precise script, was written, "This never happened." I confronted Daryl Vesper in his library. The room felt smaller now, the walls closing in with the weight of his sin. I laid it out for him, not as a journalist seeking a story, but as a man disgusted by the architecture of the lie. I told him I knew about Jaden's embezzlement, about Juniper's discovery, about the incestuous affair that had twisted everything. I told him I knew he had protected his son, his company, his legacy, by burying his daughter's truth. The old man did not break. He simply withered, his defiance leaving him like a sigh. He confirmed it, in his way. Jaden and Juniper, bound by a love that was a sickness, a struggle by the boathouse, a push, a crack of skull on stone. Jaden, panicked, coming to his father. And Daryl, looking at his two children, one a murderer, the other a victim, and making his choice. He had the body moved, hidden in a place he would not name. He used his power to create the runaway narrative, to pay off officials, to silence any question. He had preserved his dynasty by entombing its heart. There was no dramatic arrest, no front-page expose. The Vespers were too powerful, their roots too deep. A week after my confrontation, Jaden Vesper was found dead in his car, a victim of carbon monoxide poisoning, ruled a suicide. The official statement spoke of depression, of private demons. The family closed ranks, tighter than ever. The world moved on. I never saw Lila again. I heard a rumor, months later, that she had been released from the facility and had vanished, a ghost returning to the machine. I like to think she is out there, in the shimmering dark of the web, free from Graham, her brilliance untethered. I sit now in my room, the same cheap bulb flickering its uneven rhythm. The story I wrote was a pale, gutted thing, a narrative of unsolved mysteries and grieving families that satisfied the public and the Vespers. The money bought me a year of peace, but it smells of decay. The real story is here in this document, a secret for its own sake. The mystery was never about where Juniper Vesper went. It was about the rot that allowed a family to sacrifice one of its own on the altar of its own continuation. The light from my lamp stutters again, and in that momentary dimming I see it clearly. The empty space on the wall above Daryl Vesper's piano. The ghost of a painting that held the whole terrible truth. and the light from the old banker's lamp on my desk flickered. It was a nervous tick that had become a companion, this flicker. It was the only thing that moved in the room besides the slow crawl of my own thought. The document was finished. The truth poured out onto the page. But it was a truth with no destination. It was a monument in a desert, seen by no one. The satisfaction I had imagined I would feel was absent. In its place was a hollowed-out quiet, the kind that follows a great noise. I had become a vessel for a secret, and the weight of it was changing my shape. The city outside my window, with its million blinking lights, seemed indifferent. A machine that would grind on regardless of the rot festering in one of its gilded chambers. I was no longer the disgraced journalist seeking redemption. I was a curator of a terrible exhibit, the only visitor. A few days later, a plain, thick envelope arrived with no return address. Inside was a stack of $100 bills, crisp and new O'Donnell. There was no note, but the message was clear. It was not payment. It was a reminder. A final silent warning to keep my curated exhibit private. It was hush money, the most literal kind. I thought about burning it, this blood-soaked currency, but the pragmatism that had kept me afloat for so long intervened. I paid my rent for the next 6 months. The money went into my account and seemed to taint the balance. I tried to go back to my old life, to the freelance pieces about city council disputes and restaurant openings, but the words felt like ash in my mouth. The typewriter remained silent, a relic of a man I no longer was. My editor, a weary man named Phil, called once. He said my last piece on the Vespers was competent, a good bit of closure. He could use me on a story about a new tech startup. I told him I was working on a book. It was the first thing that came to mind, a lie to build a wall. He wished me luck and hung up. I knew I would not hear from him again. The hollow feeling persisted. I started taking long walks through the city at night, past the glittering towers and into the quiet residential streets. I found myself standing outside the Vesper compound more than once, a dark silhouette against the iron gates. The house was a black monolith against the night sky, its windows sightless. I wondered which room was Daryl's if he slept, or if he just stared at his ceiling, replaying his choice forever. I wondered if Jaden's ghost walked the halls, or if he had been erased as thoroughly as his sister. One evening, I came home to find my door slightly ajar. The lock was pristine, picked with an expert's touch. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird in a cage. I pushed the door open, expecting ruin, a warning written in the destruction of my few possessions. But the room was exactly as I had left it. The bed was made, the desk was cluttered, the stain on the floor was still there. Nothing was out of place. Nothing except for a single small object placed squarely in the center of my desk blotter. It was a vintage computer key, an old ESC key from a clacky mechanical keyboard. It was made of heavy beige plastic, and it was clean, as if it had been recently wiped. I picked it up. It felt solid, real. There was no note, no explanation. It was a message, but one I couldn't decipher. A warning to escape? An acknowledgement that I had escaped something? Or was it a signature? I held the key in my palm, its weight a tiny, significant pressure. The lamp flickered, and in that brief pulse of darkness, I felt it. I was not alone in this. The story was not over. It had simply been archived, waiting for the right key to access it again. The silence in the room was no longer empty. It was patient. I placed the key next to my typewriter, a strange, modern artifact beside an obsolete machine. The light steadied for a moment, then began to flicker once more, a persistent, rhythmic code I could not yet read. The key became my totem. I would find myself turning it over and over in my hand, the click of plastic against my wedding band, the only sound in the room besides the flickering lamp. It was a question I had no answer for, a thread leading back into a labyrinth I had supposedly left. I tried to dismiss it as a final theatrical taunt from the Vespers, a reminder that they could enter my life as easily as they had entered my locked room. But it felt wrong. It was too subtle, too personal. They dealt in money and silence, not in cryptic souvenirs. Weeks bled into a month. The rain of early autumn settled into a permanent drizzle. The hollow feeling began to crystallize into a specific, sharp-edged purpose. Lila had given me the tools to see the hidden architecture of power, and now I found myself using them, not for a client, but for myself. I started digging, not into the Vespers, but around the edges of my own life. I created a secure, encrypted partition on my laptop, a ghost drive. I began mapping the digital footprint of Graham, Lila's guardian. It was a long shot, a desperate stab in the dark, but the key felt like it was meant for a lock that involved her. His life was a study in bland normalcy, a carefully constructed facade, but beneath the surface, in the layers of data Lila had taught me to peel back, I found the fissures. He was in debt, a slow, sinking kind that explained his willingness to sell his ward. And then I found it. A pattern of travel, paid for with a credit card under a corporate alias I traced back to a Vesper shell company. He had taken trips to a small private airfield upstate, the same one used by the family for discreet travel. The dates corresponded with the weeks following Lila's disappearance. It wasn't proof, but it was a direction. The airfield was the kind of place that asked no questions, servicing private jets and small charters that valued discretion over safety regulations. I drove up there on a Tuesday, the sky the color of wet slate. The terminal was a single, low-slung building of glass and steel, empty except for a lone woman at the reception desk. I showed her a picture of Graham, spinning a story about a lost inheritance, a long-lost uncle trying to make amends. Her eyes, bored and disinterested, flickered over the photo. She didn't recognize him. But when I showed her a picture of Layla, a still I had from a forgotten news segment about a young coding prodigy, her expression changed. A flicker of recognition. Then, a careful, practiced neutrality. "She looks familiar," she said, her voice carefully flat. "But we get a lot of people through here." She was lying. I could see the tension in her jaw. I thanked her and left, the cold air biting at my face. As I walked back to my car, I saw a man in a dark jacket emerge from a side door of the hangar, talking quietly into a phone. He watched me go. That night, the lamp flickered more violently than ever, the bulb guttering like a dying man's breath, before it steadied into a weak, jaundiced glow. I sat at my desk, the ASCII code in my hand. I had been asking the wrong question. It wasn't about what the key meant. It was about who had sent it. The Vespers had no reason to. They had won. They had paid me off and neutralized the threat. This was something else. This was a thread being offered from the inside. I opened the ghost drive on my laptop. I started a new file, a new map. Dot. This one wasn't for Graham or the Vespers. It was for the key. I began cross-referencing every piece of data Lila had ever sent me. Every server address, every encrypted tag. I was looking for a signature, a digital fingerprint. I worked until my eyes burned, the bad light straining my vision. And then, buried in the metadata of the very first file she had sent me, the scan of Juniper's painting, I found it. A tiny encoded string of characters, a maker's mark. It was a handle, a name she used in the deepest, most hidden layers of her work. The handle was escapist. The air left my lungs. She was alive. She was out there, and she had reached out. The key wasn't a message. It was a callback. A signal that she had received my final futile document, my secret history of the Vespers, and that the line of communication, against all odds, was still open. The hollow space inside me was suddenly terrifyingly full. The story was not a closed book. It was a file waiting to be reopened. I looked at the S key, then at the flickering lamp, and for the first time, the stuttering light felt not like a nervous tick, but like a heartbeat. I did not know what to do next. The ball was in my court, but I had no idea what game we were playing or what the rules were. I stared at the string of characters, escapist, a name that was both a hope and a diagnosis. She was in the wind, and she had chosen to brush against my life one more time. To what end? A warning, an invitation, or simply to let me know I was not the only keeper of this rotten secret. Days passed. I did not try to reply through the same digital back channels. I knew better. If she wanted to talk, she would make the next move. My life developed a new kind of tension, a constant, low-grade hum of anticipation. Every knock on the door, every wrong number phone call, every email from an unknown sender sent a jolt through me. I was waiting for a ghost. The next signal came not through data, but through the physical world. A postcard arrived, a generic, glossy image of the city skyline at night. It was addressed to me, but the name was misspelled, adding an extra Johnson. The postmark was local. The message on the back was brief, written in a neat anonymous block print. The exhibit is missing one piece. The first piece, the boathouse. The Vesper boathouse. It was where Juniper had died. It was the heart of the darkness. I had never been inside. After the official investigation, it had been locked up, another part of the estate left to molder. It was a reckless, probably stupid idea. It was a clear trap, or a test. But the postcard was not from the Vespers. Their methods were cleaner, more final. This was archaeology. This was Lila. I went at 3 a.m, the time when the city is at its quietest, when the veil between the waking world and the other world is thinnest. The rain had stopped, leaving the streets slick and black. I parked my car a mile from the estate and approached through the woods, the damp earth silencing my steps. The high fence was a mere suggestion here, near the water's edge, where the land was rocky and uneven. I found a gap, a place where the iron had rusted and been pulled apart by the roots of a stubborn oak. The boathouse was a dark shape against the shimmering blackness of the lake. It smelled of rot and wet stone. The door was padlocked, but the hasp was old and rusted. A sharp pull with a crowbar I had brought snapped it cleanly from the rotting wood. The sound was like a gunshot in the silence. I stood for a long moment, listening. But the only sound was the gentle lap of water against the dock. Inside, the air was cold and heavy. Moonlight filtered through the grimy windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the beams. A small, elegant speedboat was suspended in dry dock, covered by a canvas tarp. The place was a tomb. I played the beam of my flashlight over the walls, the floor, the workbenches. What was I looking for? The first piece, the thing that started it all. Then I saw it. Not hidden, but placed. On a dusty shelf, between a can of varnish and a jar of rusty nails, was a small, rectangular object. It was a digital voice recorder, an old model. I picked it up. It was clean, free of dust. It had been left here recently. My thumb found the play button. I pressed it. There was a hiss of empty tape, then a voice. Aiden Vesper. His voice was strained, tight with a panic he was trying to control. She's gone. Dad, she's gone. I didn't mean. We were arguing. She was going to ruin everything. She stumbled. She hit her head on the edge of the dock. A silence, then the sound of ragged breathing. It was an accident. You have to believe me. It was an accident. Then, another voice. Older. Colder. the voice of a man who assessed damage and calculated cost. Daryl. D. Where is she? In the water. By the rocks. Yin. A long, terrible pause. No. Not there. We will move her. This was not an accident, Jaden. This was the culmination of your weakness. Your sickness. We will fix this. But you will never speak of it again. You will become the man you were meant to be. This never happened. No. The recording ended. The first piece. Not the cover-up, but the moment the lie was born. The raw, unvarnished truth, before it was polished into the official story. Layla had not just found financial records and a painting. She had found this. This was the weapon that could not be buried, the one they thought was lost to the water. I slipped the recorder into my pocket. Its weight was immense. I understood now. She was not just telling me she was alive. She was handing me the torch. The story was not mine to curate in secret. It was mine to finish. As I turned to leave, my flashlight beam caught something else, tucked into the rafters. A small, wireless camera, its tiny red eye dark. She had been watching. She had seen me take the bait. I looked directly into its unblinking lens, a silent acknowledgement in the dark. And then I walked out of the boathouse, back into the night, the ghost of Juniper Vesper's final moments burning a hole in my coat. The path ahead was clear, and it was terrifying. The walk back to the car was a journey through a different world. Every shadow was a threat, every rustle of leaves a footstep. The recorder in my pocket felt like a live wire, humming with lethal energy. They had killed Jaden for his weakness. What would they do to me for possessing this? I drove home in a daze, the city lights blurring into streaks of meaningless color. Back in my room, the familiar walls felt thin and insubstantial. The lock on my door was a joke. I hid the recorder inside the hollow leg of my desk, a childish hiding spot that now seemed like the only option. Sleep was impossible. I played the recording again through headphones this time, listening to the cracks in Daryl Vesper's voice, the tiny fracture of paternal horror beneath the iron will. He was saving his son not from justice, but from the consequences. He was building the coffin for his own daughter to preserve his son's future. And in doing so, he had damned them both. 2 days later, a new email appeared in a temporary, encrypted account I checked out of habit. It contained no text, only a single image file. It was a scan of a handwritten note, the script elegant and flowing, yet with a frantic, angular energy. Juniper's handwriting. It was a list of names, dates, and dollar amounts. At the top it was titled 4LR. It was a ledger, a record of the money Graham had been paid over the years. At the bottom, a postscript. He thinks I don't know. He thinks I'm just a problem to be managed. But I see the machine. I will find a way to break it. Lila had not just given me the murder. She had given me the motive that stretched back years. The financial trail that connected Graham's greed to the Vespers' need for control. Juniper had been compiling her own defense, her own expose, and she had died for it. Lila had finished the work. The pieces were all there, a complete and damning narrative. But who could I tell? The police were compromised. The media was a risk. The Vespers would bury any story before it saw print. Phil would look at me with pity and suggest I take a vacation. I was the sole archivist of a truth too dangerous to publish. The next email came a week later. It was just 2 words. The Exchange. I knew the place. The old Exchange building downtown. A grand abandoned edifice from a busier era of trade. It was a cavernous, echoing space, scheduled for demolition. It was the perfect place for a ghost to meet. I went an hour early, circling the block, watching the entrances. I saw no one. The main door was chained, but a side entrance for construction crews was open. A heavy lock, broken, and hanging from its hasp. I stepped inside into a vast, dark hall. Dust swirled in the shafts of light from the high, grimy windows. The air smelled of concrete decay and pigeon droppings. I waited, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The silence was absolute. Then, from the shadows of a balcony above, a figure emerged. It was Lila. She was thinner, her face all sharp angles and shadows, but her eyes held the same fierce, electric intelligence. She moved with a new wariness, a predator's grace. She didn't come down. She stood looking at me from across the empty space, her voice echoing faintly. "You have it all now." "I do," I called back, my own voice swallowed by the emptiness. "What do we do with it?" "We do nothing," she said. "You do nothing." The words hit me like a physical blow. "Nothing? After all this? This isn't a story for the world," she said, her tone flat, final. "The world doesn't care. It would be a spectacle, a 9-day wonder. Then it would be forgotten. The Vespers would survive it. They always do." "Then why?" I asked, the frustration boiling over. "Why lead me here? Why give me all the pieces?" "So someone else would know," she said. Her gaze was unwavering. "So it wouldn't die with me. So the rot has a witness. That is the only justice we will get. The knowledge, the burden." She turned to go, a phantom retreating into the gloom. "Wait!" I shouted, the sound bouncing through the hall. "What will you do?" She paused, a silhouette against a dirty window. "I am the escapist," she said. "I am going to disappear. Really disappear this time. Don't look for me." And then she was gone. I stood in the vast, silent exchange for a long time, the truth heavy and useless in my hands. She was right. The story was not a weapon. It was a tombstone. I walked out of the building and into the indifferent daylight. I went back to my room. I took the recorder from its hiding place, and I erased the tape. I deleted the files from my ghost drive. I burned Juniper's note in my metal wastebasket, watching the paper curl and blacken into ash. I kept only the ES key. I placed it back on my desk. The story was over. Not with a bang, but with a silent, private understanding. The lamp flickered, its rhythm unchanged. I was the witness, the keeper of the rot, and in the end, that was all there was. A man in a small room, a flickering light, and the terrible quiet weight of the truth. The days that followed were the quietest of my life. The city's noise seemed to soften as if muffled by the layer of ash settling in my mind. I went through the motions. I met with clients, I wrote reports, I paid my rent. But a fundamental gear had stopped turning inside me. Lila's final lesson was the most brutal of all. Some truths are not meant to be set free. They are meant to be carried, a private, suffocating weight. I thought that was the end of it. A closed loop. A story filed away in the archive of a single conscience. Then, on a Tuesday, a manila envelope arrived with no return address. It was thick and heavy. My heart, which had grown still, gave a single painful lurch. I almost didn't open it. I held it over the wastebasket, ready to let it be another piece of history I refused to excavate. But my fingers, acting on an impulse older than reason, tore the seam. Inside was not a letter or a USB drive. It was a book, a slim, leather-bound volume, its cover blank. I opened it. The pages were filled with Lila's handwriting, the same frantic, elegant script from Juniper's note. It was a journal, but not hers. It was Juniper's. The first entry was dated a year before her death. It spoke of colors, of the way light fell on the lake, of a new series she was planning. It was vibrant, alive. Then the tone began to shift. The entries grew shorter, darker. She wrote of arguments with Jaden, of his paranoia, his belief that she was trying to undermine him. She wrote of her father's cold disappointment. She wrote of Graham, her guardian, and the strange, evasive answers he gave about her inheritance. She was piecing it all together, just as Lila had said. The final entry was dated the day she died. The handwriting was a desperate scrawl. He knows I have the ledger. He confronted me. He's not well. The things he said, I'm afraid. I'm going to the boathouse to think, to be near the water. It always helps me think. It always helps me think. I read the last line over and over. She had gone to the boathouse to think, to find peace. And her brother had followed her there. The accident was not a moment of passion during an argument. It was the culmination of a long, calculated campaign of fear. Jaden had gone there with intent. The truth I now carried was even heavier than the one I had erased. Lila had not given me this for justice. She had given it to me for absolution. She knew I had destroyed the evidence. She knew I had chosen silence. And in sending this, she was telling me she understood. She was sharing the burden, not by making me publish it, but by ensuring I knew the full, unvarnished depth of it. She was making sure my silence was an informed one. I closed the journal. I placed it on the shelf next to a row of old case files. It looked like any other book. No one would ever know. The lamp on my desk flickered, and for the first time, I saw the pattern not as a code, but as a simple mechanical flaw, a short in the wiring. There was no message in it. It was just a broken thing in a room full of broken things. I reached out and unscrewed the bulb. The flickering stopped. The room was plunged into a steady gray light from the window. The silence was finally, truly empty. And I sat within it, the keeper of two ghosts, the witness to a story that would never be told. The steady light was a lie. It pretended that things could be simple, that a problem could be fixed by unscrewing a bulb. But the problem was not in the lamp. It was in me. The journal on the shelf was a quiet accusation, a depth charge waiting to go off in the quiet of my own mind. I had become a vault, and the contents were corrosive. Weeks bled into a month. The season turned, the jaundiced glow of the lamp replaced by the pale, weak light of a winter sun. I tried to return to my old life, to the simple, solvable mysteries my clients brought me. A missing husband, a background check on a new business partner. It was all so trivial, so weightless. I was going through the motions, a ghost in my own office. The call came on a rainy afternoon. It was Phil. His voice was different, stripped of its usual bluster. "We need to talk," he said. Not over the phone. The usual place. The usual place was a diner a few blocks from his office. All cracked vinyl and stale coffee. When I arrived, he was already in a booth, staring into a mug. He looked older. He didn't look up as I slid in across from him. "They're dissolving the firm," he said, his voice flat. "Winding it down. Strategic restructuring." I just stared at him. The firm was his life. Why? He finally met my eyes. They didn't say, but the offer they made me. It's too good to refuse. A retirement package. A very, very generous one, with certain conditions. He took a slow sip of his coffee. "They asked about you, specifically. Wanted to know if you were satisfied with your severance, if you were keeping busy." The air in the diner grew thick. This wasn't a coincidence. My silence wasn't enough. They needed to be sure of it. They were buying Phil's silence and checking the locks on mine. "What did you tell them?" I asked. "I told them you were a professional, that you'd moved on." He set his mug down with a sharp click. "But we both know that's not true, do we? You've got that look. The one you get when you're living inside a puzzle. I saw it when you were working the Vesper account. It never really left your eyes. I said nothing. There was nothing to say. Listen to me. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper. Take the money. Take the silence. Walk away. These people, they don't just win. They rewrite the rules of the game so that winning was the only possible outcome from the start. You think you're guarding a secret. They own the concept of secrets. They own the concept of secrets. He paid for the coffee and left. I sat in the booth for a long time, watching the rain streak the window. Phil was scared. He was a man who had built his life on knowing which way the wind was blowing, and he felt a hurricane coming. His warning was the final piece of confirmation. The Vespers were tidying up. I was a loose end they were watching, a variable in their equation they had not yet fully neutralized. Walking home through the rain, I felt a strange clarity. Layla was wrong. The truth wasn't a tombstone. A tombstone was a marker, a public declaration that someone had existed. This was an unmarked grave. And Phil was wrong, too. This wasn't a game. It was a disease. And I was a carrier. I couldn't publish it. I couldn't shout it from the rooftops. But I could no longer just hold it. The weight was crushing me. And in doing so, it was ensuring their victory. They weren't just buying silence. They were buying the erosion of the soul that held it. When I got back to my room, I didn't look at the journal. I didn't look at the S key. I went to my laptop, and I opened a new blank document. I began to type. Not a report. Not an expose. A story. I wrote about a brother and a sister. I wrote about a painting of a lake. I wrote about a key that offered escape from a gilded cage. I wrote about a woman named Escapist and a man who became a witness. I changed the names. I blurred the dates. I used the fiction to tell the truth more completely than any facts ever could. I would not send it to a newspaper. I would not post it online. I would print a single copy. I would bind it myself. And then I would put it in the mail, addressed to the one person who I knew would understand its value, even as he worked to suppress it. I would send it to Darrell Vesper. It would be an act of perfect, futile defiance. He would read it and know that I knew. He would see that his money and his threats had not bought my complicity, only my contempt. He would hold in his hands the proof that his victory was incomplete, that the story had escaped its vault and been transformed into something he could not control. It would not bring Juniper back. It would not put anyone in jail. But it would be a witness that he could not silence. It would be a seed of truth planted in the heart of the rot itself. And sometimes, that is all the justice the world allows. The book was a simple, unadorned thing when I finished it. I had used a cheap binding machine at a copy shop, the kind students use for dissertations. The cover was a plain, matte black. Inside, the story was a ghost of the real one. Names shifted and details altered, but the bones of it were there for anyone who knew to look. The Vespers would become the Vantages. Juniper was now Iris. Layla was Cora. I was just the narrator, a man in a small room with a flickering lamp. I packaged it carefully in a sturdy cardboard box, sealed it with tape, and addressed it by hand in block letters to Darrell Vesper at his corporate headquarters. There was no return address. I dropped it in a blue mailbox on a corner 3 miles from my apartment, the metal clang of the chute sounding like a cell door slamming shut. Then I waited. The silence that followed was different from the one before. It was an active, humming silence, the quiet of a trap that has been sprung and is waiting for its quarry. I went about my days, but my senses were heightened, tuned to the frequency of impending consequence. Every stranger on the street seemed to be watching me. Every wrong number phone call was a test. A week passed. Then 2. The world did not end. Phil's firm was officially dissolved, and a glossy tech company announced it was moving into the building. My own life continued its quiet downward trajectory. I began to think I had overestimated my own importance. That Darrell had received the book, shrugged, and tossed it into a fire. That my act of defiance had been as meaningless as Lila said it would be. The message came not in the mail nor in a phone call. It came on a Thursday morning. I was buying coffee from the cart on the corner I always used. The vendor, a man named Leo, who I had seen nearly every day for 5 years, handed me my change. As his fingers brushed mine, he pressed a small, folded square of paper into my palm. His eyes met mine for a fraction of a second, a look of profound apology, and then he turned to his next customer. I walked away, my coffee forgotten, the paper burning in my hand. I ducked into an alley and unfolded it. The paper was thick, expensive. The message was typed, a single line. The key was never for escaping. It was for accepting the lock. Now, I crumpled the paper, my heart hammering against my ribs. It was not a threat. It was a correction, a philosophical rebuttal. They were not going to kill me. They were not going to threaten me. They were simply, elegantly demonstrating their omnipotence. They had turned my daily coffee vendor into their messenger. They had reached into the most mundane ritual of my life and shown me their control over it. I never went back to that coffee cart. I started varying my routes, my routines. I became a ghost in my own city, haunted by the people who owned the haunting. The book had not been a weapon. It had been a confirmation. It had told them exactly what kind of threat I was, and they had responded not with violence, but with a masterclass in psychological dominion. They had accepted my witness, and in doing so had shown me its ultimate powerlessness. The lock was not on the door of my room. It was on my mind, and I had indeed accepted it. The days became a study in paranoia. Every reflection in a window was a surveillant. Every delivery van idling outside my building was a mobile command center. I stopped using my computer, certain it was compromised. I paid for everything in cash, leaving a financial trail that ended at my front door. I was a prisoner in a cell of my own making, and the Vespers were the silent, unseen wardens. I thought of Lila, the escapist. Had she found a way to truly disappear, or was she also living this half-life, looking over her shoulder in a different city, under a different name? Her freedom, if it existed, was bought with absolute severance. Mine was chained to the knowledge I carried. One evening, driven by a need for something real, something outside the labyrinth of my own thoughts, I went to a small, independent cinema that showed old films. The feature was a black and white noir, a story of a doomed man caught in a plot he couldn't control. I sat in the dark, losing myself in the flickering shadows. For 90 minutes, I was free. When the lights came up, I blinked in the sudden glare. As the small crowd filed out, I noticed a woman sitting a few rows ahead. She hadn't moved. She was wearing a simple trench coat, her hair tucked under a beret. There was something in the stillness of her posture, a familiar tension. Then she turned her head just slightly, and our eyes met in the dim light reflected from the empty screen. It was Lila. There was no shock in her gaze, only a deep, weary recognition. She had known I would be here. Or perhaps she had chosen this place, this time, knowing it was one of the few sanctuaries I had left. It was another message, but this one was not from the Vespers. She stood and walked up the aisle without a word, pausing for a moment as she passed my row. She didn't look at me again, but a small, folded piece of paper fluttered from her hand onto the empty seat beside me. Then she was gone, through the curtains and into the lobby. I waited until the theater was completely empty before I picked up the note. It was the same expensive stock as the one from the coffee cart. This time, it was handwritten in her unmistakable script. The lock only exists if you believe in the door. Uninterrupted. I sat there for a long time, the words swimming in my mind. She was not telling me to fight. She was not telling me to hide. She was telling me to see the world as she saw it. The walls, the rules, the doors held shut by power and money, they were all constructs. Their power was derived entirely from collective belief. The Vespers were not giants. They were men and women hiding behind a fiction of their own creation. My fear was the real prison. I left the cinema and walked. I walked until my feet ached and the city lights blurred into a river of gold. I ended up at the riverfront, looking across the dark water to the glittering towers where men like Daryl Vesper plotted their next move. I thought of Juniper's journal, of her final frightened words. I thought of the book I had sent, my own small, desperate fiction. Lila was right. I had been trying to pick a lock that didn't exist. I had been asking for permission to be free from a system I had already left. The moment I destroyed the evidence, the moment I chose to be a witness instead of a crusader, I had stepped outside their game. My mistake was in still believing I was playing. I took the 2 notes from my pocket, the one from the coffee cart and the one from Lila. I held them side by side. One was a statement of control, the other a key to a different kind of lock. I crumpled them both into a single ball and threw it into the river. It was not an act of surrender, but of release. The next morning, I did not vary my route. I did not look for watchers. I went to a different coffee shop, one I had never visited before, and I bought a latte. I sat by the window and I drank it, tasting the bitterness and the warmth. I was not free. The weight of what I knew was still there, but the fear was gone. I was no longer a prisoner or a witness or a keeper of the rot. I was just a man, sitting in a coffee shop, drinking his coffee. And for now, in the quiet simplicity of that single, unobserved moment, that was enough. The story was over, and my life, whatever it was to become, had finally begun. I finished the latte and left the shop, the paper cup warm in my hand for a moment before I dropped it in a bin. The city's noise, which had been a constant grating static for weeks, resolved into individual sounds. A bus hissing to a stop, a child laughing, the distant ring of a bicycle bell. It was just a city again, not a panopticon. I went back to my room. I did not look at the shelf where Juniper's journal stood. I did not look at the old AS key on my desk. Instead, I packed a single bag, a few changes of clothes, my passport, the small amount of cash I had left. I left the laptop, the case files, the flickering lamp. They were artifacts from a life that was already over. At the bus station, I bought a ticket for the next departing coach. I didn't care where it was going. It was a town a few hours up the coast, a place I had never heard of. I took a window seat and watched the city recede, its skyline shrinking into a jagged line of teeth against the gray sky. The town was small, a quiet cluster of streets ending at a rocky beach. I rented a room above a hardware store with a mattress on the floor and a window that looked out over the water. I got a job the next day, washing dishes at a diner. The work was hard, my hands constantly raw and wet, but it was simple. There was no subtext, no hidden meaning in a stack of dirty plates. Weeks turned into a month. I started to recognize the faces of the regulars at the diner. I learned the names of the other dishwashers. No one knew who I was, and no one cared. I was just the new guy, the quiet one who did his job. In the evenings, I walked on the beach, the cold salt air scouring me clean. One afternoon, my day off, I was in the local library, looking for something to read. I wasn't searching for anything in particular, just letting my fingers trail over the spines. My hand stopped on a thick art book. I pulled it out. It was a survey of contemporary painters. I flipped it open, and my breath caught. There, on a glossy page, was a painting of a lake at dusk. The colors were muted, the water a deep, melancholic blue, the sky streaked with the last vestiges of orange and purple. The style was different, more mature, but the soul of it was unmistakable. It was signed in the corner with a single looping initial. I checked the publication date. The book was 2 years old. The biography in the back was brief. The artist, it said, was a reclusive figure who lived and worked in a remote part of Scandinavia. She rarely gave interviews and never showed her face. Her work was known for its profound, almost painful sense of solitude and peace. I closed the book and put it back on the shelf. My heart was not hammering. There was no fear, just a quiet, settled certainty. Layla had done it. She had not just escaped the Vespers. She had escaped into herself. She had built a new life from the materials of her own talent, a life they could never touch because they could never understand it. She had proven that her key did, in fact, work. I left the library and walked down to the shore. The wind was sharp, whipping the water into whitecaps. I stood there for a long time, watching the horizon where the sea met the sky in a seamless, infinite line. I thought of the story I had written, the one I had sent to Darrow Vesper. It was out there, a ghost in his machine, and I was here, a ghost on a beach. We had both, in our own ways, found a form of escape, not by breaking the lock, but by realizing the door was never really there to begin with. The vast, gray, beautiful world was all that remained.